Hello, everyone, and welcome to the world premiere of the 2022 Pulsed Electromagnetic Field Healing Summit. I'm your host, Dr. William Pawluk, and I'm so incredibly grateful to be here with you today. I, together with co-hosts Dr. Marlene Mahipat and Dr. Riz Lakhani, would like to take a moment to thank all the staff members, the people behind the scenes, our gifted speakers, and most of all, our summit sponsors. Special shout out to Ecolugenics, Higher Dose, Sheely Soren Wellness Institute, Nano V by ENG3 Corp,
the DNA Company, and NES Health.
Please be sure to check them out because they helped make this incredible event possible. Hi, this is Dr. Pawluk. This is another episode of the PEMF Healing Summit. And today I have a very distinguished guest, Dr. Isaac Eliaz. He's written a book. He's famous. He's written a book called The Survival Paradox, and it's a best-selling book. And I read it. I know why it's a best-selling book. And also, given my reading of what Dr. Eliaz's background is, I'm extraordinarily impressed. We actually share some commonalities in our backgrounds, which is very interesting. I thought it was very revealing by itself. So without saying anything further, let me please have Dr. Eliaz tell us about his background and his history and how he got to this point.
Yeah, thank you so much for having me and in such an important topic. Bill, I had an interest in integrative medicine and healing from a very early age. I'm a native of Israel. My father was a civil engineer, and he worked in developing countries. So I grew up in Africa, in Ghana, in Brazil, and at the age 15, we traveled to South Korea, where I got exposed to Taekwondo. I was very fortunate. The national team of Korea, which at that time was the world champions because Taekwondo was mainly in Korea, had to learn English. So I got to train with the best Taekwondo masters and with yoga teachers. And on the weekend, we would go to Buddhist temples. So I got the Eastern culture got suffused into me. And this is early 70s when it wasn't as popular. So when I went to medical school, I was already a yoga teacher, yoga instructor. I went to yoga teacher's course. So I went through in Israel through these 7 years medical school, 6 years plus residency, while knowing that I'm actually going to do something very different. So I became a yoga teacher. I learned shiatsu. I created a 3-year course in acupuncture and Western herbology. And when I graduated from medical school and finished my internship, I got licensed. I came to the US where I did my Masters of Science in Chinese medicine, became a licensed acupuncturist, and then stayed in this country with my life partner, Gilly, and our 2 daughters. And I specialized first as an acupuncturist. I got my medical license a little bit later on in 2000, and I specialized in integrative oncology and also in treating meditation masters all over the world, in United States and in Asia. I spent a lot of time meditating. And when I say a lot of time, I probably would have never even think about doing it again. For 10 years, half a day, every day. And for 20 years, 2 months to 3 months a year, I would just go to the mountains. So I developed a certain appreciation and insight into how our mind works and how it affects our body. And that's my big passion. And it was translated into my healing work. And in the same time, as you know, I'm a very active researcher with published papers with Harvard, did research with Columbia, with multiple leading institutes. I have NIH grants for my work, a lot of it around Galactic-3. And all of this consolidated into this simple concept of the survival paradox, which is really the name of my book, where I really offer a deep understanding of a new paradigm into what really drives our aging, what drives chronic disease, which is really our survival drive. And of course, it's intriguing when you hear it, but it actually relates to pulse electromagnetic fields, because when we are connecting with our fields, we relax, we open up. When we are in a survival drive, we go into crisis. Survival drive is a state of crisis, and it's built-in within us. So every cell in our body, every tissue, us as human beings, societies, countries, the world is in a survival mode. And so understanding it is realizing, wow, what makes us stay alive is actually what makes us sick, what shortens our life, what causes chronic diseases, what drives sepsis. This is a cytokine storm. It's when a cell doesn't want to let go. So the process, and this of course lends itself to the understanding of letting go as a process of healing, which over our conversation, you and I can elaborate and kind of have a joint discussion of what it means when the energies balance out. It's really an evening of pressure, you know, it's evening of this drive and just letting go. So really it's a healing process on a physical level, on an emotional level, on a psycho-spiritual level, is a letting go process by getting in touch with the infinite spaciousness and the inner connectivity between us, which is really why the most important electromagnetic field is the electromagnetic field of the heart. And then we realize this and realize, wow, we are all connected through our hearts. So this is on a more spiritual level, psycho-spiritual, but that's where healing happens. But on a physical level, the survival drive is driven automatically by the sympathetic nervous system, biochemically by a protein called galectin-3. So it's interesting for me, while I was recognizing this through meditation, through being by myself in very remote areas in nature, like literally if something happened to me, nobody would find me. It's kind of crazy. But in the same time, I happened to stumble on the protein that drives the isolation by creating this biofilm, this separation, this microenvironment that we really want to break down in every possible way. And pulse electromagnetic field is one of the ways. It's just by dissolving the hardness, you know, because when things are stiff, it doesn't flow, which is completely contrary to electromagnetic field that comes and goes and comes and goes, right? It creates a rhythm. And when we are stiff, when we hold, when we survive, when we contract, we lose our rhythm. And so now, with decades of clinical experience, and of course, I'm a hands-on clinician and healer, I teach healing, I see patients all the time. I have this passion of sharing this with people and offering them different ways of addressing it. And I'm very excited about the 2 interviews I'm going to have with you. We have so much to talk about, and we share, you know, a love for energy medicine and realizing, wow, yeah, if we just go into the flow, right, everything is possible.
Well, it's interesting that you say all this, because what's also interesting about this is electromagnetic fields are actually the second force of the universe. The first force is called the strong force, and that's at the atomic level. The second force is called the weak force. The third is gravity, but gravity tends to be more isolated and is obviously pretty strong, but it's isolated. But the second force is the biggest force in the universe, and that's the electromagnetic force. So electro and magnetic cannot be separated. They are hand in glove together. Right. Every time you have electrical, you have magnetic, and magnetic influences electrical. So the biggest force in the universe, talk about the heart, the biggest force in the universe is the electromagnetic force.
Right. And it's really fascinating that the electromagnetic field of the heart resemble the electromagnetic field of much larger structures. You know, what people don't realize is that the electromagnetic field of the heart is 100 times bigger than the electromagnetic field of the brain. So in fact, every second, our heart is touching every single cell in our body and is touching people around us, you know? That's amazing.
And in fact, actually, we have something in our bodies called magnetite. And every cell in the body has magnetite. So magnetite is a magnetic, basically a magnetic crystal. It's like a tuning fork inside every cell of our body. And our brains have hundreds of billions, actually, of these magnetite crystals. So in all of our body, we have this magnetite. And the magnetite interacts with our electrical fields. And like a radio, a transmitter radio, like a crystal radio, what does it do? It not only broadcasts, as you were saying, but it also receives. So it's a receiver and a broadcaster. It's a tuner as well as a broadcaster.
course, of course. That's a very basic process because it's really, it's remarkable because we know that, you know, for a cell to function well, it needs to have a membrane potential. It has to have this electric difference. It's the basis of health, right? We learn it in medical school, my God, right? With the sodium pump, potassium pump, etc. But it's very fundamental to the survival of the cell, where a cell wants to take in what's good for it, and it lets go of what it doesn't want to do, you know, of toxins. So
waste, yeah.
Detoxification, and you know, the heart is a balancing act because the heart is the only organ in the body who takes in all the dirty blood from everybody. Whatever each cell doesn't want goes into the heart. You know, the heart connects with the universe, which is the greatest equalizer, right? And then gives clean blood all over the body. So it's fascinating for me as a mind-body practitioner and as somebody who is in tune with our with his body. You know, some people are visual. I'm tactile. I've always been tactile. Like I don't see as well, you know, like different phenomena. Now a little bit more, but I feel. It's something like I can hold somebody's finger. I know where there's no pain. But I kind of, when I, like just now, I was a few days ago, I was lying down. I was feeling the difference between my lungs and how it's balancing out. I just told myself, wow, I'm in my 60s. You know, I've been doing it since my teens, and I'm discovering new things now. How did it take such a long time? It's such an unfolding experience, and it relates to our connectivity with energies within us, without us, out of us. And yeah, it's what makes life and healing so fascinating.
So even down to the cellular level, the cells breathe in and they breathe out at the cellular level. As you said, the cell membrane, right? That allows the cell, as you said, to take in energy, to use it, and there's waste associated with it, so you get rid of the waste. So it breathes in and breathes out, breathes in, breathes out.
Completely. That's really the value of craniosacral, is that craniosacral, you know, the interstitial movement is a movement that goes all the way to the cells. And I mean, PEMF per se is not my specialty, but the real change happens when we don't do anything, when we just allow things to unfold. So for example, as practitioners, we want to do things. But sometimes when I teach, I show people, see, I'm not doing anything, nothing. I'm not moving my hands. I'm just opening my mind and my heart, and everything is happening faster than it would be when we try. Because when we try, we put effort. When we put effort, we contract. And when we contract, we lose the flow. So one of our responsibilities for healing is to recreate the flow. And in this sense, as you can already see, and people who are listening, you can see, you know, the meditative, energetic qualities, but we also have to allow the body to communicate together. And that's where galectin-3 as a survival protein, because it carries all this inflammatory hyperviscosity, sticky molecules like integrins. So they go with this protein to different inflammatory area. Galectin-3 drop them there, they stick the cell, they create a microenvironment. You no longer can penetrate. It's like you're trying to go through the wall. It's much better to find the door.
A shell.
Yeah, so that's the value, for example, of modified cytospectin as a fundamental supplement, because it dissolves the hardness. And yeah, it's the beauty of energy. You know, it's like, and then into it, you integrate energetic things. It's like, it's very powerful. You know, there's so much we can talk about in this level, you know.
Let's spell galectin-3.
So, you know, galectin-3 is what I coined our survival protein, but it really doesn't, it sounds good, but it's not. The survival protein in our embryogenesis, when we are in utero, in our mother's uterus, it helps cells to develop inside the cells. As part of being a survival driver, it goes and repairs any injuries. And it repairs by creating inflammation and by creating fibrosis. And this is, yes. And eventually it will create organ dysfunction. And that's why you see galectin-3, really, if you look at galectin-3 research, which is close to 10,000 papers by now, it spends every disease. It's like, wow, how is it possible? If you look even at the research on pectosol, which is now at about 80 published papers, you'll see on MCP, you'll see on my MCP, you'll see research on cancer, on heavy metals, on immunity, on chronic kidney disease, on acute kidney disease, on sepsis. It's really because galectin-3 is this upstream protein that starts the cascade of the cytokine storm, starts the cascade of inflammation, the cascade of the fire that burns, either burns or makes everything hard and dysfunctional. And the idea is to dissolve this hardness on a biochemical level by dissolving galectin-3, on an energetic level by going back to our rhythm, by connecting, you can say, with this very deep force, if it's a gravitational force. One of our biggest challenges as people is that we constantly have to fight gravitation, when we stand up, when we move. And when I teach meditation, one of the big things that I teach is just let go of this fight. And then once you let go, actually, you don't collapse. Out of it, you get a rising energy out of this very deep relaxation. So some of this healing, like when I do guided healing, when people are lying down and I let them really relax, and suddenly they can feel the movement in their body. So, I can only imagine, and this is your expertise, when you put the right mattress under it that balances the frequencies, you're going to speed the healing process. But in the same time, the person themselves has this opportunity to just let go, let go, let go. And there is never too much letting go. There's never too much of an open heart. Like the Dalai Lama says, you can't be too compassionate. You can't be too loving, It always unfolds. Same thing with the opening. So it's interesting in the healing process, we get attached. We have aversion to symptoms that we don't like, and we get attached to amazing experiences. But anything that we hold to creates contraction. If you think about entropy, everything's going, just expanding. The moment you hold, you limit the possibility. And that's why one of my favorite sayings is, not everybody will be a miracle, but anyone can be a miracle, because everything is changeable. And I think a little bit experience I had with PEMF, with the connection with energy medicine, especially if we put the heart into it and we melt the ice, we don't just cut it with the heat and love of our heart. Everything is possible. It's like amazing, when you lie down and you just feel this connectivity with what's going in, with what's going out, and it makes life exciting.
That brings an idea to me as well, that we're a soul, right? A spiritual being with a body.
Yeah.
What we do is we forget that we're a spiritual being, because our senses basically drive our beingness in many ways, right?
Right.
And so once we let go of that, once we connect with that spirit level of us, of who we are, then the spirit takes care of the body.
Right.
I remember reading Don Juan, the books by Don Juan.
Yeah, I also remember.
And he talked about his mentor saying, I can change my body. And Carlos Castaneda did not believe that, right? So he said, I'll show you. So his mentor, Don Juan, walked away for about an hour or 2 hours. And he came back, and Carlos did not recognize him. He was old. He didn't recognize him. He was expecting some younger person, but he looked old. So he changed his appearance. He changed the way he was. I think really good actors do the same thing. Right? They go and meditate, and they become something else.
Yeah. Well, this is a principle of changeability, and it's the key of healing. I was talking earlier today about detoxification, which is a necessary part. Like you were talking, it's the exhalation of the cells, right? The letting go of the cells. So it's the exhalation is a letting go process. The lungs, if we didn't have voluntary muscles, the lungs would collapse, right? We would exhale. The exhalation is a natural movement of letting go. We come to this world, the first thing we do is we exhale, we cry. The last thing we do in this world is we exhale. If you've ever been with people who have been with a dying person, it's a profound experience, right? It's the same person, and one last exhalation and everything is different. Why? There is no more movement. There is no more flow. So in this sense, it's very important to recognize this. So we naturally, as part of our survival drive, which is really comes from, and this even in the book I just started the end because it's another book that is written but I haven't published, called Open Heart Medicine. The reason why we have this innate survival drive that we don't know how to get out of, and this is really our life journey, like in Judaism they call it the tikkun, the fixing in the heart, is that we lost the ability to let go, to recognize that everything is changeable. Nothing stays the same, you know. We're not the same now like we were half an hour ago. We got to know each other. You know, we are interacting. We have new ideas. We're going to walk out of these different people. We hold. The moment we hold, we limit the change. So anything that can break habits, anything that can break stiffness, if you think about it, when we get things accumulating instead of flowing, you can get an arteriosclerotic plaque, you can get hyperviscosity in the blood. And what happens when you have a bunch of cells accumulating when you don't need them, and then they hold to each other and they become aggressive, you get cancer. So it's really about healing is a letting go process. And it has two parts, you know, it has the openness part and it has the heart part and the love and compassion part that is built within us, because the heart is built to give. And in this sense, the electromagnetic field plays a huge role because it provides us, you know, we all are in this field, you know, we are all in the same boat, you know, so we can say we're all in the same boat in that everything changes for all of us, but we are in this field together. And the more we can create harmony in the field within us, it will affect us in the outside. Look what's happening to the world, right? And the more we create harmony outside, it will affect us. We can feel it when we go to a powerful place in nature, which is very clean and very pristine. It affects our being. Or we walk barefoot, right? And you can feel the energy of the earth and you can connect with this powerful field. So yeah, we're kind of shifting away from it.
We've shifted away from it from a lot because we are too busy.
Exactly.
That's one of the main components of this. We're too busy. We're captured all the time by TV, by radio. I know people who are constantly bombarding themselves, constantly. And if it's not the television, it's their iPhones, it's the music, it's whatever. They have no rest. They have no time down.
Yeah, and it's part of our society. I look at my life. I mean, I have a cell phone, but I didn't have a smartphone till 2011. And I would go to the mountain for 2 months. And I had a busy practice, you know, but as my nurse practitioner would take care of it. And I would be in areas with no reception. So I would have a satellite phone. And once every 3 weeks, there would be a setup time. I would walk to the peak of the mountain, you know, in the winter, in the snow, where I knew I had reception, and I'll call and I'll get updates and I'll give answers, and then I'll disconnect the phone and go back. And these days, I even can't think about it. You know, we are so bombarded, but I want to emphasize there is a certain advantage about it. It is very important. We talked about the survival paradox and the balance between the sympathetic system that fights or runs away and the parasympathetic system that balances things out. So when we are so busy, we naturally, the parasympathetic system is trying to help. So it creates more receptors and more ability to relax. And that's why you can see people now changing if they take 1 day off, because the contrast between 1 day off and being busy all the time is so big. When you're relaxed anyway, you need a lot of time off to really feel the difference, you know. So it's a very important principle. So right now, this very concentrated intensity also allows us to change and heal in an intense manner. We've adapted. I often say when I teach that if you brought a yogi from the Himalayas and you dropped them in
New York City,
they would get a heart attack in 5 minutes. They just wouldn't be able to hold the intensity. because of the receptors,
Yeah.
Definitely.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think we adapt to it. We have to. That's another survival mechanism, isn't it?
Right. So yeah, this is a different time, and in this sense, anything that can connect us to this very vast field that are bigger than us, and it can be on an energy level, it can be on a physical level, and it can be on a mind level. In certain tradition, let's say in the Buddhist tradition, Buddhism talked about body, speech, and mind, and each one becomes more and more subtle. So you are talking about your work and basic energies in the universe. Well, these are energetic qualities that you have. You either can get in tuned with, right, Bill, or you have a device that helps you to get in tune with. Certain people are very physical. I don't see it, I don't believe it. And
Yeah.
so you can see it in the way people exercise. People go to the gym and put headset and listen to music, anything to distract the mind. And it's very competitive. It's good. They're still getting cardiovascular. And people who do Tai Chi, do Qigong, use PEMF, use acupuncture. And the people who just feel how when the mind and heart opens, everything changes. So the more subtle it is, the more powerful it is, but also the harder to
achieve,
use and to achieve. And it's a process of really of letting go. It's healing is about, instead of holding like this, healing is just letting go. That's it.
It takes practice.
A lot. It's a lifetime, and for some people would say it's more than a lifetime. We come in different places, but it's very interesting because we have our aging body physically, aging brain in one level. Yet we have our evolving wisdom. It's very interesting. And the process is not a process of forgetting, like of dementia or Alzheimer. It's a process of unlearning. So we learn, right? And then we just let go. We let go of the information. And then the undercurrent, the deep insight starts coming up or coming from above. It doesn't matter each one, however they do it. And yeah, it's what makes life so exciting, it's so, and also empowering. Because one of the big things that they also emphasize in the book is the way I work with people is not about healing other people. Yeah, I can do it. I'm pretty good at it. I mean, some people are better, but I'm consider myself pretty good healer. But it's about empowering people to heal themselves, right? Empowering people to connect. And in this sense, everything goes. If it's certain exercise or diet or supplement or PEMF, anything that connects you with something that is bigger than you, that can really change the outcome. Because as long as things are changing, everything is possible. Truly is. It's amazing.
But sometimes when I meditate, I feel a resistance. I don't feel sometimes when I meditate, it doesn't feel as good. And what I found over time, when I'm meditating and that happens, that's where I relate to what you were saying about the influence on you with the world around you. What I found out in those days where I meditate that way, and I feel that kind of pressure, and I go about my day, all kinds of havoc breaks loose in that day. Not necessarily with me, but people around me.
Right.
Or in the news, or in a city, or a bombing, or a war breaks out, whatever. Something else happens on a bigger scale, other than just myself.
Yeah, it's fascinating because we are in tune, and yeah, meditation is it's a huge topic. It's not necessarily the topic of the day, but meditation is really not what you experience. Meditation, it's commonly done this way, and mindfulness has become very popular and very helpful. But mindfulness is an effortful meditation because we are mindful of something. Meditation is accepting anything that you experience. When you have like a difficult meditation, it's just an experience going to come and go. It's just about accepting it. And eventually, so in many levels, a bad meditation session is easier to let go of than a great meditation session, right? Because we get attached to the great meditation session. So there are special ways not to get attached to the meditation, but we talked about it because what is attachment to meditation? experience. It's holding a certain experience. What happens when we hold? We contract. There is a biochemical pressure. There's a biofilm. There's a microcurrent. There's galectin-3. There are sticky molecules. You know, it's a survival drive. When we totally let go, when everything is possible, we go with the flow. It's like a river that keeps flowing. And what happens when we do this transition, it's like melting ice into water. And when we hold, we freeze the water. And that's the whole difference. Water and ice are the same, but one is flowing and one is rigid.
Well, actually, it might be better to melt the ice to become gas.
Yeah, and it's true when you are totally opened. But then water has a communication quality, right? It's fluid, it moisturizes us. So yeah, but it's true. Eventually, meditation is like opened like space. There's nothing to hold. That's the ultimate healing. That's where spontaneous healing happens. And yeah, there's so many doors to it. I mean, it's so much fun talking to you. Ladies, usually have to talk about detox and biochemistry. Of course, we can. It relates to all of this, but yeah, it's really where multiple aspects of life come together, and the more the patient can connect in this way, the person, the more the health provider can connect in this way, the less we have to do, the less aggressive treatments we need, because we are just allowing, we are touching with this place where things are just unfolding on their own. But of course, we have to remember, I want to emphasize this, that we have to remove the obstacles, the obscurations, the blocking factors. So for example, if you have a lot of heavy metals in the body, it's going to change your electrical current, which will affect your electrical magnetic field. If you have pesticides that are going to change certain neurotransmitter or your gut and create an autoimmune condition or neuroinflammation, and you get a difference in the conduction and different neurotransmitter, etc., it's going to change the flow. So you got to address all of this. And so it's not like we can just relax and everything is going to be to really resolve itself. And you know, it's an area that I overlooked. I do a lot of work on heavy metals. I developed, you know, pectosol is a proven, well-published heavy metal chelator of heavy metal, safe. But I overlooked pesticides, not because I didn't know that they are bad, because we kind of get used to the idea that we have to accept it. It's everywhere. But why should we? There's no such a concept like a little bit of poisons. But pesticides disrupt conductivity. Look at glyphosate and chronic kidney disease. You know, it's an example, or neuroinflammation, or gut inflammation, autoimmunity. Anything that disrupts normal movement through a membrane is going to disrupt everything that you're talking about. Because the electromagnetic field, the exchange is not going well anymore.
That's how it gets into trouble. Absolutely. And that electromagnetic exchange, obviously what we're talking about is, like, we talk about water and gas, ice, water, and gas.
Right.
We are the same in many ways like that. When I work with magnetic field therapies, there are people who feel nothing. Right. I can hit them with a hard magnetic field and they feel nothing. And I realized that over time, I've discovered there are people who feel nothing. They need dynamite to get them going.
Right.
They're rocks, they're solid, they're rocks. They need dynamite. And on the other side of the spectrum are the people you can bowl over with a feather. So right. Exquisitely sensitive to even very low intensity magnetic fields. So there, again, there's a spectrum, and we have to acknowledge that spectrum and then work with that spectrum to move people to the next level.
Right. So it's very important. The same like when you use supplements. Let's say you recommend a certain dose. Some people need a very small dose, and it's important for people who are sensitive. This supposedly they tell you, "Oh, I'm very sensitive." There's also a strength to being sensitive, and there are sensitivities that come from evolvement, and there are sensitivities that come from imbalance. Right. You know, if you have mycotoxin, pesticide, you become sensitive because things are not working properly. If you are more open, then you're sensitive because your perception is been heightened. You are cleaner. It's very, very different. And one of the key things that I've been talking about lately, and it's hard to comprehend, is, and it's part of a survival paradox, and in your work it will also have an effect, Bill, is that we get attached to our symptoms. So you get a patient with chronic fatigue or with Lyme or with mycotoxins, and they got, let's say, the same symptom for 20 years. They identify with the symptom. Their symptom becomes inseparable from them. They identify with the symptom, and I apologize to my colleagues, the doctor identifies with the symptoms. And you have this relationship where the doctor has patient, the patient has a doctor, and there is no way that it's going to end, you know? I always remember I had an amazing patient. It's an interesting story. It was early 90s, and she died like 20, almost 30 years ago, 26. And here comes a woman, stage 4 breast cancer, every bone with metastasis. And these days I was like into nutrition, and I tell her, I won't mention her name, I tell her, you know, we're going to start with the first phase of cleansing, which will take 18 months. The next time she comes, she says, Isaac, come, I want to show you something. She was a well-off woman. I bought a new Mercedes. She was like 78 years old. So wow. I said, you know why? Because you said it's going to take 18 months. If I'm going to live for 18 months, I want to get a new car, you know. And then she was working with a psychoanalyst about an anger for 22 years. And then we kind of connected with it with acupuncture. Actually, I was doing classical homeopathy at the time, and it just dissolved. And she realized, wow, everything I'm having is because of a certain anger. And she went and told her analyst. He told her, you know, this is going to disrupt our progress. And he just let her off. This is a true story, okay? And this is a woman who drove to a reunion in Kansas from California at the age 80 and got to the entrance of the town to the high school and turned around, decided she doesn't want to see anybody, and drove back. So she was great in letting go. And I was with her when she was taking her last breath, and she really let go. So the letting go for her allowed her to heal remarkably, and then also allowed her to leave her body remarkably. I remember she came in, said, Isaac, that's it. He says, cancer came back. He told her, I want to say goodbye. Came to her, we meditated together, and then 2 hours later, she left her body. There was a healing in her letting go. So letting go is key in our journey of healing. And for the people who have health challenges, one of our issues, we identify one symptom with another symptom, and we create these neurological memories of the body. This is what PTSD is, and some of it is genetic, some of it is epigenetic, some of it, and then, of course, it's a self-fulfilling prophecy. So the idea of space that you and I talked about is about allowing, just like allowing a symptom to manifest and just let go without the need to be stuck to the next symptom. Now, we do it with our thoughts, where one thought follows another. Right? The first thing when people start to meditate, they realize, oh my God, I have so much restlessness in my head. Yeah, you always did. We are all neurotic. We just slowed enough that we can realize this space. So we utilize the breath a lot because the breath is voluntary. And you can always recognize this place between the exhalation. People can try, you exhale. And then at the end, before you inhale, there's this moment with no activity. And this helps us with our mind. And then slowly, it also helps us with our symptom. It's very interesting. I know for me, I used to have terrible scoliosis, which kind of healed. I don't have back pain, a lot of it emotional, psychological. I had it since age 13. It healed completely just in my, like 3 or 4 years ago. It's insane. But anyway, I would get this back that is contracting, and then you can't move, you know, when it locks. Yep. And if I was good enough, you can't see my whole body. As it was happening, I would just, instead of, we resist and it locks, right? You talked about resistance. As it was happening, I would just go with it. And move with it, and move with it, and let go of it, and flow with it, and flow with it, and flow with it, and release it, and it will go away. Yeah. That's what you were talking about. So it's all about this letting go. So physically, we got to dissolve, we got to neutralize galectin-3. There's a reason why I say that Pectosol is the most important supplement, not because I developed it. People who know me, know my philosophy, know my chart 20 years ago. I wouldn't recommend it for everyone 20 years ago, but now it's fundamental. We got to help us dissolve this survival holding on a biochemical level. You know, I published 2 very important papers last year with one of the co-authors is considered the #1 critical care doctor in the world, John Kellum. And we published on acute kidney injury sepsis, very similar to what happened with COVID, and an acute kidney injury because of perfusion injury. You don't get blood flowing. What happened after bypass or heart surgery. And we showed that when we block galectin-3, we reduce the cytokine storm. We attenuate completely the interleukin-6 spike, and we reduce acute kidney injury. We reduce deaths from sepsis. And in fact, I'm in my last stages now of administrative approval for my second very large grant from the NIH to continue my research on therapeutic apheresis on this field, on pulling out galectin-3 with a filter. That's a more active way. The MCP is simpler. But the idea is that we are removing the upstream protein that locks us and that creates a survival response. And it's a little bit similar to what you're talking about. Like you said, for some people, you have to use like a nuclear device because they are so rigid, right?
Right.
They are so rigid. And even for these people, it's very interesting. You know, often if we have a block in the middle line, okay, which is a classical block, you can knock on this block a million times. Nothing is going to happen. This is not going to work. Really, what you need to do is go this way.
Right.
And then it will create there's space in the middle every time we move, right? You can see this. Same thing. If we are hitting a wall, if you're hitting a wall, relax and look for the door. There is always a door. You know, that's like I was talking about the experience of COVID, you know, with I think I mentioned to you before the interview that I was just diagnosed with COVID in Israel 45 minutes before starting to teach a retreat for 150 people for the first time after 2.5 years. People were working for 2.5 years. I was preparing for months. The only thing I could either resist and get upset, or I was sick, just let go. And then everything worked out miraculously because there was a letting go process. So the letting go holds a lot of healing with it. And we're talking about, we talked about the biochemistry, the survival drive. We talked about the sympathetic system. We talked about the biochemistry, like blocking galectin-3. And we talked about tuning with the energetic field, because energetic field doesn't stop. Our drama is not very significant. It's bigger. It can contain us. It invites us to get tuned with it, you know, and then it becomes a great healer. Or we connect with our heart, the biggest healer, and then everything, it's like ice gets dissolved in the sun. So all of these are healing methods of the same, trying to heal the same cause with different tools. And I know from my experience, the more you get tuned with the refinement of our existence, the less you have to do. You know, I studied a lot of acupuncture, a lot, with different lineages. I studied classical Chinese. I used to do very sophisticated acupuncture, to a point where I look at my charts from 25 years ago, I can't understand them, okay? And now what I do is so simple. I will be scolding myself 25 years from using such simple points, because these are just doors for my ability to a little bit more relax and open myself and the people I'm working with. So this is a journey, and in this sense, anything that connects us to this energy that are bigger than us is so essential, and it's present, of course, directly when you have a magnetic field that you just have to get it's there, you know, you can escape it for 5 minutes, for 10 minutes, for 15 minutes. At some point, it's going to hit you, you know. It's present in our food. It's present in supplement. We just gave an example today of Pectosol. You have to move the obscuring factors like pesticides, heavy metals. You have to clean yourself emotionally, and it's present in our mind. Our mind tends to hold, but our mind has the ability to relax. That's a part of us, you know.
Well, I've mentioned this in previous interviews as well. I saw either an fMRI or SPECT scan of a brain where the people who were doing the research with that fMRI had a subject, had somebody who they're monitoring his brain, this person's brain, and the brain was quiet. And they told this person, lift your arm. He didn't know they were going to tell him. It was not programmed. They just said, okay, now lift your right hand or right arm. The brain is quiet. All of a sudden, you see a little light beginning to shine in the brain, little light going on, a pinpoint, and then it goes bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. It gets really bright, and then he lifts his arm.
Wow.
His mind told his brain, people make that distinction, his mind told his brain, lift your arm.
Completely. Yeah, it's amazing.
So that's how powerful we can be, right?
Yeah, totally. Yeah, so it's great. I think that yeah, we really well. I'm glad that both of us were able to kind of dive in and cover all of this. It was a great interview. Yeah, really.
Now, one of the other points I wanted to make that you were relating to is the problem of letting go. People basically own their stuff. And there's more fear of being different than where you are right now.
Right, of course.
Right? Than what you are. So you could be very, very ill, but feeling something different is more worrisome and more scary. Shifting is more scary than holding on.
Yeah, because this is part of being able to be with the unknown. And if you're on the edge, if you're really flowing with energy, like I mean, a surfer is a good example. Not that I surfed very little. If you're at the edge, you know, you never know what's going to happen. But then you're really alive. You know, if everything is known to us, we're not alive anymore because everything is predicted already. So being alive, yeah, it's part of being alive, definitely. Definitely.
Tai Chi is something like that as well. What you were describing with your scoliosis, right? So rather than hitting the arm coming down, right? What you do is you shift it slightly. You don't use very little energy to shift it.
Completely. Completely. Totally.
Well, this is fantastic. So is there anything else you would like to say?
No, this is great. I mean, I recommend people to take a look at the survival paradox because I introduce, and I hear it from doctors who really, and from patients, but it really will change the way you think about your health. And then, so it's really about giving tools and almost an introduction to a different way of relating to your health. And then it has dozens and dozens of pages of protocols at the end, how you make it practical. So, you know, it took me a long time to really write it.
And I have to say your book is exceptionally pleasant, exceptionally easy to read, very relaxing, just like our discussion today. You feel relaxed even reading it. So I highly recommend it.
And I really have to credit a lot of it to my daughter, Eliaz, who is an ordained Buddhist minister and a meditation master, and she is a great editor. So she really upgraded it, and part of the relaxation is her energy, you know.
We're too technical. We're scientific. We have to express that.
Yeah.
I'll also say one thing. Let's spell galectin. That's Galectin. Galectin.
Yeah, Galectin 3. Yes, galectin 3. And the blocker is pectasol.
So pectasol is spelled Pectasol.
Yes, pectasol modified cyclospectin.
Pectasol comes from pectin.
Exactly.
Right, and sol is a solution, or right. So pectasol is citrus modified pectin, right?
Exactly. It's a special molecular weight that gets absorbed into the bloodstream, and then can actually block galectin 3 with all the benefits. And there is a chapter about modified cyclospectin in my book, because there's a very interesting story how I got introduced to it when I was a teenager. And then it's really interesting in Israel. And then somehow I remembered it, that my neighbor was a very famous citrus scientist in Israel. Israel used to be very famous in its citrus fruits.
Right.
And Ruth Cohen and Leo Cohen were PhDs in organic chemistry. And I was 12 years old. We took a walk to their house, and she turned out of the blue, told me, Isaac, one day they will find a treatment for cancer from the citrus fruit. 24 years later, 1995, the first paper got published by Avram Raz, which I collaborate with now. I called her up, I told her, Ruth, I don't expect you to remember, but I remember what you told me. Don't ask me how, I was 12 years old. And then she put me together with a pectin scientist. And then this journey started, focused initially on cancer, but then all these other indications and all my observation, again, not being locked, I started to see how people's memories are getting better, blood pressure, joint pain, and I realized the effect on inflammation, on heavy metals. So I made all of these discoveries over the years, and now it's much bigger than me. Now there are big universities studying this. There's a paper coming out every week or two from some kind of a big university or medical center, which of course makes me very happy, because it's really, I know I'm contributing to people's health and life. And it's a gift that you can't ask for a bigger gift than making an impact and helping other people. It's
on a lot of people at the same time.
Yeah.
Now we have a surprise for you.
Yeah.
I've never done this before. Dr. Eliaz decided he wants to do 2 visits with us.
Yes.
So we're not going to tell you when, but we're going to have another visit scheduled. We're going to have another discussion.
Right.
And the way you open this discussion is fantastic, because that really opens the door to the next level.
Right. And next time I want to go more into the detoxification. How do you prepare your tissue for change? And for example, with PEMF, electromagnetic field, how can you make ourselves more receptive to it, make it more effective, and have it stay with us? So this can be a great topic to focus.
Teaser. This is the teaser.
Next time.
Teaser for next time.
Thank you so much. Take care. Bye.
We'll talk to you very soon. Hopefully, we'll talk to everybody else very soon as well.
Thank you.
Thank Dr. Eliaz. Thank you. Before we start the next interview, who do you know who needs this information? By sharing the summit with others, you could change or even save someone's life. So please click the share button below the video to help us spread the word and empower your friends and loved ones with this health empowering information. Hi, it's Dr. Pawluk. This episode today is with a great friend, Jason Prall. He's a world traveler. He knows more about not growing old than anybody I know. And that's part of our topic today, is being eclectic in terms of regeneration and stalling aging and recovering from injury and so on. So I'm not going to tell Jason what we're going to talk about. I think we'll basically float around a bit on probably numerous topics. But Jason, tell us about yourself, please.
Yeah, thanks for that. I appreciate the emergent quality of this, because it actually ties into this, what I hope we can talk about today, which is regeneration and this ability of things to grow anew. So yeah, I'm a health practitioner, author, speaker. I do a lot of one-on-one work with people that have a lot of chronic illness. And so for me, it really is about how do we resolve chronic disease, chronic illness and symptoms? And then how do we avoid these things as we get older? Because as we get older, as far as I know, Father Time is undefeated. And but we do have Mother Nature at our back, right? So what are the things that we can do, both the old wisdoms that we can carry with us, the acupunctures, the Ayurvedas, the wisdoms that come from indigenous cultures and all the people from the past. And then also, how do we incorporate this new stuff, this new technology that we're developing? PEMF is such a great example of this. And there's many others that we can use too, to help basically ignite this repair process, this regenerative capacity that is inherent within us. Granted, it does dwindle as we age, but we are inventing some really new cool technologies to sort of augment that, to slow the aging process. And more importantly, as we age, not suffer, because I think that's really what we're all looking for, is we can age, but just, I want to be able to move. I want to be able to be without pain. I want to be able to think and remember and interact. And so that's really what I think this is about.
Well, let's go forth then. And my journey, as we were discussing before, my journey started with acupuncture. And I was a holistic physician before that. And I was always looking at all kinds of different things. And as a medical doctor, I was taught by a British physician that I need to do environmental medicine, I needed to do homeopathy, but I needed to do nutrition, and I should do acupuncture. And I said, oh crap. So here I am, an MD, finished all this training, spent 13 years, 15 years of doing all that. And I said, what, I'm not done yet? So then I started my journey, and acupuncture became one of those ports in the journey. And that started me into PEMFs. So we have to be eclectic. Ultimately, we have to be eclectic.
Absolutely. And there's so much to learn. And like you, I was sort of the same way, in a little bit different of a path. I started off in engineering, and found my way into the health world, thought I had a good basis for understanding what health is and how to, let's say, create it, so to speak, what I thought back when I first started. And then I realized, oh my gosh, there's so much more. I need to learn that and this and this. And eventually it became this idea that finally landed for me, which is that health cannot be created. It is within us. It is an inherent process, and we can rather align with it. And when we do that, then magic happens, right? It's just like when we cut our finger, we actually don't have to do anything. We just have to sort of protect it and not get in the way, and life will do its thing, right? And so that really became my sort of guiding principle as I started to learn about all these other therapies. What can I use to help the body do what it fundamentally understands what to do and how to do it?
And more efficiently.
Exactly.
So what we find with magnetic field therapies is that when you have a wound, and as we discussed earlier, at different ages, that wound is going to heal at different rates, depending on your vitality generally. But no matter what, it's going to do its own thing in its own way, right?
That's
and we know, for example, fractures, non-union fractures. You break a bone, 5 to 10% of people who break a bone are slow in healing that bone, right? So what can you do to augment to make sure that you don't leave it to chance, and you augment it with all sorts of therapies that we're gonna get into.
Absolutely. And to that point about breaking bones, that actually ties into PEMF that I think is in a really important way. There's an electrical property that happens in bone healing. And to some degree, as weird as this may sound, bones can heal normally without any sort of casts or anything. I mean, before we invented all this new technology to help our bones heal, so to speak, there was a process that it could heal. And part of that is the piezoelectric effect. In other words, we needed a little bit of pressure on, if I broke my foot or something, a little bit of pressure actually helps stimulate the growth and repair of the osteoblasts and the fundamental structures that lay down bone. So there's really interesting things, and this ties into PEMF because it's essentially focusing on the same principles, right? That we're using a magnetic field to induce an electric current at the body. And again, all we have to do is induce that, and the body knows how to use it, what to do with it, what to turn on, what to turn off. I mean, there's a lot going on. And this is one of the beautiful things about PEMF is that you're just supplying the magnetic field, and there's nuance to it, no question. But once we do that, then we literally just let go, and the body does the rest. And that's what's so cool.
It's amazing. Actually, I read an interesting report the other day about a new idea about electricity and how and the magnetic fields produced by charge production or charge moving through wires. The scientists, the physicists, were basically saying the electrons are barely moving.
Yes.
They're barely moving.
Yes.
And yet they generate this electric field and this magnetic field. And that electric field, the magnetic field, move at the speed of light. But the electrons are barely moving. So that's an even more astounding phenomenon, is how do you get this amazing charge going through this wire of a magnetic field and electric field, but the electrons aren't moving.
Yeah, it's really funny, actually, if you, not to take too far of a tangent here, but electric theory is really interesting if you go back to Steinmetz and some of the old people who really looked at electricity. And there's this idea of a longitudinal wave and a transverse wave. And a transverse wave goes like this, and a longitudinal wave goes basically straight through without hardly anything moving. And you know that, like, if I can take a little bit of a wire and somebody's standing at both ends and one person waves, then you can see the wire go, right? But if you do a longitudinal wave and take a metal pole, and you bang on one end with a hammer, then instantaneously you actually feel on the other side virtually. And it's just an example. But when you apply it to electricity and a wire or the ether, then actually does happen faster than the speed of light. So there's really interesting things.
Faster than the speed of light?
Exactly, faster than the speed of light, because it is not. it's not a transverse wave. It's a totally different style of wave. And Tesla got into this. And so there's some new electrical theorists that get into this as well. Steinmetz got into some of this. My point of bringing that up even is that we still don't fundamentally know how electricity works, I don't think. I mean, there's a lot of different, let's say there's competing theories, and the classical theory that I think most of us learned, I was an engineer, that most of us learned doesn't really hold a lot of water in a lot of instances. In other words, there's things that break the laws that we're being taught. And so this is what's really interesting about electricity, is that we're still learning about this stuff, right? And again, it actually sort of hammers my point home, which is that we just supply the magnetic field, and we just kind of step back because, and with a little humility, and go, okay, body, you do your thing. We're just going to provide you the alignment and allow that to happen, right? So there's so much that we don't know, and I think we will continue to learn as we implement some of these technologies going forward.
And incredibly too, PEMF magnetic fields as opposed to electric fields.
Right.
Magnetic fields are extraordinarily safe.
Absolutely. And again, it's something we actually don't really know a lot about, right? What is a magnetic field? It's just a field. Like, we don't really fundamentally understand like where it comes from, how it works. We just know the effects of the magnetic fields, and that's been studied very well. But again, a lot of questions when it comes to these things. And again, what we're really focusing on here is the effects, right? So how do we regenerate the body? How do we allow it to turn on those mechanisms that allow for healing faster and more efficiently with less damage?
That tells us that we are an electromagnetic apparatus ourselves.
Absolutely. Yeah. And one of the fundamental aspects of the body is, of that electromagnetic component, is the mitochondria, right? It's one of the things that I really like to focus on when it comes to health and well-being, because look, I've got a 2-year-old and he gets hurt all the time. In fact, he tried to skateboard on this little tiny skateboard the other day. He thought he could ride it, and he stepped on it and it went back, and he went face first, just bloodied up the front of his face, and it's pretty bad. But I watched how fast he heals, and it's unbelievable. Literally, he goes to bed the next morning, it totally changes. And whereas me, when I get injured, when I cut myself or what have you, it takes so much longer. So there's a point here that when we're young, we have this unbelievable vitality. We have so much coherence. And look, the research on stem cells has actually shown us this, that the number of stem cells available to us when we were young is like, it's so high, it's in the millions. And then it's a parabolic decline as we get older. So when we hit 30, we heal infinitely slower than we did when we were 2, and when we're 80, infinitely slower than when we're 30. So we have this ability to heal is really declining. So whatever we can utilize to assist that process, to ignite that process, is going to be really, really beneficial, particularly as we get into our middle ages and older ages. That's where something like PEMF and other therapies that I'd like to talk about too can really help this process out.
Let's dig in.
Yeah. So when it comes to mitochondria, there's mitochondria, these little organelles inside the cells, right? And each cell, depending on the type of cell, it's going to have different numbers of mitochondria. So the metabolically active organs in our body, the brain, the heart, the liver, the kidney, these things have a lot of mitochondria per cell. So they have a higher density. And that's actually what creates the electromagnetic field of the heart and the brain. So when we do EKGs and EEGs and all these things, we're actually measuring some of these fields. And this is not wholly, but mostly related to mitochondrial function. And so what we want to do is we actually want the mitochondria to be really efficient at the electrical current that's happening at that level. So to be able to transfer electric flow through the mitochondria, creating a lot of charge separation, that then also creates ATP, consequently, for us to create energy, but also we're producing reactive oxygen species that help signal things. So there's a little bit of sort of oxidative stress that's normal, that's natural, that's healthy to help signal certain things in the cell. So all of that is how mitochondria should function. As we age and as we start to exhibit ill health or disharmony or dis-ease in the body, mitochondria essentially weaken. They lose their capacity to produce energy. They produce more oxidative stress. They actually get into a mode that is a protective, defensive mode, right? So when there's a threat, when there's heavy metals, when there's a lot of chemicals, when there's infections going on in the body, and I like Ayurveda, so if anybody here is familiar with Ayurveda, this ama that builds up, this toxic, morbid waste that builds up at the cellular level throughout the body, that creates a dysfunctional cell. and a lot of inflammatory signals go out from the mitochondria. In other words, they're signaling to other mitochondria and other cells, hey, danger, danger, threat, threat. And so just like us as a human body, when we're in danger, we don't engage the parasympathetic. We're not in rest and digest. It's not a good time to have sex. It's a time to run. It's a time to fight, right? And so our sympathetic overdrive kicks into gear, and that we're not healing at that point. We are using all of our vital energy to stay alive. Well, it's the same thing that happens at the cellular level, right? The mitochondria are in this threat danger mode, and therefore they're not as effectively producing energy. And so when that happens, this is when we see this runaway inflammation. So we have inflammation at the cellular level, literally happening at the cellular level, that's causing damage to DNA, it's causing damage to other mitochondria, it's causing damage to cellular membranes, which are really, really important aspect of the cell, as well as the other components of the cells. So as that's happening day after day, month after month, year after year, now we really start to get dysfunctional cells, poor communication. Certain genes are turning on and off, and we lose this coherence, this harmony that's happening both on the cellular level, the organ level, and the system level. And that's what we call disease. So how do we unwind that? One of the key mechanisms is to restore that function at the mitochondrial level. I was interviewing once a mitochondrial researcher, and he said there is no disease where the mitochondria is not associated. In other words, every single disease process does involve the mitochondria on a fairly significant level. And some diseases, like cancer, like particular, are fundamentally mitochondrial related. And so we really, it's a really important thing to focus on mitochondrial health and function. And so there are a number of things we can do from a lifestyle perspective to both regrow new mitochondria. That's the cool thing. It's called mitochondrial biogenesis, right? So we can regrow new mitochondria, and these are healthy ones. We can recycle old ones, and the ones that are damaged and dysfunctional, we can actually break those down in a process called mitophagy and recycle those parts. That's beautiful. And then we can also have this process of fusion and fission, so they can actually fuse together and separate apart. And through this process, they can become more efficient, more effective. And that's really what we're looking for. So a couple of those things that we can, sleep is the number one, okay? I just want to name a couple of these. Focusing on sleep, really, really critical to repair mitochondrial function.
And appropriate sleep.
Appropriate sleep, absolutely. At the right time of day, we get good deep sleep, we get enough REM sleep, really, really important. And the time of day actually really, really important, right? So there's critical windows of opportunity for sleep. So typically between 10 p.m. and 6 a.m., give or take, those are kind of the prime hours. The other things, intermittent fasting, very, very effective for recycling mitochondria and producing new healthy mitochondria. Exercise, particularly interval training or something somewhat intense, right? It doesn't have to be a marathon, nothing like that, but a little bit of intense movement throughout your day. And intense is variable. So intensity for an 18-year-old is going to be different from the intensity of a 65-year-old, right? But whatever it is for you, whatever is a little bit intense, where you're breathing hard and you're physically stimulated for 30 seconds, 60 seconds, is beautiful. And we can take these rests, and then we can go stimulate again. But something that's going to move the body, really work and force the body, that's going to actually provide an adaptive pressure to the body. So the body's going to say, whoa, we're moving a lot here. We got to create more powerhouses. We got to create more energy centers called mitochondria. So let's build new ones so we can adapt to this pressure that we're being put under. You can do things like heat and cold therapy. Now, this is something it's not ideal for everybody. I wouldn't say that, but it's one of the mechanisms that we can use. But I fundamentally, I think intermittent fasting, perhaps even fasting for 24 hours every now and again, is a good thing. And exercise. Those are the really, really important things, I think, for good mitochondrial function from a lifestyle perspective.
Well, interesting that you say about movement. There's an interesting phenomenon that happens with movement as well. We tend to think of charge movement in the body as a charge moving down, maybe a blood vessel, but primarily moving down a nerve.
Right.
But the fascial layers of the body, the connective tissue layers of the body, are a matrix. Mm-hmm. And they're a matrix of tubules. They're like little wall structures, et cetera. So that matrix forms the 3D dimensionality of the body, essentially. Charge moves down that matrix at the rate of 70 meters per second. That's amazing.
It's darn
70
fast.
meters per second. If you go like that with your arm, charge moves down that fast. So when you're moving charge down the body, what does that do to mitochondria? What does that do to circulation? What does it do to anything else in the body, essentially?
Absolutely, absolutely, and vice versa, right? So the more that we can actually, and there's a lot of adhesions, especially as we get older, right? In that in those fascial layers, and fascia is something that innervates every organ, tissue, and cell in the body, and they've really identified the interstitium and the fascia and this collective network that is sort of outside the cells, so to speak, or it's a network that we don't think associated with the cells or organs, and it is unbelievably important. And of course, it's intertwined. There's a really important relationship with water, and we get into things like Gerald Pawluk's work and fourth phase water, EZ water, which has special electrical properties. It can actually hold more electrical charge through its structure. And that becomes an important aspect to the ability of the fascia. And so we can actually break that stuff up through something like rolfing. Rolfing is a fantastic tool to really loosen these adhesions, right? We can call it scar tissue, but it's even fundamentally deeper than scar tissue because it's not necessarily associated with scars only, but it starts to get sticky. And the body internally doesn't move, and we loosen those up, and we can start to get this flow now, and everything starts to move and flow. In fact, a lot of injuries, what we call pain, is actually associated with nerves being caught and trapped into those sort of fibrous structures at that level, right? So something like rolfing. There's another therapy called block therapy, which I think is really, really cool. That is a way to loosen these adhesions, and unbelievable stuff happens when you start to loosen that up, because now we're getting flow, as you mentioned, that electrical current and that flow and the charge and the prana and all the stuff that we associate with blood flow, so to speak. Even goes deeper than that. There's an energetic aspect that's happening beyond just the blood, but blood, oxygen, and energy, prana, can go through the body and start to deliver the healing mechanisms to the tissues that weren't really getting a lot of it.
Well, it's so when you talked about charge at the beginning, we talk about electrical charge, but people often get concerned that it's electrical, and that's bad, right?
Right.
But we're not talking about electrical per se, not like a current flowing down a wire, even though we talked about currents not flowing down wires.
Right.
So it's charge is basically ions, sodium and potassium and chloride, positive and negatively charged ions. That's charge. So when you increase the environment of those electrons and ions basically to connect with each other, charge flows.
Right.
So that's the kind of electrical charge we're talking about. And PEMFs increase that flow of charge in this crystal matrix.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Right?
And there's so much to the body when it comes to, when I say electricity, it's really just, you can think of static electricity, you can think of charges. It's really just, it's chemistry, right? It's fundamentally what we talk about when we talk about calcium and magnesium and these elements in the body, and these even vitamins and vitamins, just like B12 and vitamin C. These all work fundamentally on electrical charge, right? That's really how the body communicates. That's maybe a better way to say it, is that the communication tool of the body is through electric charge. We think about it mostly in terms of chemistry, but chemistry is just the layer above electric charge. The first battery, right, was just a bunch of chemistry going on, right? And that's really what we were using, right? You can use water and sodium and some metals, and boom, you've got electricity. So it's really the charge carrying capacity, the communication ability of the body, and we want to increase that. We want to increase its ability to create charge, to hold charge separation, right? There's voltages that happen at the cellular level that are ideal. We want to initiate that instead of distort it, right? And that's really what's happening, is there's a distortion happening at that sort of electrical level. And we don't need to think about these terms. You don't think about the body in terms of electrical potential, but that's really how it's working. And so again, I think it belabors the point here that we just create the circumstances for the body to do what it does, and we just go, you handle the charge stuff. I don't need to worry about that. I'm just going to do my thing that I know is going to be beneficial, right? And that's where we can include PEMF. We can include good sleep, intermittent fasting, good loving relationships, right? Low stress, reducing EMF, bad EMFs in the environment, right? Getting good EMFs from the sun, right? In small amounts and in a proper amount. There's all these things that we can do to harmonize and to create that potential in the body. And that's really what we want to focus on.
We're talking about mitochondria. So let's talk about entropy.
My favorite topic. Yeah. Yeah. So there's actually something called negentropy as well. So this idea of entropy is really this loss of organizational capacity, this loss of structure, coherence, this loss of intelligence, so to speak, and into this sort of diffuse milieu, right? It's the loss of heat, so to speak. It's the loss of organization and structure. Well, we can undo that. We can actually go and this idea of negentropy, which is what some physicists actually thought was the basis of life itself, was this idea of negentropy, this idea of organizational structure, this idea of intelligence, resisting the natural capacity to go to zero, to go to rest, to go to emptiness. And so that's really what we want to facilitate. And that's what mitochondria do. It's what the whole body is kind of doing, but mitochondria are fundamental in holding that negentropy, to resist entropy, to resist this idea of sort of falling apart into just random chaos, right? And so the body doesn't like chaos. The body likes organization. It likes structure. It likes intelligence. And when we can provide that, then it's able to maintain that coherence. It's able to maintain, oh, you're a kidney cell. I'm a liver cell. I know what my job is. I'm going to turn this on. I'm going to do that. And all these functions are, I mean, there's trillions happening per second. They're coordinated. And that's what's so amazing. And the body is coordinated. That's why something like circadian rhythm, which is a really important aspect to maintaining mitochondrial health and health of the body, which is this idea that the light primarily from the sun and the darkness when the sun's down is going to entrain our brain and our entire body into what time of day it is, to predict the functions that's going to happen next. In other words, as this daily cycle of light happens, my eyes take that in, talks to the suprachiasmatic nucleus, that talks to the hypothalamus, the pituitary, and the pineal, and all these organs in the brain are now then talking to the organ systems in my body and the cells in my body. And we have period genes and clock genes and BMAL and all these things going on inside the cell that say, okay, I know what time of day it is. I'm going to do this, right? And that's why when we're healthy, we don't have to urinate at night. Certain functions are turned off and turned on, and all these hormones are working. And beautiful, we can shut that process off, and we can turn on all these other genes and turn off all these other genes. And then we wake up and cortisol rises because we know what time of day it is, right? So this is all coordination that's happening, and that's governed by this idea of circadian rhythm. So it's really, really important to understand what coherence is so that the brain is talking to all the cells and we all know what's going on. And that's really this idea of resisting entropy fundamentally at the cellular level and throughout the body.
Well, what we have to do often, unfortunately, the body's supposed to do what it's supposed to do, right?
Right.
But we have a problem because we interfere with that, right? All the different ways that human beings interfere with the natural rhythms.
That's right.
So what are some of those ways that we interfere?
Yeah, well, and this is what you're saying is, I love this because it is the fundamental idea of health, which is that it's there. It's your birthright. The body wants to be healthy. And when we are out of alignment with the sort of universal principles that we all must follow, again, we need sleep, right? We need certain things. If we don't, some of these things we die, but otherwise we get sick. And so we need to follow these universal principles. And then there's other things, again, those are like, we need connection, we need love, we need to touch the ground, right? Astronauts have proven to us that we actually we need the Earth's magnetic field. It's a really important aspect of our health. We need the circadian rhythm. We need to be operating on those times of day. We ideally need to be eating. There's a way to eat, right? There's all these sort of things. We need to move. These are fundamental aspects that are universal to human health. There's other things too that are in alignment with our personal health. In other words, we do have uniqueness. We do have a constitution. We look at Ayurveda, we look at Chinese medicine, some of these old wisdoms, they tell us they have a really good map for those things. But this is where we figure out what's right for me. Okay, I tend to like more plants. I do better on that. Interesting. Okay. And perhaps even later in life, I might change. And so this is where we come into alignment with our own individual aspect, and we do these things properly. So some people really, really benefit from really intense exercises. Some people benefit more from slow movements like yin yogas and qigong and tai chi and walking, depending on the age, depending on the condition, depending on the body type and the constitution. Some people benefit from more spicy foods. Some people benefit from more cooling foods, right? So there's all these things. And so this is, I guess, it's hard for me to really name a lot of these because they're so individualized, but this is where it's important to really focus on what is good for me instead of just listening to this quote unquote health advice from this person out here. It may or may not apply to me, right? So some of these things are universal that we all need, and some of these things are specific to me. So it's really important to get in tune with those. But there's a couple of therapies that I really want to bring in that I think are really exciting as we move forward into this sort of new wave, this new generation of health technology and development that I found unbelievably useful in my clinical practice. One is peptides. So these are, we all naturally produce peptides in the body. Actually, let me back up. When it comes to introducing a therapy, I think ideally what I like to use is something that is inherent to the body. So the body already knows what it is, right? So it's fundamentally understood by the body. It has a communication that the body understands, or it is a substance or technology that we know that we can use to influence the body in a safe way that's not going to push us too far out of balance, right? So there's some things that are just so foreign to the body that I think there's only very small cases or individual cases that they become useful. I like to use things that are more universal. So something like peptides, we all produce them. When we're young, we produce a ton of them. We're producing them now inside the body. And peptides are just strings of amino acids, right? But these amino acids, like a piano, if they're played the right way, they can produce beautiful music. The right strings of amino acids turn on certain genes and turn off certain genes and ignite certain processes. And so we can use some of these peptides. Now, a lot of them right now are injectables, right? So unless you're dealing with something really severe illness, then you may not want to go down the injectable route. Most people don't. And right now in the US, they're only able to be sold for research purposes only. Now, that doesn't mean people aren't using them for therapeutic use. There's a ton of people, maybe biohackers and people that are in regenerative medicine clinics and these type of things that are using peptides very successfully with the injectable.
Because they're injectable. So if you're not doing injectable peptides that you can do, they're basically a food, right? Anyway, so you can do, you can do non-injectables. The injectables require that.
Yep, injectables are highly therapeutic. They're very specific, and the research has identified certain peptides that can turn on certain processes, right? And they're beautiful for certain things. Now, most of them are not, we are not able to digest them or ingest them. As soon as we do, our stomach acid breaks them because they're fragile. They break down in the stomach acid and they just come down into amino acids, and then the body's got to reconstitute them, and they kind of lose their whole point at that stage. There are a couple though that can be digested. We figured out ways to sort of resist the digestive processes so that they can exert their effects. One is what they call TB4 frag, right? And this is thymosin beta 4. But this TB4 frag actually is able to resist that process of digestion, and there's some bioavailability there. Now, this TB4 frag is unbelievable for regeneration capacity, particularly with gut function, immune function, really, really beneficial. Another one is BPC 157. And this is another one that is, BPC stands for body protective compound. And this is a peptide that basically, again, these signal certain processes to turn on, just like PEMF in a totally different way, but similar idea, which is that it's going to ignite these processes of the body to repair and regenerate. That's why it's called body protective compound. They actually originally found it in the gastric juices in the digestive tract. So they found that there was this compound that was being produced that was initiated when a healing response was necessary. So they thought, oh, okay, we can identify this. They extracted it, and sure enough, when you extract and inject BPC 157 in a specific area, right in a specific joint or something, unbelievable healing. When you take it orally, it actually works really well in the gut as well as anywhere throughout the body. It gets into the bloodstream and it basically goes and finds the healing that's needed. So it's beautiful because it can be taken over long periods of time, and it just starts to work wherever it's needed throughout the body. And so it's a beautiful compound for that. So I love peptides. I love where they're going. I think the next 5 or 10 years, as we develop and understand more, we're going to have unbelievable technology to use there. And again, it's operating on the principle that these peptides are created by the body. We're tweaking them a little bit, but it's the same thing. We're speaking the language of the body. And so we're basically telling it, hey, turn on this healing capacity. And that's what the peptide does. It sort of unlocks the door for healing. So that's a really, really good use is peptides. Another one, yeah, go ahead.
Oh, and I think that, you're going to have transdermals, you're going to have inhalants, nasal sprays, all sorts of things that are coming down the road.
Absolutely, and there actually are transdermals that have been very effective too. So you can actually use those. So if you don't want to do the injection, transdermal is really great for the regeneration of the skin and face. People are using for cosmetic purposes, and apparently I haven't used them yet, but I'm really excited to try them. Apparently they work beautifully. So instead of doing Botox and some of these other things that are really not good for the nerves and the structures of the body, this is a much better application. And so we can use these cosmetically. We can use them for joint pains and gastrointestinal issues. I mean, look, people with GI issues, BPC 157, TB4 frag, autoimmune conditions, these are fantastic. Like, these are really, really good therapies. These are so far beyond the herbal and supplement protocols that I've been using for the last 15 years. These are next level. And so when you start to include these in your regimen, and then you include something like PEMF, you're talking about 1-2 combos that are just like insane for healing the aspects of the body that really need the healing without causing damage. Like, that's what's so cool. It's not like if you take too much of this stuff, you're going to cause problems. That's the beauty. You might be throwing money down the drain. You might just be wasting it. But the body is not. There's no mechanism that it's going to cause issues with. So that's why I like this stuff. That's the beautiful aspect. Another really cool therapy that most people still aren't sure about, which is kind of funny to me, but it's using melatonin, and it's actually using higher doses of melatonin. And so melatonin is a funny compound because we think about it solely as this sleep hormone. And yes, of course, the pineal gland produces melatonin, and it is involved with sleep architecture, and that's great. But melatonin's made in the mitochondria. It's made in every cell throughout the body except for red blood cells. And so what's going on there? What is this melatonin doing? And it turns out that even when you supplement with high dose melatonin, there's no negative feedback loop like other hormones. So when you take testosterone or any other hormone, progesterone, DEHA, you actually start to saturate the receptors, and we can actually get this shutdown response of the body, because the body's trying to down-regulate because it's getting so much. Then it's going to down-regulate your own production, and we have this negative feedback loop. And then when you come off of it, there's problems and there's issues there. But melatonin's not the case. In fact, it's so safe that they've tried to kill people with it. In other words, they try to kill rodents with it, and they can't find the dose. It's called an LD50, right? So it's what dose is it going to take to kill 50% of the study participants, and they can't find it. In fact, in human studies, they've used something like 6.6 grams for really long periods of times. Now, most people are taking like a milligram, right? So times that by 6,000 and do that every day, and they can't figure out any negative effects. So not only can they not figure out what's the LD50 of melatonin, but if you look through the research, there's really no evidence of harm being caused by this stuff. It's really, really interesting. Now, because it is a master hormone, it will regulate other aspects of hormonal function. So in fact, in Europe, they've been using, it's about 75 milligrams of melatonin plus progesterone as birth control. So it will affect things like progesterone and luteinizing hormone and follicle stimulating hormone. So it's a master regulator, but we actually kind of want to suppress luteinizing hormone and follicle stimulating hormone as we age, because that naturally rises. So there's this interesting phenomena at puberty. We actually see this. We have really high melatonin right before puberty. Then puberty happens, melatonin falls, follicle stimulating hormone shoots up, luteinizing hormone shoots up, and these are our sexual reproduction hormones. So we have this inverse relationship that's happening with melatonin and these two hormones. Same thing happens at like 60, 65 after menopause, and about 60, 65 for men, we see this drop in melatonin. And by the way, it's dropping precipitously throughout our life, but there's these real stark drop-offs at about 60, 65. And then we see this massive increase in luteinizing hormone and follicle stimulating hormone. So there's something going on there that has to do with aging and sort of maturation of the body. What's interesting is that you can actually supplement with high dose melatonin and prevent or delay the onset of puberty. So we can actually, so it's like melatonin's acting as a brake for follicle stimulating hormone and luteinizing hormone, keeping it suppressed. And so, yeah, you don't want to do that necessarily for puberty, but it's interesting that happens. Where we might want to do it is in that age of 60, 65, is start taking a little bit higher doses of melatonin to suppress that follicle stimulating hormone, suppress luteinizing hormone, keep that low, and protect against these sort of diseases of aging in that way. But more importantly, melatonin is a master antioxidant. It is the number one antioxidant in the body. So not only does it have direct antioxidant capacity, an antioxidant, remember, if it's out of control, that's what's responsible for inflammation. That's stimulating the inflammation at the cellular level. So this quells that and gobbles up these oxidative molecules in the body directly. It also has the capacity to turn on other antioxidant-related genes, superoxide dismutase, other things going on at the cellular level. So now it's sort of like it's acting as the soldiers taking care of things in the battlefield. And then it's also acting as the general saying, kind of directing some of the other soldiers to clean up things. And then it also has another capacity to turn on anti-inflammatory genes. So it's turning on these oxidative things, but it's also influencing, IL-10 and other anti-inflammatory markers to help suppress, I'm sorry, not anti-inflammatory, suppress the inflammatory genes. So it's gobbling up things and it's also suppressing this inflammation. So this is what I've seen clinically, is that it does an unbelievable job at cellular healing, at healing the gut, skin healing, wound healing, joint healing. These pains go away. I mean, it's unbelievable what happens at the cellular level. And this inflammation just starts to be mopped up by melatonin. And so you can use doses of 5 milligrams a day, 10 milligrams a day, 20, 50, 100. I've used upwards of 200 milligrams a day of melatonin with myself and clients to clean up immune-related issues, autoimmune conditions, gut-related issues, and things like this that are chronic in nature. And it's really unbelievable what happens.
Do you do that temporarily, or do you do that over an extended period of time, those very high doses? Yeah,
you can do it. I like to work up to those doses, just so people can feel if there's any. And by the way, when I take those high levels, it doesn't change my sleep architecture. It doesn't make me more groggy. It doesn't make me sleep better necessarily. I sleep pretty good. Again, the light is what's guiding that sleep rhythm and the darkness. But some people, it will affect their sleep. Everybody's different. And so I like to dose people up.
For a second. Salamanders.
Say that again?
Make a lot of melatonin. So it's one of the original hormones, antioxidants in the body, teleologically speaking.
Yeah, well, this is also what's interesting about melatonin. Sorry, I was getting blinded by the light here. Melatonin is an ancient hormone. In fact, this is why the mitochondria likely make it, is because it was first made by cyanobacteria in the sort of evolution of organisms billions of years ago. They made melatonin. This is why all organisms make melatonin, plants make melatonin. So it's really, really a fundamental hormone, if you want to even call it that. But again, it doesn't operate like a hormone in some senses. And so it's so much more than just this sleep hormone. That's what I really want to get through, is that it's not like we take melatonin for sleep. That's great. And there's a lot of longevity research that has been done on supplementing with melatonin, especially as we get into our 50s and 60s. And that research is focused on mimicking physiological doses when we were younger. And I think that's really brilliant. I love that train of thought. I like that idea, because I think if we can, because that's what happens as we get older, we lose our sleep architecture a little bit. And that's part of what's contributing to the rapid onset of aging and disease as we get older. So if we can continue to get a little bit better sleep architecture, then that's going to prevent aging. Fundamentally though, it is a antioxidant molecule. It is going into the body, and there's the studies that I've seen, there's no point at which it becomes oxidative. So in other words, it's what happens with oxidation. Oxidation precipitates more oxidation. It's like this chain. It just keeps oxidizing. Well, melatonin actually works in the opposite way, which is really weird, because not every antioxidant, so to speak, in the body will do this, but usually it'll mop up what it can and it's done. This actually precipitates an antioxidative strain or chain the other way. So it actually keeps precipitating more antioxidant capacity. So it's really, really unbelievable. Now, theoretically, we could get into, because we're balancing reduction and oxidation in the body. That's healthy person, a healthy infant is going to have really good balanced oxidation and reduction. So we may not need to precipitate tons of reductive capacity, of antioxidant capacity, but I don't see that a lot. So theoretically, we could go too far into reduction and not enough oxidation. Theoretically, that's not what's walking in my door. The people that I'm working with, especially as we get older, it's all extra inflammation. It's all this highly oxidative thing that's going on at the cellular level, and partially because we live in a very destructive environmental state, right? Both mentally, emotionally, physically. There's a lot of things that are precipitating this oxidative capacity. So using melatonin 3 times a week, 5 times a week, 7 times a week, whatever the case is, but on a regular basis, what I say is start low, start with 5 milligrams, use that for a week, go up to 10, and just keep going up until you start noticing beneficial changes. And what you'll notice is softer skin, more smooth skin, more even colored skin. You'll notice your stool formation starts to improve really, really well, because there's a lot of what happens at the microbiota level. It's actually your microbiota are responding to melatonin. So they are fundamentally influenced by melatonin. There's something called swarming that happens. They start to get together and their activity increases of the beneficial strains. It actually promotes the growth of Akkermansia mucinophilia, which is really responsible for the mucin layer of the gut. It's unbelievable. I could go on and on about what this does at these levels. Another important thing that melatonin does, and this is particularly related to immune issues as well as aging, which is that it regrows the thymus. Now, the thymus is not talked about a lot in health circles, which is really funny, but the thymus is responsible for T cells. So this is fundamentally the immune response of the body. And when we get into things like autoimmunity, food sensitivity, this is all related to Th1, Th2, Th17, and Treg. So regulatory T cells are the T cells that kind of govern the balance of Th1 and Th2. Th1 and Th2 are your inflammation molecules. And so we want a balance of Th1, Th2. Treg helps us do that. Melatonin, and what's governing all those functions is a healthy thymus. So the interesting thing about the thymus is that it starts to lose, it's really big when we're young. And then at about puberty, it starts to shrink and it starts to gain fatty tissue around it. So it starts to lose its capacity,
and even
its functional capacity. Exactly. So we're losing our functional capacity for immunity at 13 or 15 or whatever. That's remarkable. That's before, we're still developing, and somehow the thymus is starting to degrade. So there's something really interesting. And again, remember what I said happens at 13 to 15. Melatonin drops, LH and FSH increase. So there's a relationship between the melatonin, the thymus, and those luteinizing hormone, follicle stimulating hormone. So if we can keep melatonin high, particularly in our 20s, 30s, 40s, 50s, 60s, and onward, not only can we preserve thymus function, we can actually regrow thymus function. And what's interesting about the thymus too is that not only is it degrading on a sort of linear level, but we can have these events, whether it's a mold infection, we can have various events in our life that really ramp up inflammation and create havoc in the body, and we can have something like this sort of spontaneous thymic involution, this thymic reduction of capacity just instantaneously happen in a very short order because of some inflammatory state. So a lot of us have gone through something like that, especially in the health space. So if we go through a health crisis of some kind, it's quite possible that we lost a lot of thymic function. So we really need to grow functional thymic cells back to help produce the Th1, Th2, Treg balance that will take us out of autoimmunity, take us out of food sensitivity, and stop reacting to everything in our environment, the chemicals, all the things, and we start to react to only the things that are truly threats, which are infections and things, these type of things. And so we balance our inflammation in a really, really important way. And again, melatonin's doing that, right? So, I mean, this is what's fascinating. You can, Dr. Pawluk, you can go look at the melatonin research for days and days, and it's like you can't find anything bad. I mean, it's so weird that it's been demonized, or people have this idea of like, don't supplement with melatonin. And I'm sensitive to that because for the last number of years, I followed that same idea of like, let's just mimic physiological doses. That makes sense to me. We don't want to do anything crazy here. It's a hormone, let's take caution. But the more research I do, the more I find that there's literally nothing. It's like melatonin needs a good PR. Like they need a PR rep to help restore its image because it's so funny that people think it's bad, but it is unbelievable from a clinical perspective. When you use something like higher doses of melatonin, you see nothing but good things happen. I mean, it's again, the biggest thing for me is when my skin starts getting better, softer, more luscious, it tans easier, and my stool is forming more consistent on a regular basis. And what you want to look for in stool formation is that it should look like it should have the consistency of a banana. It should come out smooth and easy. Shouldn't have like bumps or anything. And it should be this long stool that's banana and should curl up on the bottom, and it should not leave any marks. Like that's the ideal stool. So the closer we can get to that on a regular basis, that's a good sign that your gut is functioning in a really, really healthy way. So the melatonin is being, the receptors are all over the gut lining. It's affecting microbiota. It's affecting mitochondria. It's affecting DNA. This is why I think it's so impactful. And it's why I think if you use something like melatonin, like peptides and like PEMF in combination for inflammatory conditions, I mean, look out.
What PEMFs are you using?
Good question. I actually don't have any PEMFs, Dr. Pawluk. I need somebody like you to come work on me.
Well, I'll recommend something to you offline.
But that's true. Actually, I would like to. I'm in relatively good health, but I do have some old injuries that I'm consistently working on, and so I've been doing a lot of reconstruction, essentially, with various movements to get the structure back and the alignment back. But I do need some help with a persistent pain deep in this shoulder from playing baseball in college and things.
Well, beyond that, we talked about charge at the beginning. We talked about mitochondria. PEMFs increase ATP dramatically. ATP, unfortunately, is basically local. It doesn't circulate, really. It's all produced locally pretty well. And we produce our body weight in ATP every day.
Right, it's amazing.
Every molecule of ATP is recycled between 200 to 500 times a day. Right, so it's constantly moving, constantly changing. And PEMFs increase the total cycling process of ATP. So that means
and with that, real quick, sorry, I want to interrupt that because one of the things too, I decided this train I didn't want to lose. When you produce ATP, there's a byproduct of ADP that when we use ATP, and that helps sleep, right? So this is perhaps one of the reasons why it helps sleep, yeah?
Well, you break down ATP into ADP, right?
Right.
And the ADP is then used as a substrate to make it more ATP. So the more ATP you're producing, the more ADP you're going to produce. Not all of the ADP is going to be used to make ATP.
Right. And in the brain, ADP is used to bind to certain receptors. And in fact, that's why caffeine works, is it actually gets in there and binds to those receptors instead of ADP. And this is what keeps us awake. It's not a stimulant, actually. It's a sleep repressant. And so I know whenever I work out, whenever I use more ATP, so to speak, I have such better sleep. And part of that is because it's ADP. And so I suspect that PEMF is working through some of that same process, almost like exercise would be without the sort of inflammation that comes with exercise.
So I guess my concept of magnetic field therapy then basically, if you're doing it on a regular basis, you're increasing charge of the body. We don't control what happens.
Right.
The body decides what it's going to do with that energy, right?
Right.
So anything else that you're doing, magnetic field therapy just basically using the word amps it up.
Yep.
Right. So then, and it's a wave. So you amp yourself up and then you ride that wave for a certain amount of time. So people ask me, how much treatment should I do? Listen to your body.
Right.
Right. Because, if you have 1 million biochemical processes per second in every cell of the body, you have 100 trillion cells. How much treatment do you need? I don't know. Right. And, there are people that are selling magnetic therapy devices say just 8 minutes a day. That's all you need. 8 minutes a day. Well, if you're well, you probably don't need that much. And I know people who do magnetic field therapy at bedtime and go wong. But most people, I would say 90% of people who do it at bedtime sleep better because they're going to sleep deeper. The cells are more restored. Things are more balanced because whatever you're doing is going to be used throughout the body. It's not just going to be used locally, whether you do local or whole body. And I clearly recommend whole body primarily.
Yeah, and that's how I've used it. And I think you're right. Yeah, that makes sense to me. Is you're basically bringing things back into alignment so that you're shutting off that sympathetic drive. You're shutting off the inflammation at the cellular level. You're increasing coherence, and the parasympathetic puts you in a body in a restful state, and you can fall asleep naturally. That's how I've actually used it. My friend had one when I was living in LA, and that was where most of my use came from, was using his, and it's a whole body machine, and that's. I noticed really good sleep with it. That was one of the fundamental things. Because I was tracking my sleep, and I typically get good sleep. I always wake up restful, but when I was tracking my sleep with that, I did notice that my deep sleep increased and my REM increased as well. So the time that I spent in light sleep or in that slight wake up mode was much less.
The one system I recommend the most now is from Israel. It's called the PARMEDS Multi-Flash.
Okay.
It's not cheap. But it's a high enough intensity that's going to reach deep enough into the body and throughout the brain. So, 30-minute treatment once or twice a day, you ought to be humming, but it's not reliant on frequency. So we don't have to worry about frequencies. This is all about Faraday's law. It's all about increasing the charge in the body.
Right. Absolutely. And this is one thing. I mean, look, I'm actually at that point now. I'm just crossed 40, and I'm sort of just dawning on me that I'm getting older. And it took me a while to figure that out. But I'm realizing that it's actually important for me to maintain and to do these things on a regular basis to maintain this function. Again, and a lot of it is in the research I do on longevity. And as we cross 40 and 50, man, these things just start accelerating in a normal state. And so the more we can do to sort of slow that process down, and I'm not one who actually thinks that we can live forever. I know there's some people out there, futurists, that like to think that way. I think there's this natural process that we go through that we call aging that is important. It's important to get older, but what it's not important to do is to get sick and to get have all this pain, right? And to digress. And so I think that's what I fundamentally believe, that we can get older and not suffer in those ways and still participate in life like we always wanted. And that's really what I'm trying to do here. And so I think I'm actually, let me write this down. Say that again, because I'm not recording this. I know you are, but what's the device?
It's called PARMEDS, PARMEDS, like PAR and then meds like medications, PARMEDS Multi-Flash.
Multi-Flash, beautiful.
And
cool.
It's on our website,
Pawluk.com. That's beautiful. That's on my list, because that's actually one of the things that I wasn't sure exactly what to get. So I'm really glad I got that advice from you. Because and there's a lot of people talking about PEMFs, and they all recommend different things. But I like the way you think when it comes to using this pulsed magnetic to induce Faraday's law, which induces current and the natural healing. That's what I'm looking for.
There are places for frequencies, but I don't worry so much about frequency. What most of us need is more energy. Totally.
We need more coherence at that cellular level to induce those
and amplification of all of our processes.
Totally. Agreed. That's what I'm looking for. Beautiful. I love that.
Well, fantastic. Jason, this is a fantastic roaming interview. And I learned something absolutely new about the melatonin, because people are afraid of melatonin. They're told to turn off all kinds of other things. And I know that in cancer, people often use pretty high doses. And quite frankly,
yes,
the highest doses I was looking at were people were using like 20 milligrams. Well, now, hey,
that's nothing. There's stuff. There's studies actually. They use 600 milligrams a day for long periods of time. So this stuff is extremely safe. It's used actually in the NICU when babies are in really dire circumstances. They'll dose them with melatonin, high doses of melatonin into newborns, and it's effective. And again, cancer therapy too, as a standalone treatment. It's being tested and utilized in Europe, not so much in the U.S. They don't really like that here, but in combination we use it here. And so yeah, it's tremendously effective. Again, I really encourage people to look at the research on it, and you can just go into PubMed and type in melatonin, and you find some very fascinating studies. It's tremendous.
I'm going to warn my wife that I'm going to get locked up for the next few days learning about melatonin.
Let me just say this too, because if anybody is interested in going and looking to experiment with melatonin, there's suppository forms. The company I like is called Mitozen. They produce a suppository of high dose melatonin. And the reason that's good is because there's really good deliverability, good bioavailability. If you take standard capsules or standard drops of melatonin, actually not much of it's available. It's like 2% or 2. Actually, the research says 2 to 75% availability. So you're rolling the dice on that. The other way is liposomally. So there's good liposomal forms. Quicksilver has a good liposomal melatonin. You just take a bunch of pumps of that, and you can absorb that through the mucosa of the mouth, and that's really good at bioavailability. But I like suppository. It's a very weird form. I know people aren't used to sticking things up the rectal area, but it's easy. It works, and I've seen
do it at bedtime.
Unbelievable. Exactly. That's exactly right. And that's where the healing happens anyway, is most of it's happening at night, right? So we can induce those processes at night. So yeah, it's beautiful. I love that I can introduce that here because it's been so clinically important for me and my clients.
Fantastic. Thanks again. I know you have a hard stop, so we'll have to let you go. Unfortunately, we can probably talk for hours.
Well, yeah, and I've got a summit coming up, so I'm going to invite you on to talk about PEMF in a deep way so that I can learn from you and bring that to my audience as well.
I appreciate it, and I look forward to it very much, always. Thanks again,
Thanks,
Jason.
Dr. Pawluk.
Enjoy the rest of your day, and good luck with everything that you're doing.
All right, take care.
All the best. Live well and long. Or as they say, live long and prosper.
There you go.
Bye-bye. If you're enjoying these presentations so far, consider taking home a lifetime VIP pass to the entire PEMF Summit at a special discount right now. You're not only getting on-demand access to all 30+ interviews and bonuses, you're also helping support our mission in getting this wonderful, valuable health information out to as many people as possible. Hello, Dr. Pawluk here. Today we have the esteemed, and august, hopefully there's no gust around there for you, Ben Greenfield. I'm sure a lot of you know about Ben Greenfield and all the work that he's doing. And he's rebranding himself from Ben Greenfield Fitness to Ben Greenfield Life. How's that rebranding going?
Well, you know, I've been in the fitness sector for so long, you know, for like 20 years that I've just kind of decided there's a lot more avenues of life I want to explore, a lot more avenues of life hacking and life optimization that I want to explore that go beyond fitness, you know, like parenting and family and legacy and faith and you know, a lot of that stuff related to health I still like, longevity and anti-aging and you know, a lot of like the electrical medicine and the type of things that you do. And so I'm continuing to focus everything kind of through the lens of health and fitness. But yeah, I just decided that I didn't want to paint myself into that fitness corner anymore and open myself up to be able to help people in a lot of other ways too, hopefully. So yeah, it's going well. It's
all
going
of that
well.
Is very, very important. What made you decide to go into that? I mean, what sort of pushed you in that direction?
Well, yeah, I'm assuming you don't mean what pushed me in the fitness direction. What pushed me away from the fitness direction?
Into the life direction.
Yeah. New chapter. Yeah, I have no regrets about being so focused on fitness for so long, yet I kind of got to the point where I feel as though I've explored a lot of avenues related to fitness. And frankly, the way I've always operated, you know, as a content producer or, you know, whatever you want to call me, is that I've simply pursued the passions and interests and desires that I have, whether it's spearfishing and bow hunting or bench pressing and bicycling, and then just created podcasts and books and articles that help other people discover the same type of things that I'm curious about and interested in. And so, you know, as I've become more interested in, again, things like, you know, my spiritual growth and parenting and family and legacy, and, you know, even things like economics and politics and, you know, and cryptocurrency, all these different things that maybe just as a result of me getting older, you know, and entering into this new chapter of my life that I'm very interested in, you know, I've always operated from that mentality that there's got to be a few other people kind of interested in the same things I'm up to, and I might as well just help them in the very best way I can discover those type of things or how to optimize their life in the same ways that I'm discovering. So I'm constantly testing new tools and technologies and toys and reading new books and articles and just putting that information out for people. And, you know, increasingly, since I kind of quit competing professionally in athletics and endurance racing and things like that 2 years ago, I've just, you know, explored a lot of avenues that go beyond fitness. And so that's what kind of pushed me in that direction.
So I think I completely can relate to what you're saying. The end of our journey will be to return to where we started and know it for the first time. And where do we start our journey? On the other side.
What do you mean by that? Say that again. The end of our journey.
The end of our journey will be to return to the place we started and know
Okay.
it for the first time.
Okay.
So we do that.
And-
We do that in cycles constantly. We start a journey, like say, for example, you start a journey with swimming,
Yeah.
ultra swimming, right? Then you do it in front of you, return it to where you started and say, now I know.
Okay.
But
Yeah.
in terms of life, our life journey, we return to where we started and know the place for the first time.
Yeah, that's cool. That's a cool way to think about things. I like that.
Right? So that we're all headed
Yeah.
that way. We don't have any choice. It's going to happen anyway. Right? So
Yeah.
you can either do it, you can do it peacefully, you can do it in sync, you can do it with happiness, or you could do it the hard way.
Yeah, it reminds me. I've been reading the book of Ecclesiastes in the Bible, and it's like apparently it's written by King Solomon. Like the wisest and richest man in all the world at the time that he wrote it, and he's searching for the meaning for life. It's almost like reading Man's Search for Meaning, and in the end, he basically says, well, the very best thing you can do with your life is to eat and drink and savor and enjoy all aspects of God's creation while you're loving God and loving other people. And so, so that's kind of my mantra when I wake up in the morning. It's just, and that also in Ecclesiastes, it says, whatever it is that you do it with all your might, right? Whatever you put your hands to, do it with all your might. So I just wake up in the morning and do the very best job I can with whatever God's put on my plate, work hard, chop wood, carry water, and then at the end of the day, have a giant party with my family and eat good food and enjoy all the blessings that manifest from hard work, and wake up the next morning and do the same thing. And that's it's a good way to live life, I think.
Well, I think some people call that self-actualization.
Yeah, I think you could probably categorize it as self-actualization.
And Abraham Maslow, interestingly enough, who developed that self-actualization idea, and he developed that pyramid, right?
Yeah.
And the reason he developed the self-actualization pyramid is because he was researching peak experiences.
Okay.
So when you self-actualize, when you've basically achieved what you wanted to, your goals of your life, then you get to a point of self-actualization. And self-actualization is really actually a spiritual place.
I like that.
You have less need for the basic things in life and fighting for those basic things. So now we're fighting for enlightenment in a sense.
Yeah. It's kind of like you fulfill the base hierarchy of survival needs, and at that point you start to go on a quest for greater meaning.
And that's where we begin to go back to the beginning. We return to where we started and know the place for the first time. That's from
I like that.
The Little Gidding.
The Little Gidding. That's a book or is a poem?
No, it's a poem by Robert Frost.
Okay.
Called The Little Gidding.
Yeah, I don't know if I've ever read that poem. I've heard of it before, though.
But that's a famous phrase from that poem. I used that phrase on my master's degree thesis.
Oh, on your master's degree? What was your master's degree in?
There's a Master of Science in basically design, measurement, and evaluation, or I call it clinical epidemiology.
Okay. Huh.
I got that after I went to medical school and residency.
Got it. Wow. Fascinating.
So, self-actualization. Return to place where we started. So let's return to the place where we started from, which is how I got in touch with you.
All right.
This is the PEMF Summit. Let's talk a little bit about PEMFs. Let's talk about your experience with PEMFs, how you use it, what kinds of experiences have you had, what kinds of experiences have other people had that you've recommended it to?
Yeah, gosh, there's a lot of different places we could go with that question, but my first experience with it was for sleep, for the use of it for the delta brainwave activation, and it was either the Flex Pulse, which of course is one of your devices, or something very similar to it, a small portable device. And I remember, I was having sleep issues. This must have been like, a good 7 or 8 years ago, I think. And, I placed it on or near the occipital bone, in the back of my head, and then settled down for a little bit of sleep. And it just kind of lulled me into this nice peaceful brainwave state. I thought, oh, that's cool. It's actually working. I was a little bit freaked out because I thought, well, I'm not supposed to put my cell phone next to my head. Should I be sleeping with this thing right next to my skull? And so, upon doing some research and realizing that the pulse electromagnetic field signal is a lot different than some of these non-native EMFs and radio frequencies we get from cell phones and things like that, and they aren't really damaging from a biological standpoint. I began to use it in other ways too. So I had an injury, and I thought, well, let's look up what I could do for an injury. And I remember finding out, I think it was about a 10 to 100 hertz frequency seemed to be something indicated for managing inflammation and pain. So I think it was a knee issue that I initially used it on. So I wrapped it around the knee and started using, a little bit of portable PMF on a couple of different joints. This is back when I was racing Ironman triathlon and just, putting my joints to hell and back. And it seemed to work well for that also. And then I kind of, as I started to explore the wide and wonderful world of PMFs, I kind of got my hands on some of these larger treatment devices, like the large coils and the pads, and even like the mats that you could lay on, and started experimenting with those. And the first thing I did was I would lay on these mats like when I get a massage, and find that my body just felt fantastic after a massage. When I'd be laying on a PMF mat while I was getting body work done, it was almost as though it enhanced the effects, or enhanced the lymphatic drainage, or caused a little bit of a better opening and closing of cell membranes, for clearance of metabolic byproducts, and probably a combination of all of those. But I just feel fantastic. And so then I thought, well, why couldn't I just like sleep on something like this? And so then I came across your mat, your body balance mat, and I put that under my top sheet and started sleeping on it. Sometimes in recovery mode, I would find after a big day of training, and then a lot of times in sleep mode also. And I'd even wake up and put it onto the setting that kind of pulses and wakes you up and energizes your body for the day. And I just lay there for a few minutes in bed while I ran that. And that seemed to be great. I mean, that's still something I sleep on every night, and it seems to make a dramatic improvement in my recovery and even in my sleep scores. And so I've been using it for that. And then, there's a few other interesting ways that I've found PMF to work. Like anytime I get a tight back, I'll go put those, I like the pad that you could lay on, or the coils in a pinch. And I'll put that like over the pelvic bone, lay it across my hips, kind of move it all over the hips, and it just seems to relax all the tissues that are in a little bit of a cramped or a spastic position. And so, low back issues, I found I could get rid of those. Tight hip flexors, I'd lay on the PMF and put it across the hip flexors, and the shortened and tight hip flexors are responsible for a lot of the low back pain people develop. Sometimes they work on the wrong side. They focus on the back side, the erector spinae, and they should be working on the hip flexors. And so I found that it could loosen and relax the hip flexors, especially after a long day of flying or a long day of sitting. And so started using it for that. And it's kind of funny because I've almost developed, a lot of times I do this in the morning when I wake up, kind of like yoga with PMF, where I'll just be like doing different stretches. And as I'm in a stretch position, I'll apply a PMF coil or a pad to a different area. And I find that it just seems to wake up the body and make everything super limber. And so, I mean, not a day goes by now that I don't use PMF in some way, whether to sleep or to recover, to relax a muscle. And so yeah, it's just kind of been a gradual progression of me picking up little things along the way and experimenting with it. And the other interesting thing, and I don't recall if I learned this from you, Dr. Pawluk, or somebody else, but it's this idea that the placement of the PMF, especially in the long bones of the femur where the bone marrow is, may actually result in a little bit of stem cell mobilization. And so I think that might also be one of the things that causes the enhanced recovery that I seem to feel, especially when I've got it close to my legs or when I'm sleeping on that mat. So yeah, there's a lot of ways I've been using it.
Well, now that you mentioned the stem cells, yes, I think I may have mentioned that to you, that there was a study done actually through NASA. And then subsequently, I had an experiment where a woman was going to be getting stem cell therapy, and they did a stem cell harvest on her. Now, normally they may get about 200,000 stem cells. She ended up with like 4 million stem cells after treating her femur. with a small portable
That's amazing.
machine, just like you have.
Yeah, just like applied on the long bone of the femur.
Exactly. And
which is kind of funny because
she did for several
I was
hours.
going to say,
so that's why she got a big boost.
Yeah, possibly a little bit of a rabbit hole, but it's top of mind because I'm having it for dinner tonight. I actually I eat those long femur bones from cattle. I'll get the femurs with the bone marrow in them. I roast them on the grill for about 20 to 30 minutes, 450 degrees, and they call it the butter of the gods. You can just eat this marrow, and it's chock full of nutrients and stem cell precursors and minerals. And I eat that and I think, gosh, my body has the same stuff in it. It has the same marrow running through my bones. How could I support that? How could I strengthen that? How can I make that more healthy? And I think the PMF helps a little bit with that.
It does. And the stronger magnetic fields actually do a better job. Now, again, because you could wear the machine on your leg, or you could wear it on your leg all night, that little portable thing. Even though you lay on a whole body pad, you can still use the small portable in addition on the bones, because the portable is stronger than the whole body pad. The whole body pad's only about 10 Gauss, whereas that small machine is about 200.
Because it's a smaller surface area, so it's more concentrated, right?
It's more concentrated. But there are reflex changes in the body. So when you treat the local area, you're not only treating that local area, you're getting a secondary benefit through the whole body. So those stem cells that are stimulated in your bone marrow release into the bloodstream, and they go in anywhere they want to go in the body. So if you're doing regular stimulation to any of the bones in the body, you're going to increase the number of stem cells. And even fat cells are mesenchymal cells. Basically, they're cells in the tissues that are there naturally to help to restore and rebalance the tissue. Those mesenchymal cells, or even those fat cells, convert. So they leave the bone, they leave the fatty tissues, they go back into the bloodstream, then they circulate through the rest of the body, and they go to wherever they're needed. And they proliferate where they go, and they help to do the healing work of those tissues.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong. When we're on the topic of stem cells here, there are certain folks. A recent guy, Dr. Christian, I forget his last name. He's been researching a lot of different stem cell precursors or things that increase stem cell health or stem cell mobilization in the body. Things like the blue-green algae, from Klamath Lake, or natto ginseng, or there's a special. It's almost like a black nigella seed compound, and a few other ingredients that seem to really support stem cells. Now, my theory is that if PMF is causing basically better cell membrane health, or possibly even opening and closing some of the channels in the cell membrane, that when you consume, some type of superfood or supplement or something like that, that the use of PMF afterwards may assist with its delivery into cells. And that's just a theory, but I'm curious, have you ever come across anything like that?
Well, stem cells are relatively large. So the things that cross over the cell membrane are not whole cells. They may be very tiny little pieces of cells, because those membrane channels are extraordinarily small. They're at what we call the angstrom level.
Well, I'm not talking about, I was referring to like nutrients entering cells or metabolic byproducts exiting cells, that type of thing.
You're correct there. So once you've activated all these things, including second messengers and the chemicals that are released by these tissues, they do penetrate the cells and then provide nutrient support to the cells. So you're not only providing nutrient support to the tissues around the cells, but also within the actual cell itself. And opening those membrane channels becomes really, really important. So you can't build a garden, you can't build a house without bricks and mortar. So the nutrients that you're describing are the bricks and the mortar. They're the supplies that you need to build the house. So you're supplying the bricks and the mortar, you're supplying the equipment and the supplies that you need to make the home, but then you have to drive those components. You have to work with them. You have to have the workers work with them to make them usable, right? So the magnetic field therapy makes all that more usable. Basically, what it does is it activates all of those processes. It just wakes everything up and makes it more fluid and more mobile, and therefore more active. It will make almost everything else that you do better.
Yeah, that's what it seems. And I'll a lot of times combine PMF. Nikola Tesla is probably the most well known for his concepts in energy medicine, and this idea that we're an electrical being and operate very much like batteries. And there are certain things that will allow for either a better depolarization on the cell membrane, or better negative charge on the inside of the cell, or better throughput of hydrogen ions in the mitochondria, or increased activity of the electron transport chain. And we're talking about things like photobiomodulation, infrared light and light photons. We're talking about like really, really good clean water intake with a lot of minerals in it, like a full spectrum of minerals, because those help to carry a charge. Physical movement, even the use of things like heat and cold to increase that flow through the body. And earthing, grounding, right? Like being outside barefoot, or even using PEMF or something like that. But I like to combine a lot of these things. I'll a lot of times do a PEMF session, but then at the same time be running infrared light, right after I've had water chock full of minerals, and then I'll go do a sauna session, jump in the cold pool. I just think it fits perfectly into this concept of operating your health protocol with the outlook that your body really does operate kind of like a battery.
So, the way I conceptualize magnetic field therapy, or basically life, if you want to call it that, and the body. So our tissues of the body are made of chemicals, right? So we think of it as tissue, but it's actually chemical based. It's biochemistry. But the biochemistry, the molecules that make our tissue, are governed by physics. The laws of physics govern all that, right? We don't see physics, we don't feel it, we don't touch it. It's there, it's operating in the background constantly. But what controls physics? Quantum physics. So once we get into quantum physics, so PEMF therapy basically is physics. We're operating at the physics level and the quantum physics level. Once we get beyond physics, or quantum physics, even we get basically go to the undefinable. Let's say that's spirit. So magnetic field therapy fits above the hierarchy of chemistry and tissue. So it makes everything below that level, the physics level, below that level, work better, faster in general.
That's interesting. It reminds me of a book I recently read called Spirit Tech that kind of gets into a concept called neurotheology, and also this aspect of stacking certain what might be considered like biohacking modalities or technology with spiritual activities such as prayer, meditation, devotions, worship, singing, etc. And at first it sounds kind of gimmicky. I mean, people grabbing their portable PEMF device before they head off to church in the morning, or turning on a red light and bathing in red light for a morning meditation session. But it really makes sense, especially the way that you've described it, because I think a lot of these things actually are operating on levels that go even beyond quantum physics. And even if they're not, they're shifting you into this state where you're almost more receptive to things like, hearing the voice of God, or entering into a deep state of prayer, or getting into more of like an alpha or a theta brainwave state for meditation. And so, I like that you brought that up, because it seems that there's, because if you really step back, I mean, maybe back to what we were talking about earlier about, where you end, bringing it back around to where you began, this idea that we're talking about as far as like health enhancement, fitness enhancement, better recovery, better sleep, etc. Well, in the long run, we're doing this so that we can be better equipped to love other people and to be able to really live out our lives with maximum impact using the unique skill set that we've been designed and given and blessed with for our life on this planet. And so when you step back and look at it, it's like, so the most important reason for implementing any of these technologies would be so that you can strengthen your spirit, right? The one eternal part of you that goes on to live for all of existence. I know that gets kind of woo-woo and big picture and ethereal, but it really is interesting to think about the fact that a lot of this goes beyond just pure carnal biological health and delves into the spiritual realms, which is pretty powerful to think about, really.
Totally. I mean, there's a large literature on people's effects beyond the physical. For example, I actually measured the aura fields of people using a little, just like a water twitch thing, right? A water sensor. So it's
is that different than like a gas discharge visualization camera?
Very different. That's very different. You're with a GDE, what you're doing is you're bombarding the body with energy, with high voltages, and then you're measuring the body's response to those high voltages. But the body itself produces voltage. Now, a guy named Elmer Green, who talked a lot about meditation, he actually took healers. And I wrote an ebook on this about how magnetic field therapy is a form of energy medicine. And healers, basically, what they're doing is they're producing a huge discharge. He had people at this, what he called a voltage wall, putting their hands on a copper wall. Then they go into their meditative state, they go into their healing state, and they would just discharge upwards of 1 million volts out of their hand. It's not something you can do regularly or routinely, but at some points you can. And what they did is they actually measured their EEGs at that moment. They could see the EEG growing and developing, and all of a sudden it reached a peak, and bingo, they discharged 1 million volts. So you can take the healers.
Well,
basically go into this.
I believe you.
Healing state, and in that healing state, they build up charge in their bodies, and that charge, that's what Qigong masters do. You release that charge, and it's electromagnetic. So
I have a little bit of experience with Qigong. I've even taken a little Qigong course with my sons, and one of the practices that you do is you try to change the flavor of brandy or kombucha or coffee using your hands and the energy that you're pushing into the field of that object. And what I've experienced is that, although I do admit that there's, of course, a little bit of a placebo effect because it's difficult to do it double blinded, I personally notice a difference in taste. And when I'll give my friends, like a coffee was the last time I tried this, and give them the cup of coffee that I haven't blasted with energy with my hands for a couple of minutes, and then the coffee that I had, they report tastes smooth, sweet, less bitter. And it's very interesting because I actually did a podcast on my site once with a guy who's got a company. It's called a Lila Quantum Tech, and they actually create these devices that have been charged up by these healers that you're talking about. And I have one on my kitchen counter back up in the kitchen. You can put food in it, you can put supplements in it, you can put a joint in there, you can put your phone in there, and basically it just charges up whatever you put in it with this same positive energy created by these healers. It's a very interesting concept. And, a lot of this stuff, as you already alluded to, is invisible and difficult to prove, and hence is scoffed at by a lot of, modern scientists. Yet there's something there. I mean, absolutely beyond a doubt.
Well, and that's quantum. So you really need to do these measurements in a quantum level. So as I mentioned, when we did PEMF therapy with healers, and we measured their field using the same thing that, again, the dowsers use. So it's a dowsing rod. It's not used for water, but you could actually douse the field, the body field or biofield of a healer. And after you do magnetic field therapy, their biofield enlarges dramatically.
Oh, wow. Wow. So this is good information for me to know, because what I'm thinking is, a lot of times I'll do my morning meditation on a meditation cushion. And like I mentioned, I'll sometimes use the infrared light, but I don't know that I've ever really sat on one of the larger PEMF pads or something like that. For like a real good meditation session or prayer session. That'd be interesting to try that out. That's interesting.
And whole body, especially. So what we know is that, again, the body has something called magnetite. I don't think you've heard of magnetite.
I know about magnetite. It's the stuff that you'll find in the snout of sharks or the nose of birds that help them to know the proper direction to travel.
Okay, how many bits of magnetite are there in a human brain?
I actually don't know. I know we've got magnetite that we probably don't use to our full capabilities since we live in an era of GPS and satellite phones, but you tell me.
It's probably in the order of billions per square centimeter.
Wow.
Magnetite crystals in our brains. Humans orient in space as well. We lost that ability because of everything around us, all the stimulation around us. But humans can orient according to the magnetic fields of the earth as well as animals can. We certainly know that about birds.
Yeah.
As you said, their beaks. So they've done experiments. They've done experiments with people. They've spun people around in a chair, blinded them, took away their hearing. So they made them deaf, if you will, put earbuds in. They spun them around and asked them to tell what direction they were facing. So they did a few test experiments, and then they did some real experiments, and they found probably that most people could, after a little bit of training, most people could actually determine the proper direction about 90% of the time.
Well, that's interesting because, there's certain Aboriginal populations specifically who communicate in terms of north-south east and west, instead of like left, right, up and down, for example. And they do so with surprising accuracy, without the use of GPS or anything like that. And as you alluded to, and as I mentioned, I think we've lost the ability to fully use the magnetite that's naturally built into our bodies. That's even
we haven't lost the ability. We just don't use it. And if you don't use it, you lose it. Right?
Yeah.
In other words, we still have
exactly.
that ability.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Yep.
We still have the equipment.
Yep. That's what I mean.
Rupert Sheldrake did experiments with people beaming thoughts to other people in an audience, blind, that nobody knew that they were doing this. And almost 100% of the time, people sensed that somebody was beaming at them. So what happens is our magnetite is not only a receiver, it's also a tuner. It's also broadcasting.
Oh, have you ever gone hunting? I don't know if you have, but you look at an animal, let's say you have it doesn't have to be hunting. It could just be nature observation, but let's use hunting for an example, and whether it's my bow or whether it's a rifle with a scope on it, that animal you can be totally upwind from it. It can't see you. There's no way, fully camouflaged. With a rifle, sometimes you can be, 200 yards away. And as soon as you look at it, it pops its head up. It knows it's being looked at.
Exactly.
And, I suspect that's a similar mechanism to what you've just described to me.
Magnetite. And so magnetite is basically, it's our own magnetic fields that we produce internally in our brains. They're very tiny, but they're still there. And that means that any other external magnetic fields can interact with those magnetic fields, just like compasses do with the North Pole and South Pole.
Yeah, you can block it though. There's a company called Hex. I have one of these suits. It's crazy. It's a hunting suit that blocks your magnetic field. And so what happens is, I'll go out in the forest. I practice out in the very forest I'm walking through right now. We got white-tailed deer out here. I'll walk up within 20 yards of a whitetail, and it won't even know what I am. It'll just stand there looking at me and not know whether it doesn't even know if you're a living being. It can't detect the magnetic field. I mean, these suits, they come with even the head covering, so it literally can't detect you at all. It's crazy when you see this in action. It's almost like cheating when you're out there and you block your magnetic field. I believe they make a wetsuit that's very similar for shark avoidance. It blocks the magnetic field coming off the body. It's for shark protection.
All you need is silver particles. So you could use aluminum or aluminum particles built into a suit, or you could just wear an aluminum sheet. It'll do the same thing.
Yeah, but that's not very camouflaged, Dr.
No, of
Pawluk.
course it is. Of course. That's why you can build it into a suit. You have the fiber in the suit.
Yeah,
itself.
It's a cheap hack, though. You get your hunting camo and just wrap yourself in aluminum foil before you put your hunting camo on.
Well, we're getting close to our time, so I want to bring up one final thing that you and I spoke about a little bit before we started the video, and that is a new Israeli PEMF system that is powerful as the other ones that you had, actually more powerful than that, but has the value of being able to sandwich you. In other words, you're laying between two magnetic pads at the same time.
And they're actual pads. They're not coils, they're pads.
It's a coil in a pad.
Okay, yeah, okay.
One big round coil in a pad, almost like an antenna in a pad. And there's two of them. So you're laying between these two pads, pancaking basically between two pads. And then that treats the whole body completely. I recommend those, especially for people with like whole skeleton problems, like osteoporosis or osteopenia, or they have major bone issues. Also, stage 4 cancers. But anybody with cancer.
What about osteoarthritis, cartilaginous issues?
Well, locally, you could use local devices. But if you got arthritis, in many areas of your body at the same time, and most people have arthritis in multiple bones or multiple joints, they have lots of other problems usually as well. So basically, it could help anybody from a whole body treatment perspective. Remember, a magnetic field drops off very quickly as you move away from the mat. So when you're doing a sandwich, you're making the magnetic field in between the two mats completely uniform, very, very, very uniform. And so the whole body is being nicely and smoothly and evenly balanced.
Wow. What's that one called?
It's called the Ultra Flash.
Oh, is that Ultra with a U or an A?
U.
Ultra Flash. It sounds pretty cool. I mean, you briefly told me about it before the call, but yeah, I'm intrigued. It sounds like sounds different than any PEMF device I've heard of before.
Because it's a sandwich, and that's been one of the points that I've been trying to work with magnetic fields that allow you to produce a nice even magnetic field. Because some people just have so many problems in their bodies. They need efficiency. They need to decrease the total amount of time they have to spend getting the benefit. So the Ultra Flash provides you with that value. And compared to other machines that are out there in chiropractors' offices or doctors' offices, they cost about $35,000 or more. So this system is still expensive.
Wow.
It's a lot, it's more than a third, less than a third the price.
Well, that's pretty neat.
So therefore it becomes affordable by more people, many more people.
Yeah. Yeah, I like that. Now, is that available already for people to get?
It is. It's available through drpawluk.com.
Oh, cool.
We'll have to talk
That's
about
amazing.
it as well for your your store.
Yeah, I'd love to check it out. That's pretty cool.
Well, do you have any questions?
You just
for me?
well, I was gonna tell you, I don't know if people are who are watching or listening are already aware of this. I don't want to blow smoke, but your recent book that you sent me on PEMF,
Supercharge
it
Your
was
Health.
so good. I mean, it has Supercharge is a cookbook for PEMF. I actually have it down in what I call my Zen den, where I keep all my recovery tools and my sauna and my hyperbaric and everything. It's a fantastic manual, just to flip to for whatever's going on, gut issue or joint issue or brain fog or whatever. And it's you did a good job on that book. I really enjoyed it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, so I review 80 different conditions, and for each condition, I provide a little background, the best magnetic tools to use for it, how to use them properly, and also some recommendations for some supplements.
Yeah, cool. Well, I like the book, so if people are watching or listening, you probably find it a good resource. So, and I appreciate you having me on to have a chat too, Dr. Pawluk. I always learn a lot from you.
Well, thank you. I learned a lot from you too. You've written more books than I have.
I know. Yeah, that's my jam. That's it. For some reason, God made me incapable of looking at a blank page and not putting something on it. So I just follow my orders.
Really good. Well, thanks for putting something on our blank page here today. And I hope you enjoy the rest of your day.
Thanks so much.
And
I will.
Practice broadcasting.
Okay. I'll look into it.
Enjoy the rest of your day. Thanks again.
All right. Talk to you later, Dr. Pawluk.
Thanks.
Much
Bye-bye.
love.
You too. Are you enjoying the summit so far? We'd love to hear from you. Please let us know in the comment section below about what you've been inspired by, what has moved you or helped you to see things in a new light. I look forward to reading all your comments.
Hey, good morning. Ken the scientist. I love it. Thank you so much for doing this interview. I am so excited to hear all about your C60 Purple Power. So before we start, introduce yourself so our audience knows who you are.
Hi, I'm Ken. I'm a research scientist and founder of C60 Purple Power. And what I guess I'll tell you the story that it came through. And I was actually doing a research for a fusion reactor. And a lot of people did, it's metal oxygen fusion, so most people haven't heard of that. But a lot of the scientists that have been doing research on that, there was like the late doctor this and the late doctor that. So I didn't want to end up, or my crew to end up like that. So I went out looking for this, for radiation protection, and I discovered this stuff called carbon-60. The scientific name is Buckminster Fuller, but the nickname is C60. And if you look behind me on the background, that's what it kind of looks like. It's a little soccer ball shaped molecule that's 60 carbon atoms. And so I took some, they basically had an experiment where they gave, one set of rats got C60, the other set of rats didn't. They hit them with a fatal dose of radiation. The C60 rats lived, where all the control rats that didn't get it died. So when I heard about that, I said, well, that's for me and my crew. So we took it during the experimentation, a couple sources. And then about 7 to 8 months afterwards, because I kept taking it, because some of the little things like the afternoon blahs you get after you eat lunch, you want to go take a nap, that went away. And just little aches and pains. I used to kind of race motorcycles, so I wrecked them. So I had a few aches and pains. And so they kind of went down. But when I went into my eye doctor, I don't want to take too much time, but basically, he was looking in my eyes for a long, long time, and he did all this other stuff. But my dry macular degeneration, or DRUES, had disappeared, and he'd never seen that happen before in his practice. So that led to another. I had a friend, Gary Rodriguez. He was my electrical engineer on the project. He had developed wet macular degeneration, so he started taking. I made a formulation for him of C60 and MCT coconut oil. He was taking like a tablespoon a day for a year and a half, and his wet macular degeneration went away. So it just wasn't a fluke that, you know, by chance that happened with me.
Right.
And then that's kind of how it went. And I started making it for friends and family. And then my alternative healthcare practitioners heard about it and wanted to try it. And then their patients did it. And one thing led to another. And now there's C60 Purple Power.
Wow. So what exactly is this C60? We see it back there. We see a little soccer ball thing over there.
Yeah, this is what it is. It's hopefully this will come up on the screen. Yeah, it's just 60 carbon atoms shaped like a little soccer ball. And the screensaver isn't really giving us the way it should. But what it does, it's it's an antioxidant, extremely powerful antioxidant, but it's very selective. It only interacts with two oxidative species, and one is superoxygen, and that's the most damaging oxidative radical in your body. And your mitochondria make a lot of that. It's basically an oxygen with an extra electron, and it's highly reactive and just does all kinds of damage. And then the other ion it works with, which is the ion usually created by radiation, and that's the hydroxyl radical, or hydroxyl ion, which is basically a water molecule missing its proton. It's got an extra electron there, and it likes to tear things up. And so C60 reacts to that. But what's really amazing about C60, it doesn't interact with any of the signaling molecules the body uses, like nitrogen oxides. That's the vasodilator, dilates your capillaries, shrinks them. C60 doesn't interfere with that. It doesn't interfere with hydrogen peroxide, and it doesn't interfere with a bunch of oxidative radicals that the body uses for signaling molecules, usually based around iron, sulfur, and zinc. So that's kind of the real key thing about C60. So they did animal toxicity, and you know, one of the first studies they did, they just wanted to check to see if it was toxic, right? So they basically they gave it to test animals, and it like doubled their lifespan, right? And they had these things about radiation, and there's just been lots of studies like that. But so they finally, the scientists decided it doesn't really have toxicity. So they decided they were going to give the rats 1 gram per kilogram of C60, which is 10,000 times what other scientific studies have shown as be a health beneficial dose.
Wow.
And even at that level, it had no toxicity because it doesn't interfere with any of the body's signaling molecules. Now, if you tried to do that with vitamin D or NAC or you know, other various antioxidants, you'd have like really negative. That would probably kill the rats.
Wow.
Or seriously injure them because it would interfere with the signaling molecules. But C60 doesn't do that. That's why it's pretty much completely safe at any level.
That is amazing. So why is it I haven't heard of the C60? And while I was Googling all of this stuff, I realized that there was the scientist who discovered this received a Nobel Prize. Why is that?
Yeah, that's Harry Croto. He's passed away since there, but so I'll kind of give out the push his book here. He has a book, Buckminster Fullerene, Some Inside Stories. I've been reading that. It's a pretty good little book on what's been going on with that, and so it's just kind of the stories of it. Basically, it solved a long-standing mystery in astronomy. There's something in between. C60 is made in giant red stars. They know now because those are carbon burning stars or helium burning. They burn their carbon. But then they got a Nobel, they discovered in 1985, then they got a Nobel Prize in 1996 for chemistry, because it's sort of a unique chemistry. And that's one of its unique properties. And I probably should get into the mitochondria. Like most molecules in nature, C60 likes to have a positive charge, and oxidative radicals have negative charges. So they tend to attract together, but most molecules in nature get a positive charge by giving the electron up into the environment. With C60, it pulls positive hydrogen ions from out of the environment and stores it inside. It's like this cage-like structure it has.
Right.
And then, like, for instance, and then it releases those to neutralize oxidative radicals, which allows it to like reset itself again and again and again. And in the story of the mitochondria, what happens is C60 is lipophilic, so it's actively uptaken by the mitochondria through the membranes, the mitochondria membranes. And then, if people recall, I don't have any diagrams here, but the outside of the mitochondria is the outer membrane is positively charged with lots of hydrogen ions. So the C60 fills up with those hydrogen ions, and then because it becomes positively charged, it's attracted to the inner membrane, which is negatively charged. And as it travels the interspatial space between that, it neutralizes superoxides and hydroxyl radicals until it uses up like those little hydrogen ions on the inside, up to 6 of them. And then the oxidative radicals will stick to the C60, which makes it negatively charged. Then it's pulled back to the positively charged outer membrane where it neutralizes those oxidative radicals, refills with hydrogen ions, and then just kind of and then heads back to the inner membrane. So you can have like tens of thousands of or even millions of these little C60 molecules bouncing back and forth inside between the membranes in your mitochondria, getting rid of the oxidative radicals. And remember, 65% of the oxidative radicals, especially the most damaging one like superoxide and hydroxyl radical, are produced in your mitochondria. So if you take that burden down in your cells, well, then everything else benefits.
Right, kind of like PEMF.
Mm-hmm.
So is C60 kind of the new CBD?
Yes, it actually is. But the thing is, it's only known for, not very many people know about it. And that's why you've never heard about it. It's just,
right.
It's very, it's like pre-adapter stage. And that's kind of one of the things we're doing is we're trying to send the C60 message and its benefits. But it's, it's an uphill battle just because it's totally unique, totally unknown. And that's, it's growing, but it still hasn't really broken into the mainstream. People really just don't know about it. And so we're just trying to push that to kind of educate people and teach them about the benefits of C60. Right.
So what are the benefits of C60 and what would you say would be like regular dosage for a person to take?
Okay, well, there's a whole bunch of things. C60, well, things people will immediately notice is you're going to get notice an increase in like energy and mental clarity. And of course, that has a lot to do because C60, gets rid of, it's an antioxidant, so it really reduces inflammation. Even used topically on inflammatory, on knees and stuff, it'll reduce inflammation. But also because it does the mitochondria, you get, more ATP. ATP is produced by your mitochondria. So you get that energy and mental clarity. And that's the first thing. But also there's a whole process I could get into, but it'd take a while. It also enhances stem cell production. It basically gets rid of senescent cells, and then those cells are replaced by stem cells. And so stem cell levels go way up in people that take C60. And of course, and also there's a lot of part of the mental clarity is there's 2 types of inflammation people have. You have you have acute inflammation. That's when you twist your ankle, right? It puffs up, you're immobilized, and that's what nature's meant to do, right? So you don't get around and move stuff. But another thing that inflammation does is it suppresses dopamine, which is sort of like the the motivation molecule. That's really what gets you out of bed in the morning. Because, it's if you got an injured knee, right, or an ankle, the body, they don't want you to get up and be walking around. So they suppress dopamine until, your injury's healed, and then the dopamine level rises and, you go back on, which is great. That's what nature intended. Problem is people have chronic inflammation. It could be arthritis, it could be in their gut, it could be, there's so many toxic chemicals and other environmental factors today, and that there's just lots and lots of chronic inflammation. Well, C60 suppresses that inflammation. So your dopamine levels rise, and then because we have people describe, well, I went back and started exercising like I used to, or I started doing this hobby that I used to always like to do. So that's another thing. we have aldehyde tests with C60, and C60 will basically take the oxidative burden, at least measured by an aldehyde test, pretty much down to zero.
Right, right. So PEMF, one of the biggest reasons that people end up using PEMF is for inflammation and chronic inflammation, because similar to the C60, it increases ATP production in the cells, which more ATP production makes healthier cells and removes the inflammation. So very much sort of hand in hand, C60 and PEMF. Now, you told us the benefits about C60 being inflammation and antioxidant properties. How soon would somebody actually see results?
Well, you'd probably notice within a week, you'd get that increase in mental clarity and energy. And then over time, as the body rebuilds itself in a healthy manner, then you'll get a lot of other benefits. You know, and it's a lot of this stuff. Remember, if you have a chronic problem that's been going on for years, it's not going to disappear overnight.
Right.
Like we had a Sierra, which is our marketing for all things marketing at C60 Purple Power. She had Hashimoto's, and she had zero functioning in her thyroid when she came to C60 Purple Power. She's been taking it for 3.5 years. She's off 2/3 of her medicine.
Oh, wow.
Part of that is the senescent cells, C60. One of the things people have is in a senescent cells, basically it's got damaged DNA, maybe the telomeres are short, and whatever it is, it's not functioning, and it doesn't, but usually the cell would like self-destruct, apophagy, or apoptosis, I guess would be the correct term. But it doesn't want to do that. So it goes into the state of fermentation. And that way, and it stops providing things like superoxide and catalase that the mitochondria use to function. So they have to go into fermentation too.
Right.
So, but C60 being an SOD mimic, when you take C60, it'll restart the mitochondria and senescent cells. And then those mitochondria, because they're little independent organelles in our cells, right?
Right.
And they send messages to the nuclear DNA. Once the C60 gets in there, the mitochondria turn back on into the Krebs cycle, the oxygenation, making ATP. But they also send messages to the nuclear DNA. If they don't get the right message back, they'll initiate apoptosis, which is programmed cell death. The cell breaks down into apoptotic bodies, which are non-inflammatory process, by the way. The phagocytes come and clean them up. Right. Well, that stimulates the stem cells. And so, like probably the Hashimoto's, this is just theoretical, speculative, just letting people know. But this has happened in a lot of people's organs. The senescent cells get wiped out, right, and then they're replaced with stem cells, which have a full set of telomeres, but they can function correctly. They're not damaged. And so we think it's that stem cell replacement with healthy functioning cells, which is responsible for that benefit. But it took 3.5 years. So right. So that's you get the immediate health benefits, and then you get long-term benefits as the body slowly rebuilds itself in a healthy manner.
Right. I can't wait to tell my sister about this, because my sister has Hashimoto's and is on all sorts of medication and still really suffering. So I'm so excited. As soon as I get off this call, I'm going to be telling her about it. So when I was doing my research about C60, I saw prices all over the place, and what yours in particular, or a little bit more on the high end side of price. Why does it cost so much?
Well, if you want to use the right C60, what we use sublimated 99.99% C60. And sublimation, if you people remember from history, from chemistry class, it's when a solid turns into a gas and then condenses back into a solid. So that's how our C60 is purified. There's other C60 that's purified by solvents, primarily methylbenzene, toluene, and then they bake the solvent off, but there's always like a little bit left. And actually 99.99% high purity C60 is more expensive by weight than gold. So that's one of the reasons why our product costs a lot. Also, we use all organic oils. We have like a GMP, good manufacturing practices, manufacturer that produces our products. We have like third-party testing after it's done. In fact, on the side of our boxes, we have a little QR code. You can go and see You can go and see the COAs for our C60 and the oils, and then the after testing showing that C60 concentration, and there's no microbiologics in there. So so you can know what you're getting. You can actually see that. And but a lot of companies out there really don't do that. They use, they use less than you would say lower quality C60s, 99% or 99.9%. The rest of that would be solvent, right? Because pretty much all sublimated C60 is 99.99 or 99.98%. That's just what sublimated C60 is. It's just that level because it's like an extraction process, right? It's
right.
It's like that. So that's just the nature of it. So, and a lot of times they don't use the high concentration or stuff. It's, originally the C60 market was very small and everybody made a quality product for their customers. So it didn't really matter who you went to. Everybody was, everybody would give you a good quality product.
Right.
But then what happened, C60 became popular. Well, it's not that popular, but, it became much more popular. And then just like the CBD market, you had all these people want to jump in to make a buck. And so they're just producing like low quality or no quality products claiming to have C60 in them. And so you just have to be careful. And it's a little bit Wild West out there, just like the CBD market was when it kind of took off.
Yeah, I was actually going to mention the CBD. I just finished a master's degree program, University of Maryland School of Pharmacy, specializing in medical cannabis. And one of the things that we learned was that all CBDs are not created equally. You see all this stuff on the shelves at the store, the grocery store, wherever you can find them. But the reputable ones are the ones that have the COAs, just like what you were talking about. So that definitely it sounds like the real deal. Now, when I was Googling online, I saw all these biohackers and the do-it-yourself C60. What are your thoughts on that?
Oh, you can do it yourself. You're going to be using solvent-produced C60 probably in that case. There's we have our partner that makes our sublimated C60 basically makes it for us, a couple other companies, and some governments, right? So that's basically their thing. There's people that produce solvent stuff out there. You get stuff out of China that's questionable.
Right.
So there's good stuff out of China, but then there's a lot of crap. So you have to be careful on that. And so you could do that if you wanted to biohack it yourself. There's other fullerenes out there. There's a C70, but we had some biohackers try that on themselves, and they had a pretty bad experience. So just to be aware that you don't want to use C70 is like a little rugby shaped ball, fullerene, and it's not really been tested much for health benefits. In fact, it doesn't appear to have any. It's the C60 is what you're looking for in a fullerene that can help you.
So definitely C70 is not the upgrade of C60.
Yes, that's right. So just be aware of that. They had
right.
It's pretty rarely produced, but it's like a side thing, and but it's just not a something you want to do. Just to let people know out there, there's really no health studies on C70, and the biohackers that used it had a bad experience, so I would not recommend C70.
Just stay away from
C70. When you're using C60 too, the only type of C60 which is useful is that which has been dissolved as single molecules in an oil. Okay, there's people out there that sell particles of C60. They're like little crystal fragments of thousands or tens of thousands of C60 suspended in something. No health benefits. They've already have lots of scientific things showing that particles of C60 give you no health benefits. In fact, can even be a kind of inflammatory as nanoparticles. So you got to make sure your C60 is dissolved in a healthy oil. And also we decided to get the right type of oils because it's kind of like a Goldilocks spectrum of oils. Now there's some oils that have a really, really long shelf life, but are very inflammatory because they have this high omega-6, 9 level, like canola oil or soybean oil, or some things like sunflower oil.
Right.
Yeah, they're great for long shelf life, but they're very inflammatory. And then you got other oils on the other side, which are great oils, like hemp seed oil or flax seed oil or fish oil. But the problem is because they're really high in omega-3s. But the problem is they go rancid really quickly.
Right.
In fact, that's why I always tell people, if you're going to buy fish oil, hemp seed oil, or flaxseed oil, buy it out of the refrigerated section of your health food store, not off the shelf, because there's a really high chance if you buy it off the shelf, it's rancid. So buy it in the refrigerated section. So we kind of picked the Goldilocks selection of oils. Extra virgin olive oil, obviously that's well characterized. In fact, that was the only thing people were selling C60 originally. I'm the one that came up with, I started putting it in avocado oil, because if I was to drink, like, let's say I was working on a health problem, I wanted to take an ounce of, let's say, extra virgin olive oil, I would be visiting the bathroom before too long.
Right. Right.
So I also have, so that's why I put it in avocado oil, because it's a healthy oil, but it's much easier to digest and doesn't quite have that really bite, it's like extra virgin does. But, a lot of people like extra virgin, and that's fine. And then we also have it in MCT coconut oil. And for those people out there, MCT means medium chain triglycerides. Right. So MCT coconut oil is an extract of coconut oil. And what it does is the MCTs, those medium chain triglycerides, could be turned to ketones by your liver instantly. And then it's like flex fuel. And then your cells can take those ketones and use it for a flex fuel for your body. That's why I did it for Gary Rodriguez, because he had like type 2 diabetes, which had kind of brought on his wet macular degeneration. And so when you have MCT coconut oil, your body can use that as like a flex fuel, because the ketones produced by your liver, your cells can use that as a flex fuel rather than glucose. Right. So you don't avoid that glucose crash. And then it's also, a lot of athletes use that too, and people with glucose processing issues. It's just a really good oil. And so that's why we put the C60 in there for those people that wanted that option.
Right, right. So I put a teaspoon of coconut oil in my coffee every morning, and I think a lot of people actually do that. So in some sense, we're kind of doing something similar, but not all inclusive, like the C60 Purple Power.
Yes.
And we were talking before. What are your thoughts on activated charcoal?
Oh, the activated charcoal. Well, it's not going to pass the gut-blood barrier, or the gut barrier to get into your blood. So, but what activated charcoal is, animals have been using it, or people have been using it. What it does is it can absorb toxins.
Right.
If you've got, like, when I travel foreign countries, I always have activated charcoal with me. So, if I get a little digestive stress, I just take a bunch of activated charcoal. It sucks up those toxins that the bad bacteria are in my gut. And so that problem goes away. But the problem with activated charcoal, if you take it every day, it also can absorb a lot of important minerals you need to stay healthy. Right. So activated charcoal, it's great for getting rid of toxins, clearing stuff out, but you don't want to do it every day, because then you won't get your like magnesiums and calciums and stuff. It can tend to sequester that, and it just goes through you, and you don't get to absorb it.
Right, right. Makes sense.
Yeah.
So what should a consumer be looking for when they're trying to choose a good C60 product?
Well, just basically three things. You're looking for the high purity, 99.99% or 99.998%, really, really high level of purity. Secondly, you should be looking for sublimated C60. That's C60 that's never been exposed to solvents, if you can find it. It's not, most producers out there use the solvent-based. And then just a healthier carrier oil, so that you're not, the carrier oil supporting the benefits of C60, not, giving inflammation like sunflower or canola oil, or something that you don't want to be, that's birds are great, and sunflower seeds, by the way, are fine. That's, eating those is fine. It's just a lot of things, when they refine things like sunflower oil, it's not so good, because it's kind of heavy in omega-6s and 9s, and basically birds can digest it, but people can't.
Right.
So it's, yeah. So a lot of times, foods are good for you, but their extracts maybe aren't.
True. Because I tell my patients all the time, I say, eating an orange is actually better than drinking a glass of orange juice.
No, yeah, because you'll get that glucose spike.
Yeah.
Boom,
right.
Orange juice.
Right.
Like,
Exactly.
Oh yeah, you want to eat the whole food, so it's digested. There's lots of other goodies in there that kind of are meant to work together to do things. And
right.
And so I guess probably we should talk about pulse harmonics, or PEMF machines. Yes, because I've been using the PEMF for years. I got my little pad over here. There it is. Kind of comes through on the thing there. Yes, I've been using it. In fact, I use the brand that I use is Pulse Harmonics with an X at the end, and that's produced by Jack Butler out here in Longmont, California. I mean Longmont, sorry, Longmont, Colorado. And I actually was involved with Jack for doing other things when he developed his original Pulse Harmonic. So I've seen it grow in the different varieties, and the pain in the ass working with a production facility. That's kind of how learning about working production is actually how later I would use that same experience to helping me making C60, because it's making production facilities that's a special skill. So yeah, I've been using the Pulse Harmonic for, I don't know, at least 10 years now. And
Wow.
it just does amazing things for me. The things people notice with the Pulse Harmonic, PEMF device is it does do, like if you've got like damaged knees or elbows or stuff, that's
Right.
what I found really helps. It tends to like increases blood flow. And I know that, so it tends to do a little bit of swelling when you start it, but then it brings in healing. And so if you use it faithfully, it will, because I used to have like a tennis elbow,
Right.
and the Pulse Harmonics, it didn't happen overnight. It took, months, but I don't have that problem anymore. And so things on knees, I blew out a knee on a little sports incident, and I used the Pulse Harmonic on that, and it really accelerated the healing. That's what I know that it does. It kind of, I think it increases the blood flow, increases like the activity of the cells, the mitochondria, and so that the cells can get in there and heal themselves. And so it's really benefited me. And another thing, though you're not going to see this with right off, but that also when you do like a pulsing of your whole body, or your thorax or whatever you want to call that, it also increases the heart rate variability.
Right.
And so there's actually little programs you can buy for your computer, and there's little sensors you can stick in, and you put your thumb in it, and it'll actually measure your heart rate variability over time, which is really important, because it's the health of when your heart actually is variable. It's not always exactly the same. There's this variability that happens. That's the sign of a healthy heart. It's when it's doing like exactly the same thing. That's the sign that I'm not a medical doctor. I can't get medical advice. Research is, but at least I know these things. And so you can actually measure that by using a PEMF machine. You can see the improvements of that rather easily.
Right. So the Pulse Harmonic is one of the devices that we actually recommend, and it's an amazing device. But pulse electromagnetic field PEMF in any of the other devices work just as well. We have some that are low intensity and some high intensity. So the Pulse Harmonic is actually more towards the high end. So great stuff. So I'm glad that you actually have that experience, and you were able to reduce inflammation in your elbow when you.
Oh yeah, and I had actually produced it's a pulsed harmonic device, but it's a little different. It's shorter frequencies, and I was actually, because it's Colorado, I was in the cannabis industry,
Right.
And I could actually go and pulse your plants and get you 80% more bud on them.
Oh wow. Well, this is one of the benefits of PEMF. I have a lot of plants in my office, and my PEMF device is in one half of the treatment room. So I put once a week on a Friday, I water all the plants. So I would take a jug and put water, and so while the patients are getting treatment that day, my water is actually getting treated also, and then I water my plants. And in the middle of winter, my orchids are blooming. I have tons of orchids back there, and the patients come in, they're like, my orchids at my house are half dead and yours have bloomed. So PEMF, great stuff. So you were talking also about the C60 power and inflammation. How does C60 work? How does it work in men, and how does it work in women? I know that there are certain drugs, certain vitamins that would work differently in different genders.
Well, the key to C60, it works at the cellular level. So it's working at, it's at the cellular level, it's working in the mitochondria. It's also protects the nuclear DNA from oxidative damage, which is, it also likes to hang out in the endoplasmic reticulum. That makes the proteins that kind of surrounds your nucleus, where the mRNA comes out and goes to the ribosomes, and then they make the proteins and stuff. So C60 protects that whole sector there, so you can make your proteins. And that's now the difference is, you'll notice, like, one of the things is when your mitochondria return to functionality, mitochondria make pregnenolone, which is the precursor molecule for all the hormones. And they actually make it out of the LDL cholesterol, the quote people call the bad cholesterol. That's not bad cholesterol. That's meant to be there. It's what, as we get older, our mitochondria don't function like they do. And so that LDL cholesterol tends to build up in the blood rather than being used to make pregnenolone and other substances. And then when it oxidizes, that changes its form and it sticks to your artery walls. And that's basically one of the main causes of heart disease. So when you're taking C60, your mitochondria ramp themselves back up. And now they're taking that LDL and turning it into pregnenolone. And then the cells can use that pregnenolone with anything. And so, like, in your pineal gland, you're going to probably produce more melatonin. In your pituitary hypothalamus complex, you'll probably get more human growth hormone and dozens of master hormones. And like as Sierra, she's making more T3 and T4, and balancing out her needs for that. And also it happens in the same with the adrenals. The adrenals take pregnenolone, make a lot of pregnenolone, and they use it to make, the mineral corticoids, which balances the blood, which is, one of the counter indications I need to mention here too. C60 doesn't, all C60 does is lifts the oxidative burden so your cells can function correctly. But one of the things that it will do is it restores, like, mitochondria function in the adrenals, and the adrenals produce mineral corticoids, which balance the, quote, thickness of your blood. So if you're on a blood thinner and you start taking C60, you can rapidly, the, quote, thick blood problem can rapidly go away with the return of the production of mineral corticoids. So you need to consult with your doctor if you're on a blood thinner, and to get a lot more testing. If you're going to take C60, tell your doctor you're going to take C60. Tell them it can, it can restart mineral corticoid production, which is going to make your blood, kind of balance out. And so you need to be on extra testing so that your blood doesn't get too thin. And it's a little bit, it's not quite the same, but it's a little bit, because one of the things that pregnenolone is converted in the adrenals into androgens, which are the precursors for estrogen, progesterone, testosterone. So you can get a lot of increase. Like, we had a guy, he was 70 years old. He'd gone to his doctor. He had like a 350 testosterone count. And so he started taking creams, and he was up to about in the low 700s, doing the creams. And then he started taking C60, and about 3 months later, he went in for testing, and his testosterone level was 1200. Wow. So his doctor backed him off on the creams. And so, that's another thing, because if you're doing hormone things, you're the underlying problem can go away and your hormone levels will rise. But it's not like hormone treatment where they give you a single hormone. When your body produces pregnenolone, that means whatever hormones your body produces can be increased now, because it's basically you're just rolling your cells' production back. Once the mitochondria can function like they used to 10, 20 years ago, well, then your hormone levels can rise to the way maybe they were 10, 20 years ago. And so that's, but it's a natural broad across the thing. It's not like one specific a hormone increase. So you'll get a broad increase of all your hormones, not just one. So
I guess the same would be in women. The same thing. The hormone.
Some people that have been on the menopause, perimenopause, go back to having their periods. So that's another one.
Well, that really would suck for some women.
Yes. So if you're on the edge, if you're over, it's probably not going to be a problem, but sometimes on the edge, because it's like rolling back the clock a little bit.
Right.
And there's a lot of animal studies that also C60 is good topically. They found that, applied topically, they had, in fact, one of the first human studies was actually a cream produced in Japan for wrinkles, and they found that C60 would significantly reduce wrinkles and fine lines in Japanese women.
Oh, wow. Well, I am definitely getting C60. You see, so you must be using C60, because I'm looking and there's like zero.
I just turned 60, so I'm doing pretty good. I use it a lot internally, not as much topically. But there's other things, like if you get mosquito bites, you can put C60 on the mosquito bite. In about 20 minutes, the itching goes away, which is really nice. And especially, and they found in, well, they did in actually in vitro studies of human cells.
Right.
And they basically, human skin cells, they gave one set would get C60, the other set didn't. They exposed them to UV light levels of varying amounts. And they found that C60 significantly protected human skin cells from UV damage. So, because it's an antioxidant, UV light makes oxidative radicals, so C60 worked there. And then they also did one with, one of the things is C60 kind of supports immunity. And they had done some studies with mast cells, human mast cells in the body, in test tubes. And they found that it like delayed or modified the release of like the histamines, because that's what mast cells, they got little packets of histamines and release them,
Right.
which of course causes your allergies. And then they took that into animal studies, and they found that I think it was rats, it might have been rabbits, but I think it was rats. And they had rats that had been conditioned to have anaphylactic shock when exposed to a certain allergen. And they found that those rats that had C60, it moderated their immune response, so they didn't go into anaphylactic shock when exposed to the allergen. So a lot of people notice that their allergies go way down when they take C60, but it's a gradual process. It doesn't happen overnight like a lot of things.
This is more reason for me to try the C60. My husband is very asthmatic and highly allergic. There's, I didn't know that people had fall allergies. I heard of spring allergies. Well, he has fall allergies also. So
those molds.
Yeah, so between the C60 and the PEMF treatment that we do every day, I think he's going to end up being a superhero. So yeah. I kind of look forward to that, because then I'm going to increase the whole honeydew list come when the weather is better. There'll be all kinds of stuff building in my yard. So is there anything else about C60 that C60 power that we actually need to know?
Well, C60 is an adult choice. We don't recommend it for pregnant women that are nursing, or even children, because there really isn't experiments there to tell. So it's an adult choice, and we recommend people. There's a site, What is C60, that we're kind of associated with that tells a lot about C60. You can go in there and you can learn a lot about C60, and you got to remember that there's some types C60 that's dissolved in an oil. That's the health benefit type. There's also one that's polyhydroxynated, which makes it water soluble, but that's only used in experiments. Those are the health beneficial types. Particles of C60 don't have you any benefit, so you have to make sure you get the right type of C60, and to do health benefits, and just do your own research. And C60 is not a magic pill. It has its benefits. It does what it does, and it does it really well. But part of it, if you're going to be, on a health journey, you need to eat right. You need to supplement with vitamins. You need to get the exercise. You need to do all of those other things, because what C60 does, it doesn't cure, heal, or prevent anything. It just lifts the oxidative burden your cells are under, so your cells can now function the way they should be. But you need to make sure that the cells have those nutrients. The cells have, all the other things that they need, and the, low electromagnetic environment, all that stuff, so that now they can get and do what's necessary, the healing. So it's just one part of a health journey, of a journey to health. C60 is just one part of that, but it's an important part.
What about pets?
Oh, C60 works great on pets.
Yay.
So we have usually we've had really old German Shepherds. And oh, by the way, when you're taking C60, I probably should talk a little bit about the amounts. Now, most people, let's say in your 30s or 40s, or maybe in early 50s, and let's say you're midweight, between 130 and 160 pounds. On our website, we actually have a dose amount. Just a teaspoon in the morning would be fine. Tends to be stimulated, so you want to take it in the morning, not late at night. Okay. But as you get older, you get a little bit of gray hair, or you get a little extra weight. So is a tablespoon's more appropriate, and that's what I use. I use about a tablespoon or a half a day, and in the morning. And so that tends to be a more as you get older. So like an older dog, an older German Shepherd, give them a tablespoon, and you'll be amazed after about a couple of weeks. They'll just be running around like they haven't for just years. Wow. And with little dogs, it's littler amounts. And so dogs have their preferences. Some like avocado oil, some like avocado oil. We don't would recommend the MCT coconut oil because it's in the grass family. And so you don't want to have accidents in the house with the dog if you give them MCT oil. So
I didn't ask that question.
Yeah, so that's kind of why we stick with olive oil or avocado oil. They have their preferences. Cats too, some like one, some like the other. It's a kind of a personal preference for the animal.
So this is interesting because I do animal rescue and I have older cats and dogs at my house. So definitely this is something I'm going to be incorporating into not only my life but my animals' life. And I know C60 is not recommended for children. PEMF actually is. It's safe, and my cats and dogs actually get PEMF treatment also. So
yeah, they're great for animals. Because you can put the whole animal in the pad.
Yeah, put them. Yeah,
you get the whole animal gets the pad. Gets the pulse, not just part of you.
Right, absolutely. So if people want to learn more about C60 and power, purple power, where can they get more information?
We can go to c60purplepower.com, and that's the website, and it'll take there, and you can go explore some of their landing pages and things, learn a little bit about it. Because it's a non-FDA approved substance. We have a few. If you have the human studies, most of the animal studies, you have to go somewhere else to get because they're not. You can't. There's the FDA association stuff. But it's out there if you want to look there, and yeah, just go with the the quality producers. We've got there's most of the original producers were really all quality. It's just now that there's so many people out there that it's so we have ours. We have our certificates analysis. We back up our products and all that. We have great customer service. So we like to think that we're like the best one out there. But there are other legitimate ones out there, but you have to be careful when you're going for, just like CBD. It's got a little bit of Wild West out there.
It is the Wild West. It is absolutely. So it was such a joy to talk to you. I feel like I've learned so much, and I'm so excited to try the C60. You have been the wealth of knowledge, and most appropriately, Ken the scientist. I can see when I was on your website and I saw that, I was like, Ken the scientist. And then now after talking to you and hearing the journey, I could totally see that. And thank you so much for doing this and for also using PEMF and for the knowledge that you shared with everybody. Thank you so much.
Oh, thank you for having me on.
Thank you.
I, together with co-hosts Dr. Marlene Mahipat and Dr. Riz Lakhani, would like to take a moment to thank all the staff members, the people behind the scenes, our gifted speakers, and most of all, our summit sponsors.
Special shout out to Eco-Nugenics, Higher Dose, Sheely Soren Wellness Institute, Nano V by ENG3 Corp,
the DNA Company, and NES Health.
Please be sure to check them out because they helped make this incredible event possible.
This is Dr. Pawluk, and today I'm very honored to be joined by Dr. Paul Barattiero. You're an esteemed colleague, and so rather than me trying to introduce you, which I always never get completely right anyway, so rather than try to read a list, let's have you talk about yourself. Tell us who you are, what you do, and we'll go from there.
Well, thank you. It's my least favorite subject, but I'm happy to do that. I'm just honestly a husband of 28 years, a father, an entrepreneur. I've started several companies in the medical industry over the years, and 8 different companies. Really, I'm very interested in prevention of pathology. That's what I'm most passionate about as an individual, is preventing disease models. If we can prevent them, it's a lot easier than trying to help them after we've contracted pathology or a disease model. So I'm really always wanting to prevent disease, but in the way of building the body so the body functions the way it was designed or created to function. That's really where my mind is at and what I look to do. And I do that through education. I've been lecturing across the world. I've been on television, here in the US, Switzerland, Germany, different parts of the world. I've been on television, I've been on podcasts, I've been on summits and, documentaries, Truth About Cancer, for instance. And that's really because I'm passionate about educating others so they know what to do to accomplish their divine potential. That's really, I guess, a good synopsis.
To optimize ourselves.
Yeah.
Your background, I think you're a naturopathic doctor, right?
Yeah.
Can you tell us more about your path?
Yeah. So many years ago, I was focused on diabetes. And so I became a podorthist. Most people don't know what that is, but I went to Oklahoma State University and became a podorthist. And the focus of a podorthist is ankle down, diabetic foot, and the complications that can come from that. So I was really focused on that. And the love of my life, my queen, my wife, Jacqueline, for our first 10 years of our marriage, she was not doing well. She was sick. And of course, I was a young man. I was 31 at that point after being married 10 years. I was 31. And I was like, what am I going to do to help my wife? I'm helping these other people with issues, but my wife's the most important person to me, period. And there's a big difference between the next person and her, right? So I really wanted to do some research. I came across different waters that people were reporting or proposing that they could help. And of course, I was very skeptical because I know water for what you drink and wash a car with and bathe in, right? So that's what water is for most of us. But using water for a therapeutic perspective, I really wasn't familiar with. And so I became familiar. And after a couple of years of research, I then understood that hydrogen gas, when you dissolve it in water, had benefits. There was maybe one or two studies I had found. The literature was very, very hard to find anything going on. Everyone at that time was attributing pH in water to helping people, and that was completely not the case. We know that the pH of water or any solution you consume is not going to affect you much. So I really centered on the hydrogen gas. And once I became aware of the hydrogen gas, holy cow, the world opened up. And when I started focusing on that, it began to make sense because hydrogen is a reducer of oxidation. Of course, oxygen is an oxidizer. And so you have these two opposing forces that when you keep them in balance, you have homeostasis. But when one or the other gets out of balance, that's when our problems begin. And of course, my absolute focus is gut, because I firmly believe that issues start in the gut. And so hydrogen, which is supposed to be produced in the gut, is what should be modulating or regulating all of that.
That's very important and critical. And there's other aspects of water as well. I'm going to pause right here because my light behind the screen turned brighter all of a sudden. Maybe because of your energy. So I'll add it. I don't know why it flickered like that.
Huh.
There we go. All right. There we go, better. So I'll go back and slice from there.
No problem.
All right, so yeah, my understanding, water, obviously our bodies are about 65% water.
Right.
And you can split hydrogen off the water molecule, right?
Yes. Uh-huh.
And to what extent does the body do that naturally?
There has been a study out of Australia showing that melanin can do this as light's entering the eye or in the body. It's typically when they're in big trouble. Let's say maybe you had no water source and your body needed to have more energy because you were depleted. If we really think about the fact, if we are 65, 70% water, then you have hydrogen gas, which is a very high energy store. So in fact, our body, if you could tap into all that hydrogen, you would have tremendous energy source there. I think a lot of people are becoming aware that hydrogen is for battery use. Hydrogen is a fuel that can be used that sustainably. I just read yesterday, there's a new jet out of Korea that they're beginning to test hydrogen as the fuel for a jet. So hydrogen has electrons, and it's dense with electrons. And so you have tremendous energy stored there. So if the body can access that, which we now know it can, when it's in trouble, then you can access amazing energy store. And so it comes down to the level of our body really is carbon hydrogen chains, and hydrogen in general is critical for health, for life, for every aspect of what we do. I mean, even stomach acid, HCl, right? You still have hydrogen involved. So hydrogen is absolutely critical.
And water, we're actually, in many ways, not actually water.
Yeah.
Right? We're actually an electrolyte soup.
That's right.
We're a solution, essentially.
Yes.
Right? And the cells make water.
Yes.
Part of the metabolic processes. And it will create water, but that water almost immediately becomes integrated into all the other material that's inside the cell and between the cells.
Yeah. I mean, it's what the lymphatic system is, right? In general, but yeah, it's the solution.
It's a solution, and it's an electrolyte solution. So being an electrolyte solution, it has energy, and
Yeah.
it's susceptible to energy actions or interactions, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Now when you started looking at the water, you became aware of H2. So tell
Yes.
us what the difference is between H2 and hydrogen in HCl, hydrogen chloride, or versus ozone or other kinds of hydrogen. If you want, ozone is not hydrogen, but
Right. Yeah. Oxygen. Yeah. So hydrogen is, of course, number one on the periodic table. So it's because of its size, it's number one. But typically you don't find an individual hydrogen unless it's bonded to something else. And typically carbons are very involved with this process, unless you have H2. So H2 is very stable as a gas because they're neutral, they're combined. And so that's why you end up with H2, is because hydrogen, you're not going to find it by itself unless there's a charge to it, like H plus or something like this. But H2 is very powerful because it's neutral. And when things are neutral, you can actually get them into the cell. If they have a charge, typically the cells block them. And in the case of water, I think a lot of people falsely believe that somehow water enters our cells. However, there was a Nobel Prize won on the process of understanding that aquaporons that are connected to the cells actually is how water gets through. But when we really look at it deeper, it's not actually water, it's hydrogen and then an oxygen and a hydrogen, because through these aquaporons, and I don't know that we understand this because it's a little beyond our capacity, but the actual water molecule breaks into its constituent elements and enters the cells molecule by molecule to then where it's recombined. Now, the amount of time that takes, we don't have a word for, because we think in seconds or milliseconds but they just don't. I was on a summit having to do with peptides a week or so ago, and they have now discovered at University of California, I believe it was Riverside, that hydrogen can accomplish peptide action in the body naturally in a trillionth of a time that they thought was possible. So hydrogen speeds up action in the body electrically and accomplishes, in this case, it was peptide action. And they came up with a new word for this amount of time that it occurred. And so, I mean, we're constantly learning. I don't think we know anywhere near what we think we know, but what we do understand paints a picture that hydrogen is critical. Hydrogen is a facilitator. And what we need to understand is that hydrogen is not a heavy lifter. It's not doing the action. It's a signal modulator. It's giving direction or coordinating or managing a lot of different actions. There's been over 200 biomolecules that are regulated by hydrogen gas. There are master hormones like ghrelin secretions, leptin, that are regulated by hydrogen. So when we talk about neurologic function, when we talk about all these things that hydrogen can help, there's no striatal hydrogen, or no, in other words, there's no hydrogen going to the brain. In this case, it's ghrelin secretions going to the brain. And we call those in medicine a second messenger. That's really what hydrogen's doing. Hydrogen's giving direction and telling stuff to work again. And when we have a gut that's not functioning properly and we're not producing hydrogen the way we're supposed to, then a lot of systems are not functioning, and the body is trying to make things work by multiple mechanisms or backup systems that it has to accomplish actions in an antioxidant method or radicals or all these kind of things. As soon as you put hydrogen back in the picture, then the symphony can continue, and the beauty of the way the body is supposed to function rapidly happens. And that's what I have found extremely beautiful and extremely passionate is, as soon as you give the body the tools it needs back, it goes to work and things begin to function normally. But hydrogen is critical. And again, just the presence, it's not the quantity that matters in most cases, it's just the presence of this gas, H2 gas, that actually modulates and accomplishes a lot. And so for me, it's mind-boggling and amazing.
It's ubiquitous.
Yeah.
It's all the processes of the body.
Yeah.
It gets involved in all those processes. I frequently tell people that we have about 100 trillion cells in our bodies.
Yeah.
And we have about 2,000 to 5,000 biochemical processes per second in each cell.
Yeah.
That's staggering, absolutely staggering. And that's a symphony, right?
Yes.
We were talking before we started how that symphony is coordinated and it's layered.
Yeah.
The body has many ways of accomplishing the same job. It's rarely just one mechanism.
Well, yeah, I haven't found one yet.
Are we, so we are hydrogen deficient, hydrogen gas deficient, or hydrogen H2 deficient?
Yes. And actually, we are supposed to produce hydrogen. When we look at how our gut is supposed to work, people talk all the time about a dysfunctioning gut. And I don't think people understand. I think they hear the marketing terms like leaky gut, and I don't know, what do they think? Something's coming down their leg or something? I don't know, but I don't really understand leaky gut because that principle doesn't make sense. What I understand is there's bacterial issues, and that's because the terrain and the biome are not the proper polarity. So bacteria typically like electrical charge. And when we talk about aerobic, they like a positive charge. When we look at anaerobic, they like a negative charge. So if the gut terrain itself, if we change the polarity, then we will signal or will stimulate the wrong bacteria. And so we'll have overgrowth and we'll have different fermentation going on. So really what happens is your entire food craving changes based on the bacteria in the gut, because aerobic bacteria wants carbs and sugar. Anaerobic wants fiber and fatty acids. So if we really come to understand what's going on, it's really the bacteria that's controlling us. And so what I found years ago is a study out of Russia showing that if we get the epithelial tissue or the tissue of the gastrointestinal tract anywhere near a negative 300 millivolts of electrical potential, we rehab the gut rapidly. So within days, hours in some cases, we begin a process of selectively stimulating anaerobic microflora. Well, the reason that's critical is anaerobic microflora can process fiber and process short chain and medium chain fatty acids, which is the kind of foods we should be eating. But within those families of anaerobic microflora, you have these amazing bacteria called hydrogen trophs. And those hydrogen trophs convert the fatty acids and the fiber into hydrogen gas in our gut. Now, we call this flatulence, and it's very exciting for teenagers. But the reality is we can produce, or should be able to produce, 10 to 12 liters of hydrogen gas per day. Now, we produce methane. There's other gases, but hydrogen is a big part of it. And so what's really beautiful in this story is the hydrogen trophs themselves consume 30% of the hydrogen they make as their own energy source. Isn't that beautiful? It's like symbiotic, right? So hydrogen trophs create the hydrogen and then consume it as their energy source. The other 70% can go into the body and regulate pathways, many different NRF1, NRF2, all the different pathways, but they affect things like telomere length, telomerase activity. They affect SIRT1. They affect all the antioxidant pathways. They help stop formation of hydroxyl radicals through catalyse regulation. There's so many things when we get into what hydrogen is doing in the body, it's critical. But one of the most important is ghrelin secretions, which we talked about earlier about neurologic protective effects. So what the story is we should be self-sufficient. We should be producing hydrogen gas in our own self, but we have chemicals that disrupt the gut. We have lifestyle choices that disrupt the gut. We have stress that disrupt the gut. And so the only way that I have learned or have actually found to be able to rehab a gut or change the electrical potential so that we can go back to making hydrogen naturally the way we're supposed to is by changing the electrical potential. And so we do that as well. So we fix the gut and we give the body hydrogen so that it has the ability to regulate oxidative stress and bring it back down to where we would just have oxidation, which is natural, but not oxidative stress.
So just taking extra H2
Yes,
in water is not enough.
it is enough. But the problem is I'm one of these people who I don't like to Band-Aid. I like to fix a system that's not functioning naturally. And so a lot of people will say, you know, obviously it's no secret that I developed the only hydrogen water system that's a true hydrogen water system. And people will say, well, why don't you just rent them for 2 weeks so that when my gut is fixed, then I can send it back. And I'll say to them, are you going to be disciplined to only eat organic, non-GMO foods that you have verified, even though it says organic, you've verified there's no pesticides in there that are disruptive to your gut bacteria? Are you going to do that? Are you going to really make a decision to not put it in your mouth if you can't find something organic or clean? And they're like, no. And I'm like, okay, that's why I don't rent the machines for 2 weeks, because you're going to be eating food, disrupting your gut bacteria. And at the same time, the water that you're drinking is going to build your gut bacteria back up because it's going to change the terrain of the gut. This is why you need to drink this water on a regular basis, because while you're damaging it, you're also building it back up. And this is the only way for you to function as a human being. Because if we didn't have pesticides and chemicals, then we wouldn't need to drink hydrogen water because we'd be producing it internally and we wouldn't have a problem.
Now, if you make too much hydrogen, do you really get flatulence?
No, I mean, you're not going to see an increased flatulence by drinking the water, because we're only putting max, depending on the device we have, we're about 1.5 to 1.88 parts per million. This is not enough volume of gas to really make that much of a difference from a flatulence perspective. But from a modulation of pathways in the body, from a disease model, what is considered therapeutic? People always ask, what's a dose? Because we're so trained to think in doses, but really there is no dose. You just need to have hydrogen gas in your body to modulate pathways. But what has been accepted, let's say it this way, what has been accepted in the scientific community is 0.5 parts per million is considered therapeutic, and 16 ounces per day would be considered a dose. If you had 16 ounces of water with 0.5 parts per million of hydrogen gas dissolved, that would be considered a dose. And that's just based on over 1,100 studies. That's the amount that they used in many of the studies. Now, what they also found, though, is 0.1 parts per million, a tenth of a part per million, signaled ghrelin secretions, which helped with neurologic, whether it's bipolar, schizophrenia, Parkinson's, Alzheimer's, autism, whatever. It modulated the brain, itself from a plasticity perspective, from a normalization. So really, it just proves that we don't need a ton of hydrogen. We just need a steady supply on a daily basis.
Enough of it. And I would guess, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I would guess that even the hydrogen that you produce, if you get the right diet and you're producing a lot of hydrogen, even if you're taking extra hydrogen. It's amazingly well absorbed, right? So it crosses the cell membranes almost immediately. So very little of it gets out of the body.
That's well, yeah. You probably, I mean, if you were to get 1.88 parts per million, for example, you're going to breathe some of that hydrogen out over time, but it's probably the hydrogen itself is probably in the body half an hour to an hour, and whatever you're using is great. But the beautiful thing about that is the signal modulation already occurs. And then they have shown through study that you have cascading effects in the body up to 3 to 5 days after drinking just one glass of water. The modulation and the cascade of pathways that are affected can last up to 3 to 5 days just from one glass or one dose.
One use. Well, even when you talk about the gut and having the right diet, so you can be perfect in your diet, right?
Yeah.
Whatever perfect is.
Yeah.
But our bodies are changing constantly.
Yes.
Right. And you're stressed, and that changes things.
Yeah.
Right. You eat a meal at a restaurant and you eat a meal at home.
Yeah.
And that changes things. So our bodies are constantly changing. So we cannot assume that they're going to be the same all the time. So the same dose doing it now and then is not going to fix the problem. You have to really keep it up.
That's right. And it's really signal modulation. And so the body, the only dose dependency that I found is with rheumatoid arthritis, for example, when you have all these articulations that have oxidative stress, and therefore you have what's called arthritis, the more hydrogen you get into the body initially can help those individuals because you have articulations that are being helped. So that's the only one I found that has any dose dependency at all. And that's just because you have joints that are in need of reduction of oxidative stress. But whether you did it all in one day or you did it over a week or two of drinking, it's going to happen anyways, because there is a stacking effect. But what's nice about RA is it didn't come back in the study. So the joints that were affected positively didn't come back in a day or so. It was actually fixing. And so this is the case with many of the pathologies. When we look at the 1,140 studies that we have so far, there's 185 disease models. And when we look at things like telomere, which is important to understand, in a healthy cell, hydrogen lengthens telomere, which is what you would want, because you would want that cell dividing and not hitting a haystack, what's called a haystack, so it doesn't stop after a certain number. But when it comes to cancer cells, hydrogen shortens telomeres. And so again, it's very interesting because hydrogen does what nothing else does, because it's so innate to the body. It does what's right in both situations, positive and negative. So a healthy cell, you would want a lengthened telomere. In a cancer cell, you would want to shorten because you don't want it reproducing. And at the same time, apoptosis is benefited with a cancer cell, which is huge because then it destroys itself. So I'm sure you can tell I'm very passionate about this, but it's been 17 years of me looking at this and working with this and seeing a causal outcome on pathology and body. And again, for me, it just testifies to the creation of the body and the way the body was designed to function by itself naturally.
Well, when you talk about rheumatoid arthritis, what occurred to me is that you may need extra work at the beginning, because any pathology has a certain starting point that you're trying to get at it. Because by the time they come to us with their symptoms or their diagnosis, they're already pretty far along in the disease process. Right. So that means you're going to need more work at the beginning than you will later once you get things under better control.
Absolutely.
Right. Now, I have the same passion about PEMFs, and this is the PEMF Summit.
Yeah.
One of the things that we have in common, I just read a paper that we were discussing about the fact that hydrogen, also H2, increases heat stress proteins.
Yeah.
Or heat shock proteins, they're called.
Yeah.
And that upregulation of heat stress protein production increases collagen production.
Mm-hmm.
So basically that goes back to some extent to rheumatoid arthritis as well. So if you increase heat stress proteins, you're protecting cells, But the more damaged the cells are, the more protection they're going to need until finally they're back into a place of rebalance. And PEMFs do the same thing.
Right.
So I don't know the physics mechanisms behind hydrogen and PEMFs, but because a lot of the biological processes of PEMFs are similar to H2, I have to think that somehow PEMFs and H2 are working together.
I agree. I've had several individuals, while I've never studied PEMFs extensively, I've had other individuals say, you know, it's really interesting because the same mechanisms are at work here. And so when we look at healing mechanisms and the why something works, there's a symbiotic relationship. And so I have had some people that have our machines and have PEMF, and when they use them together, the outcomes are heightened for the client or the patient. And so it's very rewarding, because anytime we can take a modality that's working and then have it work even more effectively in the body is huge, especially when it's a simple modality. It's not something crazy. But we've even had athletes with separated shoulders, football players with separated shoulders, and when they're drinking the water, their shoulder repaired without needing surgery. So I assume it's very similar, where you have an articulation or a joint or a shoulder injury where you can use PEMF and you can put it right on that shoulder and it's stimulating healing. It's very interesting to me, where you could combine both of these and speed up that process. That would be awesome. But I think there's definitely similarities there. Likewise, there's many people that I don't know, put the water with hydrogen in it on their face or skin or wound care, and that's just being on the skin stimulates collagen production. And so it's very interesting when we look at all these things and ask these questions, and find a symbiotic relationship between modalities and products. I find it very beautiful.
Well, it could be different ways. One may be that the PEMFs enhance H2, what the H2 does, and vice versa. And because
exactly.
magnetic fields like H2 have so many actions in the body.
Well, and I'm curious if the PEMF somehow through electrical stimulation is separating water molecules within the body, and then you have hydrogen, oxygen gas. I mean, electrolysis, which was discovered in 1800 by Dr. Anthony Carlisle, was just for that reason. Water electrolysis was discovered because he had been in a conference in 1798 and learned that hydrogen had antioxidant properties, selective antioxidant properties. And so he wanted to make a hydrogen generator. And so he just, separated water into its constituent elements. I'm curious to know if anyone's ever looked at if electrical stimulation on the body could somehow separate water. I don't know where you would have that liquid that would be separating, but we know there's conductivity. I'm just curious. It's an interesting thought, but as we both have talked about, there are similar mechanisms, and there are multiple mechanisms to accomplish an end result within the human body many times.
Well, I just read about a patent that was filed to produce hydrogen using radio frequency magnetic fields.
Yeah.
And that bombarding water molecules with that at very high frequencies and very high intensities breaks apart those water molecules and releases hydrogen, which can then be used as a fuel.
Yeah.
So at a lower level, at a human body level, as you said, the mechanics of water, aquaporins, are too small for a water molecule to go through. So it has to break apart and then reconstitute on the other side. So what is magnetic therapy doing with water molecules as well?
Right. Yeah, these are all wonderful questions, and we need to research this more to understand. I mean, RF makes sense because you're vibrating them faster and you can create that separation, and they'll do some things. One thing that we focus on is just harvesting H2 and getting the oxygen out of the solution so that you can keep the H2 molecule and send the oxygen back to the environment where it can be used. But this is very, very important so that you don't have a recombination. Now, oxygen and hydrogen are not just going to recombine. You need an action. You need a catalytic action. But the point is to get them out of the solution. So you just have the H2 is critical for the body to be able to use that, and not increasing oxidation by having more oxygen, but just having that reductive power of hydrogen to bring the body back to homeostasis and back to balance.
So I want to ask you relative to inflammation, because one of the key actions of H2 treated water is anti-inflammatory.
Yep.
And one of the key actions of PEMFs as an anti-inflammatory treatment is through adenosine receptors. Have you seen any research on H2 and adenosine receptors?
I haven't. I can tell you that most every one of the 1140 studies talks about the anti-inflammatory response. A lot of it has to do with enzyme action and has to do with function in the body, whether it be one action or multiple actions. It really depends on, the different pathology or what have you. Many are similar, and then you have some that are different. The foundational study that happened, for example, was on hydroxyl radicals, which are the most cytotoxic or cell damaging radical in the human body. Now, when you take HO, which is a hydroxyl radical, and you put it in a petri dish and you add some H2, you create water molecules. That was assumed that was happening in the body, but that's actually not what's happening. When you have the mitochondrial function and you're creating radicals through normal process, hydrogen can signal catalase, and catalase can complete things. And what I really believe is it's much more beautiful than simply combining a hydrogen with a hydroxyl radical and making a water molecule in the body. I don't believe, and now the scientific community doesn't believe that's what's happening in the human body. It does happen in petri dishes, but it doesn't happen in the body. What I believe is happening is the mitochondria is actually able to produce enough ATP to function with the demand placed upon it. And so you're not looking for carb loading and sugar loading. And I think it's kind of a chicken or the egg kind of a thing, because a lot of people that want more mitochondrial function or more ATP production are putting a higher demand on the body. But because they don't have a gut that's functioning properly, they can't combat the radicals. So they have this issue in the mitochondrial respiratory chain. So they're throwing sugar and carbs at it to have almost like a turbo button so that you can have faster energy. Well, the problem is you're going to create more radicals with sugar and carb loading. And so what hydrogen does is hydrogen will come in and actually allow the mitochondrial function to happen naturally and to produce the ATP that you need. And so the person has less of a need for sugar and carb loading. And so you haven't introduced many of the radicals there in the first place. This is what I've actually seen. And so whether it's an actual action of, or if it's a causal action that you're actually allowing the body to function naturally so the person isn't having their crutch anymore of sugar and carbs, it's an interesting conversation. But this is what I found more than anything else is once you regulate a pathway or once you regulate a system, the demand for the crutch goes away and the body's just able to function the way it was designed to function. And this is what I have found. One of the main claims, when you look back at 1950 to 1965, when the Japanese Ministry of Health and Welfare studied water through electrolysis, they did a 15-year human trial. At the end of it, they made these devices, medical devices in Japan, because of the electrolysis. They believed falsely at the time that it was because of the pH, but what they stated was that it cured improper fermentation in the gut. And so this gives us a huge secret to what's really going on, because fermentation, proper fermentation, does a lot of things in our gut and processes foods differently. And then if you have improper fermentation, then of course you're not processing food appropriately, and you can have some toxic things. So this is where the whole thing foundationally came from, is this human trial where they said, okay, what's it really doing? Now, since then, we have 1,140 studies and more coming every year, about 100 or so a year that are published. And I think that'll increase, but we're learning so much more. And some of it doesn't make sense. Like, non-alcohol fatty liver disease. Why is there no fat accumulation when hydrogen's present? But if you take hydrogen out, there's fat accumulation. I don't know that we have the answers to all these things, but what we do know is that hydrogen is innate to the body and should be there. And so is electrical current. So the things that both you and I do are, in my opinion, inherent to the body and are prime healing modalities because they're innate to the body to begin with.
Yeah, and PEMFs don't do anything really on its own anyway. It's not like burning your skin,
right?
Or suturing a wound. That's a very direct action on the tissue. PEMFs act by stimulating charge production in the tissue, and then the body uses that charge in whatever it wants to do with it.
That's
whatever its needs are. Let's go back a second to ATP.
Yep.
ATP is constantly recycling.
Yep.
Every ATP molecule in the body recycles about 1,000 times a day, between 200 to 1,000 times. So that means the demand for ATP is constant. We produce about our body weight in ATP every day.
Yeah, in pounds, right?
In pounds. So we don't like make our weight in ATP all of a sudden and then we're done.
Yep.
Right. We're constantly making it. As I said, at the outset, we have about 5,000 biochemical processes per second.
Yep.
So the question then becomes for you relative to H2, adding H2. Can you dose once a day and get sufficient action?
Yes, but remember, these studies are very targeted studies. So, you might have a study looking at colon cancer. You might have a study looking at diabetes. And the lipid and glucose metabolism that occurs. And all these studies are very targeted studies. I don't know that there's been yet a study looking at the entire system, but I would tell you what people ask me all the time. What do you suggest? One bottle a day or whatever. And I would say, let's always mimic the human body and what it does. And if you would typically eat 3 times a day, you would have fermentation going on 3 times a day. You would have hydrogen production 3 times a day. Let's mimic that and say 3 times a day, you drink the water. If you're looking to think of it that way. For me, I just drink the water throughout the day. I don't freak out if it doesn't have hydrogen in it. Obviously, every single water that goes into my body does not have hydrogen in it. Probably a majority of the water that goes into my body, because I have a machine in the house, I have it in the oven. Obviously, everywhere I go, I have them. And so I do have them there. I can tell you that typically when we have consumers or doctors or professionals that are used to having the water, or even employees for that matter, and they go on vacation or they leave, typically it's about the 2nd or 3rd day that they are feeling a decline in function in their body. And so I would have to, from an anecdotal perspective, I would have to say, okay, their system was still being regulated for that amount of time. And then when they feel less energetic or more tired or less capacity to stay up and function and do, that's when you're starting to feel the effects go away. And on average, it's 2 to 3 days after they no longer consumed. And so I would just, without doing a study, we'd have to look at human behavior and feedback and use that as as kind of a study in a way to understand what's happening for people. But I would say that's what we see, and I've seen for many years as I've been doing this over 15 years. That's what we see is with people that are, as you put it, hydrogen deficient. Within 15 minutes, they're feeling an effect. If they do not have hydrogen production in their body and their body's not used to it, when they have it, they feel it almost immediately. And the doctor's offices that we communicate with, the chiropractors, the functional MDs, all these, they'll say it's always within an hour. Typically, the individuals will say, "Oh, sometimes it's faster, but it's within an hour." They say, "Whoa, that's interesting. I can tell a difference." And that's what we see. Some things are more rapid. The more acute the issue is, the more rapid you see the effect. The less acute or the less issues a person has, the longer it takes to acknowledge or to palpate or to see or feel or understand a difference. It just depends on the individual, I would say.
And it's very interesting that you say that, because magnetic field therapy is the same.
Mm-hmm.
People feel the differences fairly quickly if they have the right dose of magnetic field therapy.
Mm-hmm.
And then usually when they go on vacation, as you said, it takes 2 to 3 days. They say, "Oh, wait a minute, I'm not as good as I was before."
Yep.
But you don't notice the cumulative benefits. And so if you're continuing to produce a benefit, and you have, like, say, two components or two factors that produce a benefit, you wait 2 or 3 hours and one of those factors goes away.
Yeah.
But one remains. The next time you dose, you get 2 + 1. So so it's cumulative until eventually you reach some kind of plateau.
Mm-hmm.
So going back to fermentation, if you think about fermentation, how long does fermentation last? Right after a meal. So we say, okay, I'm going to dose right after I eat, or I'm going to dose when I eat. So how long does the benefit of the H2 last with fermentation? So you may need to be repeating your dosing after you've eaten, and not just do one dose. One dose is going to be better than nothing.
Right.
Right.
Absolutely. And because the vehicle we're using is water, I would recommend people do it half an hour before they ate, or well after you eat. You do need water for fecal production. You need water for a lot of things in the body, but drinking a bunch of water when you're eating, in my opinion, is not the best practice, only because you can disrupt how efficiently the body can break down foods from an enzyme perspective, from a gastric juice perspective. But unfortunately, what happens is, and this is my opinion, it's worth what you're paying for it, but I think most people are dehydrated chronically. I think 97% of the population are probably dehydrated on a regular basis and don't understand what it feels like to be hydrated. So when they eat food, the body's like, I need some water. I'm not going to be able to create fecal matter. I'm not going to be able to do a lot of things. Can you please give me some water? Well, immediately the body's demanding it because they didn't already have it. But it would be much better if they were to consume water before eating a meal, so that their body was hydrated and had that ability. The one thing we have noticed is there are doctors that sell HCl tablets or pills. They have said that their patients are not needing it when they start drinking the water like they used to. And in fact, I had one chiropractor in Las Vegas who said, the only patients I have that do not need HCl are the ones that are drinking hydrogen water. Well, it's obvious they're getting hydrogen gas. And so the body then has hydrogen to produce HCl. And so it's very interesting from a hydration perspective and from a hydrogen perspective. And then the final component that I put into the water is the electrical potential. So we have a -300, -400, -450 millivolts of electrical potential. We call it oxidation reduction potential of water. We actually infuse the water when it goes through the device that I developed with a -300 to -450 millivolts. That is highly beneficial for rebuilding gut bacteria, because as I mentioned earlier, the study from Russia showing that if we get the tissue itself in the gastrointestinal tract to a negative electrical potential, you selectively stimulate anaerobic microflora. So we can rehab, we can change the terrain, or what we call the microbiome, electrically. And in my opinion, this is the best way to do it. It's the fastest and the most efficient way, rather than trying to take probiotics for the rest of your life. Electrically changing your gut is going to have a lasting effect, because you've actually given these bacteria a home to live in, and they'll start creating a home. So we have people that are gluten and dairy that within a week or so can be eaten gluten dairy with no inflammation. And so this is another wonderful side effect or thing that we see or observe after the effect. But I don't know that we know why the ATP is produced. Going back to your question, I don't know if we know why it's produced more. I think there's some theories out there on catalase upregulation because of hydrogen upregulating catalase. I don't know if we know 100% yet.
Well, you and I probably won't be around when we finally know 100%. And even then, as you said at the beginning, the all that is the great creator has all the answers. We don't.
Yeah,
right?
that's right.
We're a discovery process. So we're near the end of our discussion, and it's been a phenomenal discussion. And I know that people are going to have to watch this over again, maybe even multiple times. We did get fairly scientific.
Yes.
Let's give some advice to people then, Paul, about what they should do to get their hydrogen water.
So we have made it simple for people, honestly, that are two categories: skeptical or people that travel a good bit and want a sport bottle. So we have a sport bottle that we make that's rechargeable battery. You put pure water in it, as pure as you can, and you just push a button, and 3 minutes later you have hydrogen water that you can drink, 9.5 ounces. Now, there you go. For a family of four,
unless I say something, so I'm going to say something. So this is
there you go. There you go.
Version of this.
Yeah, Echo Go. Yeah. And so you just push the button, it makes bubbles. Oxygen's going out the bottom of it, hydrogen's going into the water. It's 9.5 ounces. It's great. But for a family of four, it's not really plausible that your water consumption would come from that. So we do have filtration devices, like, that can take out all the contaminants that are in your water. And then we have machines that produce 1/4 gallon a minute of the water. So you just go up to it, push a button, and you have water coming out. It's very simple. It first cleans the water, and then it dissolves hydrogen gas to the saturation level, which is 1.6 parts per million based on Boyle's law. That's what we're doing. And then you just drink that. And then we also have a frequency system if people are interested in frequency medicine. But this is what they would do. It's very simple. They get a system, they connect it to a water source, and water runs through it. This becomes their drinking water, and off to the races they go.
That's it. It's that easy.
Yeah.
Now it's not cheap, but nothing good is cheap. You buy cheap, you get cheap, right? However, this device, the Echo Go, is relatively inexpensive, and you could actually get 2 or 3 for a home as well.
Yes.
Where do you buy this equipment?
So our you can go to, we have many thousands of chiropractors, medical professionals that are that educate on our products and have in their office. But our website is synergyscience.com. And if you mention the amazing Dr. Pawluk, then you'll have a discount just for supporting him and listening to us while we talk for this time about very, very important scientific stuff. So yeah, but our website is synergyscience.com, and you can see all of the devices on there and decide which one best suits. Of course, we can help you with that decision-making, of course, but that's how simple it is.
The last thing, since we did talk a lot of science, there's a website that you have helped to develop that I would like you to tell people about as well, please.
Yeah, so one of the websites we own and is purely a research tool. We've spent the last 2 years putting this together. It's hydrogenstudies.com. So hydrogenstudies.com. And you can see some studies on our website, synergyscience.com, SYNERGY, and then science.com. But really, I would prefer for you to go to hydrogenstudies.com, because it is an incredible research tool or resource. You can type in any condition, you can type in disease models, and it will query and research through all 1,140 studies. And that's today. Tomorrow, there might be 1,141. We're continuing to add. And so you can do research for your loved ones, for whoever, friends, family.
Your pets.
Yeah, pet. Oh gosh, yeah, we have veterinarian hospitals that use our machines. We have doggy daycares, pet daycares that use them, and it's funny. They say the liver and kidney issues for the dogs going away, and so animals, babies, out of 1,140 studies, there are 0 contraindications. It is safe for all ages. Obviously, if you're supposed to be producing hydrogen in your gut, there's not going to be anyone that's harmed by it. And so it's very safe for everyone involved and animals as well.
You can't overdose.
No.
Right?
No.
That's fantastic.
Thank you.
What else could you do that you can't overdose?
Love.
Yeah, well, you can overdose on love too.
Can you?
Yeah, well, you can be smothered by it.
That's manipulation.
That's not true love, right?
Right. But there's some things we can't overdose on, but most everything we can overdose, can't we?
Well, fortunately, we can't overdose on hydrogen water.
Yeah, we
You
can't
can
get
overdose on too much water, but you can't overdose on hydrogen water.
That's exactly what I was just going to say. You took the words out of my mouth. You can always drink more water, but that's not the problem most people have. They're usually drinking too little, but you can't overdose on hydrogen. Your body will just breathe it out. You will exhale it, and yeah, it's impossible to overdose. Yep.
Well, again, thank you very much, Paul, for taking the time out of your very, very busy day.
Oh,
a lot of people will watch this, and I look forward to meeting you in Florida soon and working with you.
Likewise. Thank you.
Enjoy the rest of your day.
You as well.
If you're enjoying these presentations so far, consider taking home lifetime VIP pass to the entire PEMF Summit at a special discount right now. You're not only getting on-demand access to all 30 plus interviews and bonuses, you're also helping support our mission in getting this wonderful, valuable health information out to as many people as possible.
This is Dr. Pawluk. This session is going to be a slightly different format with a slideshow because of the type of content that we have to provide. So you're going to see a slideshow now instead of an interview with me directly. So this slideshow is going to be about healing with magnetic field therapy. The video will be a blueprint for using PEMFs for your pain. We will cover the value of PEMFs to you, better results you'll see, the conditions PEMFs or pulsed electromagnetic fields have been shown to help, how they work, the critical factors that determine the effectiveness of magnetic field therapies, how to choose a device, and the devices I recommend. Relative to pain, in North America, pain costs adults between $10,000 to $15,000 per person per year, those who have chronic pain. A quarter of adults suffer from pain, and nearly 30,000 people per year die from non-steroidal anti-inflammatory drug, or NSAID, drug-induced stomach lesions or gastric bleeding. About 100,000 people of all ages have chronic pain. So this is a big problem in our society and our culture, and it deserves a lot of attention. And of course, people are looking for solutions, and that's the reason for the Pain Solutions Summit. Helping people with chronic pain is still a big challenge. And there's a significant need for other, better, and safer options than are offered in the traditional conventional medical system. Pulsed electromagnetic field benefits for pain from the research shows that joint pain in a study of over 3,000 patients showed that they were 79% effective. For shoulder pain, 83% effective. Carpal tunnel syndrome, 93% effective. Back pain, 95% effective. Elbow pain, better than injections, which are commonly given by doctors because that's what they know what to do. And migraines, at least 88% effective. The effectiveness rate across the spectrum of different pain conditions will vary based on the type of pain you have and the cause of the pain. But in general, magnetic field therapy is extraordinarily effective and safe. Now, the benefits for pain from PEMFs come from improving the symptoms, which happen relatively quickly, improving function, which can happen in a relatively short period of time, and healing the tissue, which can take a lot longer because then you have to restore the tissue and recover the tissue. So if you break a bone, it's still going to take you months even to heal the bone completely. You can use it quicker, but it's going to take you a long time to heal. And we'll get into that in a second. All of these changes or benefits for pain from PEMFs happen progressively with continuing use. Now, the use of PEMFs is rapidly expanding among consumers and health professionals. From when I started with PEMFs about 30 years ago, or 25 years ago, there was very little use, and very few people knew about them. Now, who really wants to be left behind? Why waste time, and why continue to suffer when you have a handy, accessible tool available to you? Now, magnetic field healing is using PEMFs as an advanced, powerful, safe, and integrative and natural solution or method of healing. It's integrative because it integrates well with all kinds of other therapies, and significantly. We'll get into some of that as well as we go on. And it's natural because it uses the body's own capacity to heal. The advantages of PEMF therapy are that it's not toxic. It's not a drug therapy. It's not invasive. You don't need surgery or injections. Sometimes you do. There are appropriate times for those as well. But it stimulates the body's own capacity for healing. You can keep reusing it. Once you have a system for yourself, you can keep using it over and over and over again. And it's natural. It tends to use the body's own capacity for healing. It extends and advances and increases the body's own capacity for healing using basically electromagnetic or electromotive forces in the body. It's available for home use. That means you can get a system, you can use it at home, and not only when you get a system for home use, not only can you use it in the home setting, but your other family members, including pets, can use it too. It's completely complementary with other therapies, and there's a lot of scientific evidence about it. This is not true for a lot of other therapies. They don't have large bodies of evidence. There are tens of thousands of articles about PEMFs and studies and research about magnetic fields and their effects on biology. Let's start off with this case study. I want to show you an example of how incredible PEMFs can be to help heal the body. This is a little girl who's 3 years old who tore off the end of her thumb in a door jamb, sharp door jamb. You can see the suture marks here, and they reattached the end of the thumb that she tore off. This is the nail. So fortunately, it was beyond the joint, the first joint. So when they reattach it, clearly there's no blood supply, which is what you'd expect. So that happened July 12, 2012. Then using PEMF therapy for an hour to an hour and a half every single day, 3.5 weeks later, you could see a little scab, basically, of what was left of that, at the end of that thumb. And of course, a lot of the other tissue is dying off and being replaced by new tissue. But you can see now it's attached on its own. The sutures are long gone. At 6 weeks, there's a little tuft of a scab left. And you can see the tissue is pink and is completely attached to the rest of the thumb. At 12 weeks, she's actually regrowing her nail. We would completely expect the nail to be lost, which it was in this picture here. So this is, in a sense, a miraculous example of what PEMFs can do and the healing power of PEMFs. Now, if they could do this with a thumb, what can they do deep into the body? I had a patient who was 60 years old and had gangrenous legs. His legs were black and blue, from purple from the knees down, and the surgeons were advising that he have amputations of both legs. So I started him on a nutritional program, on supplements, started him on magnetic therapy, got him to stop smoking, and literally within 3 months, he went back to a surgeon who said, "Oh, I guess we don't need to amputate." So these are good examples of the power of PEMF therapy. And of course, in my book, Power Tools for Health, there are numerous research studies. There are over 500 references talking about how PEMFs can help with different health conditions. This is a sample slide, not using the best PEMF systems, the most charged PEMF systems, but it gives you some example of what happens over a period of time. In this case, over a period of 6 weeks. So green is relieved, blue is improved, and yellow is unchanged. So in the first week, of course, you're not going to see a whole lot of change with treatment. And this is basically treatment every single day. In week 2, you have an improvement in, let's go back, I'm sorry. In week 2, you have a significant improvement in relief. Still a lot of unchanged, no change in the body. At week 3, now you have 81% change in terms of improvement or relief. And then the degree of relief basically stabilizes, and then you continue to see changes in improvement. So that by week 4, you have 94% improved or relieved. Mostly this relates to musculoskeletal problems, so like aches and pains and arthritis, etc. At week 5, it's like 98%. And then at week 6, not a whole lot changed, 99%. So by about week 4, you've got at least 94%, 95% improvement. So in 3 to 4 weeks, you have significant levels of improvement of the health problems and the pain that people had. So many health conditions are related to or cause pain. There are lots of other conditions that contribute to the pain problem. They may not be the direct cause, but they contribute to it. So if you don't take care of the other conditions, you're not going to get that far with pain relief itself. So treating the pain with narcotics or painkillers alone is not enough. You have to deal with the whole person, basically. So the treatment objective is not only to help the pain itself, but also any related conditions to get the maximum results or benefits. You want to solve as many problems as possible with one solution, if you can, as often as you can, with one solution. And PEMFs can do that. I'm not going to go into all of these basic actions. They are covered in the book, Power Tools for Health. But there are at least 25 actions that I discuss in the book. There are more than that, but I discuss 25 and provide the scientific evidence for these different components of the actions of PEMFs in the body. So there's a wide range of ways that PEMFs actually help the body to heal. And in the book as well, I cover at least 50 health conditions where I provide the scientific backing for the treatment of those conditions using PEMFs. Again, we don't have the time to go into all these, and you can go back and watch the video. Just pause it at this slide to see all the different conditions that you can access. Of course, I recommend getting the book because then you'd have you could read it at your leisure. Now, who am I? I'm a former family physician. Now I'm doing holistic and functional medicine in the Baltimore area. I'm trained in acupuncture through a UCLA program for physicians, but I've also had extra training in functional medicine, nutrition, homeopathy, herbal therapies, energy medicine, healing, color therapy, sound therapy, and hypnosis. I don't use a lot of those, but I'm certainly very familiar with them in terms of what I can do in the practice. I don't have a big clinic, but there are many clinics and programs that have combinations of these therapies in them, providing, again, holistic or functional medicine. Now, I've been working with magnetic field therapies for about 30 years. I'm the author of 2 books, Power Tools for Health, which I discussed already, and Magnetic Therapy in Eastern Europe, a review of 30 years of research. So I stumbled on a researcher from the Czech Republic who had reviewed a lot of the Eastern European literature that was written largely in like Russian or Cyrillic languages. So it was not available in the West. He had translated a lot of that research, and we put it into a book called Magnetic Therapy in Eastern Europe. I've also done numerous radio interviews, TV interviews, podcast interviews, print interviews, and written or contributed to multiple chapters in books. I have 2 authoritative websites, drpawluk.com and PEMFtrainingacademy.com. We're going to be starting a whole program to be able to do training to clinicians and people who are health coaches and also want to provide health services to people through this PEMF Training Academy. This will be built out over the year, so please have patience with us. So I've been doing conventional medicine for a long, long time. In 1985, I almost had 2 patients die from gastric bleeding caused by ibuprofen. So I knew there had to be alternative ways of helping with pain, but they were just not available to most doctors. So I went outside the medical establishment and learned acupuncture. Completely unique, different way of thinking, strange for a doctor to learn that kind of discipline. When I started my training in 1989, there were only about 300 physicians in the U.S. that were doing acupuncture. Now there are over 3,000. So when I finished in 1990, people were refusing acupuncture, so I started looking for alternatives to using needles and found magnets were being used in the Orient extensively, and I acquired them and I started using them. So I used magnetic pellets, necklaces, shoe inserts, magnetic pads, and so on. But I found basically that they didn't work well enough. They didn't work deep enough into the body. They didn't work well enough for the most part. Hard to actually keep on the body as well. But I dug into the science of magnetic fields and how they could possibly be used to help the body. And that's where eventually I ended up writing the book, Magnetic Therapy in Eastern Europe, and then began to work with magnetic fields, pulse magnetic fields that became available from Europe. And having worked with those for another 15 years or so, published the book Power Tools for Health. The website, drpawluk.com, was initiated in about 2013. So it's been around for quite a while as well. Now, having studied functional medicine and doing all these other things, I decided that I was going to do a lot more work with magnetic field therapies. So remember now, I said that PEMFs are a form of natural medicine. The principles of natural medicine are that they harness the healing power of nature, they help to treat the cause or source of the pain signal, and they do no harm. So always, as you're trained as a physician, first of all, do no harm, certainly to the extent that you possibly can. And of course, we really should be treating the whole person. Magnetic therapy is only one component of a comprehensive or holistic approach to dealing with health and helping people deal with their pain. The ultimate goal of natural medicine is optimization of health. First of all, we want to get rid of, identify, and address anything where there's insufficiency in the body, where the body is lacking something to be able to do the job that it needs to do to heal itself. But once you've reached sufficiency, you have to maintain what you're doing against entropy. Optimization then is to continue to add strategies to gain ground on entropy. So even though you're sufficient now, you're not going to be sufficient for long because of entropy. So what is entropy? These are the classical definitions of it. It's a thermodynamic quantity representing the unavailability of a system's thermal energy for conversion into work, often interpreted as a degree of disorder or randomness in the system. Basically, it's a lack of order or predictability. It's a gradual decline into disorder. So you're in order today, but if you don't do anything, you're going to be in some degree of disorder tomorrow and the days after that. So all biologic or systems or organized systems are subject to various degrees of entropy. Entropy is inevitable in organized systems, and it logarithmically accelerates with aging. So aging is accelerating entropy. The ultimate goal, again, of what we're trying to do in health in general is to optimize. We add strategies to gain ground on entropy without further depleting the resources of the body or further accelerating aging. So some of the treatments that we do in medicine, for example, surgery, actually accelerates aging because it puts a big demand and stress on the body. So again, we're trying to undo entropy, we're trying to undo aging and trying to slow that process down, accelerating the natural healing of the body towards optimization. ATP is an important part of the energy needs of the body. So one of the most important goals we have is to keep up the energy in any system, any tissue system, any cell, any organ. And keeping up the energy in the system means that you have to have sufficient ATP. The majority of ATP is recycled from ADP, adenosine diphosphate, and back again. So ATP removes one molecule of phosphate, which then becomes ADP, and then it's recycled back and forth continuously. So at any given time, the total amount of ATP and ADP remains pretty constant. The energy used by human cells requires the breakdown of 100 to 150 moles, a chemical term, of ATP daily, which is about 50 to 70 kilos of ATP production per day. A human will typically use up his or her body weight of ATP over a day. Each ATP molecule is recycled about 500 to 750 times during a day. Now, obviously, we don't gain 50 to 75 kilos in a day, because it's constantly turning over. So basically, we're in dynamic balance, hopefully, with the ATP that we need and that we produce. So PEMFs produce, maintain, and restore ATP, keeping the cycle going optimally. One study found that even 20 minutes of PEMF therapy increases ATP by an average of 100%, or even up to 600%. more ATP production during the time of stimulation. Now, the ATP produced is going to be used by the body, so that production, it does not happen, does not carry you for hours and days at a time. So you need to recurrently stimulate the tissues to keep the ATP production up. Now, relating to this idea that PEMFs help with aging, they help with repair, and so on, just to give you a sense, magnetic field therapy does not stand alone. You can't build a house without bricks and mortar. You can't build a house without having workers, plans, and tools. And if you have hand tools, the job is going to go slower. If you use power tools, you need power. And basically, the Power Tools for Health is the name of the book for magnetic field therapies, or PEMFs. So they provide the power to the project. They provide the power to the tissue, to the body, to do the job that it needs to do, to repair and to maintain. So to maintain and repair the body, you need nutrients, cells that are working. You need genetics that's working. You need the fuel and energy like ATP and nutrients. And you have to have some stimulation, some kind of stimulation for the energy. That can be provided internally, which leaves things to chance. Or you could provide it with stimulation, which optimizes the chance, decreases the risk of chance and breakdown. And you end up with decreased aging and increased healing. So how do PEMFs work? The basic magnetic field effects of PEMFs are, and these basic effects are happening constantly, all the time, depending on what the body needs at any given moment. You and I don't decide with the magnetic field we choose whether one of these particular components is going to happen. The body is going to use what it needs and is going to do what it wants to do. And some things are going to happen faster than others. So opening blood vessels is clearly increasing circulation. All PEMFs, all EMFs, all magnets improve circulation. Nobody can make a claim that their particular magnetic system does that better than any other one. It reduces swelling in tissue. It's anti-inflammatory. It has a natural pain-killing action. Some people have claimed that it makes it's equivalent to about 10 milligrams of morphine in actual pain-killing action. It's not a panacea. It doesn't happen to everybody. It doesn't happen all the time, but it has that natural, distinct pain-killing action. Often people feel that happening right away. It relaxes muscles, accelerates healing. We already talked about that thumb in a child. Natural anticoagulant actions. So it decreases the stickiness of blood, helps with all the clumping of red blood cells that you see on many presentations of PEMF effects. So all PEMFs do that. They decrease that clumping. It reduces bruising rapidly. One of my first experiences was the reduction of bruising. Overnight, the bruising was gone. I learned this about PEMFs. I started using magnetic fields in replacement for acupuncture, and it absolutely stimulates acupuncture points and meridians. So every time you do magnetic field therapy, especially with a whole body magnetic therapy system, you are doing acupuncture at the same time. Not with needles, but you're still doing acupuncture. In fact, I teach courses to acupuncturists on how magnetic field therapy augments their use of acupuncture. So a very key aspect of magnetic therapy, which is acupuncture. And then a whole process called entrainment. When you're doing frequencies, you're causing the body to be able to run itself or oscillate or vibrate itself at the frequencies of the magnetic fields that are given to it. So those actions of magnetic fields are critical to understanding what PEMFs are going to do in the body. You're relying on all of those actions to be effective and be in place when you're doing magnetic field therapy. And again, you don't have to decide what to do. The body will decide what to do. And we'll talk about what you need to do to make sure that all this happens properly. One of the other things that PEMFs do, which is actually not in that Eastern European research, more recent research, indicates that PEMFs can increase stem cells. There can be about a 400% increase in neural stem cells, which are the hardest stem cells to grow. In other words, nerve-type stem cells. That includes brain and nervous system. And about 150 growth factors are also stimulated at the time when you do the magnetic field stimulation to grow stem cells. 150 growth factors. That's why healing happens. Magnetic fields produce those growth factors in the body. They cause the body to produce them to accelerate the healing process. Now, any PEMF action applied locally, even if you apply to a wrist, a hand, or an arm, the benefits are going to spread, or the actions are going to spread to other parts of the body. They're just going to be weaker at other parts of the body. I have seen magnets improve the circulation in a hand just by putting a magnet in the hand. And when you look at the opposite hand, that will also tend to increase circulation. Not as much, but it does as well. And even the foot, if you look at the back of the foot, you'll see that that's gotten slightly warmer and also has more pink, has more circulation. So they act throughout the body, even though you're applying it locally. And again, the best action is going to happen where you have the problem, applying the magnetic field where you have the problem. I use something called the cell injury model to describe what magnetic field therapy does. Not too many people talk about this. It's critical to understand that magnetic field therapy works to help the cell to replace itself, to heal itself, to recover itself from injury. Injury is anything that causes the cell to be out of balance. It could be trauma, it could be heat, it could be radiation, it could be infection, it could be toxicities, it could be autoimmune, whatever causes the cell to be out of balance and, in quotes, injured. That causes the cell not to work properly. The more the cell becomes injured, then you gradually lose cell function until finally get to a point where you have irreversible injury. So before that point, you have reversible injury. If you apply magnetic field therapy at this time during reversible cell injury, that's where you're going to have the best results for healing, at the point of reversibility. Once it's irreversible, then you begin to gradually see changes biochemically in the body. You begin to see changes at extremely high resolution microscopes, eventually under regular microscopes, and then eventually you're going to actually see it. By the time you see it, the injury is long, long, long down the road, and the harder it is to recover. The longer it will take to heal those tissues, to go back to improve cell function. So again, starting magnetic field therapy early in the process is critical. Unfortunately, most people start to use magnetic field therapy when they're way down in here, when they really know that there's a problem. Now, these are the components, and I'm not going to go into these in detail because we don't have that kind of time, but we have reductions in ATP production. When you have cell injury, you have mitochondrial damage, and the ATP is produced by the mitochondria, and you have what I call apoptotic proteins, proteins that actually kill the cell, that cause the cell to die. You have changes in the amount of calcium going into the cell, which increases mitochondrial permeability. In other words, the mitochondria become more open to nutrients, activate cellular enzymes, and there's damage to lipids and proteins and DNA by increased oxidative stress or reactive oxygen species. Injury also ends up causing membrane damage and then leakage of different components of the cell out of the membrane, protein misfolding, and again, leading to death of the cell. So magnetic field therapy helps with basically each one of these components. Research has shown that each one of these components of cell injury is impacted by PEMFs. Now, how do PEMFs work? Again, in terms of all the changes they do, the actions they have in the body, what's the primary mechanism? Where there's charge or electrical conductivity, there's a magnetic field action. Wherever you have current flowing, wherever you have charge, electrolytes flowing, wherever charge, you have magnetic fields. That's a principal law of physics. It's called Faraday's law. The two aspects, electro and magnetic, are inseparable. They're the hand and the glove. They're completely inseparable. Now, PEMFs work deeper than most other healing therapies because they go right through the body. The magnetic field penetrates the body with complete ease. Nothing in the body stops the magnetic field. Not muscle, not brain, not blood, not tissue, not skin. Nothing in the body stops the magnetic field. So it goes completely through. And it's doing that by virtue of the fact that magnetic fields are passing completely through. As they pass through, they stimulate the tissues. When you have a current flowing through a wire, a shielded wire, you have an electrical component to that current, and at the same time, you're producing a magnetic field. It's called the right-hand rule. All right, you have a perpendicular magnetic field. Every time you spike an electrical field, you have a magnetic field. So as the current is flowing through a wire, you're constantly producing this magnetic field as a result of that current. The current is not touching the body. It doesn't have to touch the body to do its job. So that's the beauty of magnetic fields. There's no risk of harm or damage like you can with electrical fields. So again, the body's transparent to a low frequency or even a standing magnetic field. Nothing in the body stops, slows, or uses up a magnetic field. PEMFs pass through the body as if it wasn't even there. If you put a body in between a magnetic field and measure the magnetic field on the other side of that body, remove the body at the same place that the body was or that you previously measured, will be the magnetic field intensity will be the exact same, will not be any different. bodies do not stop or slow down or use up a magnetic field. So PEMFs, my analogy is that PEMFs are like the wind in the trees. You can't see it, but you know it's there by its action. In other words, the leaves start to move. Then you know that there's wind in the trees. So in a sense, the wind is moving through the body. It's causing motion, causing action is in the tissues that end up causing healing and all the benefits that you see from PEMFs, including pain reduction. So Faraday's law, intensity matters. This is a key principle. Intensity matters. All intensities produce, all magnetic fields produce some benefits in the body, but for faster, more rapid, more durable, more better healing, like the child with the finger, that finger is very close to the magnetic field, so it could work very well for a finger. But if you're working deeper in the body, then intensity is really very important. Again, go back to Faraday's law. So time-varying magnetic fields induce an electric field whose magnitude is proportional to its rate of change. So the change in the magnetic field, D stands for change, B is the symbol for magnetic field intensity, and T is the symbol for time. So dB divided by dt determines the amount of charge that's going to be produced in the body. So this is a graphic representation. This is time, and this is magnetic field intensity. So as the magnetic field goes up, you're having a change in intensity. It goes from 0, let's say, to its maximum. That's dB, change in intensity. But this change never happens in a straight line up. It always takes some time to be able to reach its peak from the base to the top. That's basic electronics, basic engineering, and basic physics. So you divide the intensity by time to give you the dB dt. This is a sample of magnetic field from a system called PEMF 120, which produces an extremely rapid rise in magnetic field, up to about 5 Tesla, 50,000 Gauss. And then it rapidly drops off. So, but it oscillates down all the way from the top, from the peak, down to, back to its baseline. But this happens in microseconds, not milliseconds or seconds, in microseconds, extremely rapid. This rise and drop, that gives you very, very high dB/dTs. This is a sample of a sine wave. Sine waves can be designed, so sine waves typically are thought to produce very weak intensity magnetic fields, but they can be designed to produce a very high dB/dt as well, because you can get a very rapid pulse, high intensity sine wave magnetic field. And we use magnetic devices that produce a pretty good dB/dt as well, even though it's sine wave. So there's no such thing as a waveform being especially effective compared to other waveforms. It's really about the dB/dt of that particular waveform. Now, again, magnetic fields interact with charge, Faraday's law. Now, the charge is produced by ions in the body, and ions in the body are constantly in motion, and they produce charge. The body is electrolyte soup. Think of the body in some ways as a battery, but it's an electrolyte soup. It's complicated. It's much more complicated than a simple battery. But PEMFs interact with natural charge that already is present in the body, and they increase the production of that charge in the body. So the PEMFs interacting with the motion of ions induce and conduct charge. So they produce even more charge and even more conduction. All right, and that increase in charge is what causes the healing action of the body and many of the other physical actions, the biologic actions that I already discussed. A body cannot be overcharged, as can happen with electrical stimulation. In other words, electrical stimulation is essentially like a mild form of electrocution. PEMFs don't electrocute. They induce charge in the body. They cause the body to produce it rather than you putting electrical charge into the body, which can hurt and harm. So PEMFs cannot overcharge the tissues. They can only produce as much charge as the body is capable of producing. There's another component to this that's very important in determining what magnetic field is to get, how to consider a magnetic field, and that's called the inverse square law. So the magnetic field drops off in intensity as most other forms of radiation do, like heat and sound and light and so on. At the source of the stimulus, the intensity is going to be the highest, and then it drops off very rapidly. So if you start off with a 1,000 Gauss magnetic field, 1 centimeter into the body, or 1 centimeter away from it, you will have lost about 75% of the magnetic field. So it started at 1,000 Gauss, which is 100 millitesla. All right, and then by the time it gets to 1 centimeter, it's 240 Gauss or 24 millitesla. And then as you go further and further and further into the body, you lose almost all your magnetic field intensity. It still goes on. It can go on for a very long distance, but it's dropped off and it's very, very weak. Again, when it's very weak, the dB/dt is very low, and that means that, again, you have less effects. Recent research found that inflammation is influenced by PEMFs directly. And inflammation is influenced by PEMFs in many ways, but one of those ways is to stimulate the adenosine receptor. That research has discovered that the maximum changes to the inflammation, to the adenosine receptor, happens with best at about 1.5 millitesla, which is about 15 Gauss. So you get increasing benefits up to about 15 Gauss, and then basically it plateaus. After that, you have not much more benefit. So you get some benefit lower down on the curve, but it may take a lot longer to receive benefits unless you have that optimal level. Fortunately, higher intensities don't harm. They're just wasted energy. So this is an important consideration in selecting a magnetic field. And you have to think about what the depth of the tissue that you're trying to treat in terms of that optimal intensity. So what you do is you calculate, you have to figure out how deep you want to go into the body, how deep you have to treat into the body. For example, a kidney is about 4 inches into the body, at least. So at 4 inches into the body, in order to receive 1.5 millitesla at the organ, at the kidney, you're going to need a magnetic field intensity of about 1,820 Gauss, or 182 millitesla. So you need almost 2,000 Gauss of intensity to deliver 15 Gauss deep into the body. And on my website, there's a blog about this that gives you this particular table. So this table I've calculated up to about 8 inches into the body, where you need about 6,000 Gauss to deliver 1.5 millitesla, or 15 Gauss. Very important. Now, if you're talking to somebody, or somebody's recommending a magnetic system for you that's much lower than 15 Gauss, you're not going to get much benefit, because it's not going to do the healing work that you need, certainly in terms of reducing inflammation. Another aspect of considering magnetic fields and how they work in the body, and how you need to think about when is a magnetic field going to help me, is what I call the timeline for healing. To think about, even though you have the optimal magnetic field, even though you might have the optimal frequency or waveform, you still have to think about what the magnetic field is doing in the body and how long is it going to take to produce results. For that purpose, you're going to have to think about two things: levels of illness and the healing rates of tissues. So the levels of illness are basically what I call them in terms of levels, in terms of energetic stage, physiologic stage, pathophysiologic stage, and pathologic stage. So almost all problems that you're going to experience, all kinds of illnesses and health issues, including cell injury, are going to be at one of these 4 levels. At the energetic stage, you're going to, let me back up here. At the energetic stage, that's like, for example, with a cold, you feel tired and achy. You don't know what's coming, but something's coming. Then at the physiologic stage, you have a runny nose and sneezing. At the pathophysiologic stage, you're coughing and have phlegm. At the pathologic stage, means damage, tissue damage, significant tissue damage. For example, pneumonia and abscesses. Now, when you do stimulation of the body, those levels have to be taken into consideration and into account. So at the energetic stage, the results will be very rapid. You can remove the problem energetically, because the tissue now has the energy to fight the problem and heal itself as quickly as possible. At the physiologic stage, it could take 1 or 2 days of treatment to get rid of the problem, like a cold or flu. At the pathophysiologic stage, it could take days to weeks for treatment to work. And at the pathologic stage, it may take weeks to years, or maybe even never, depending on how much damage has been done. So dead tissue is dead tissue. PEMFs don't raise the dead. So all of these stages could be present. So you'll see different levels and degrees of changes as you start to do magnetic field therapy. Each stage will take its own time to reveal what it's doing for your body, and your body will determine how much time it's going to take, how much intensity, and so on. It's not necessarily instantaneous, as much as we hope so. But I'll give you an example for tissues tissues heal at their own pace. That also determines to what extent you can heal. So the cornea heals in 24 hours. Intestinal cells take 72 hours. Skin and muscle could take 2 to 4 weeks. Bone could take 2 or more years. Small nerves grow at the rate of 2 millimeters per day. Large nerves about 5 millimeters a day. The brain may never heal completely. You can reduce inflammation, you can stimulate function and physiologic processes, but you may never be able to completely heal it. Tissues that have a poor blood supply and have poor ability to grow new tissue, like stem cells, can take very long periods of time to heal, if ever. So at the very least, what we can do is to do symptom management, but our goal ultimately is to do healing. So I mentioned the fact that PEMFs do stimulate stem cells, and that's part of the healing response in trying to regenerate tissue to do healing work. Now, to get the best results, you're going to need the right equipment. So I've gone through the different types of magnetic fields. I've gone through the intensities. I've gone through how they work in the body, the importance of Faraday's law, and again, the damage that has to be reversed and the time it's going to take to get that to happen. So now you need the right equipment. So this is, again, what PEMFs is all about. You can hear about PEMFs, you can learn about PEMFs, but unless you actually use them, you're not going to see any benefit just by knowing. So what you need to do eventually is to get yourself a PEMF system for your own healing work. So now that you see what PEMFs are, how they work, that intensity is critical for good results, and how the body's going to respond, what kinds of devices should you not consider? The answer typically is less than 15 Gauss, almost for sure. Maybe not even less than 60 Gauss. Again, 15 Gauss is going to reduce inflammation very superficially, right at the tissue, right at the skin. So an elbow joint will work at a tennis elbow. Carpal tunnel will be okay because you can go in maybe 1 centimeter and still get a significant amount of help. But once you have to go deeper into a hip joint, into a shoulder joint, into the brain, into the back of the throat, into the spine, muscles, deep muscles, etc., you're going to need much higher intensities to do that. So all the solid organs are going to need much higher magnetic field therapy intensities to get the best result. So many people are being marketed devices that are largely ineffective for healing. They may be helpful for health maintenance and some symptom reduction, but they're not going to be that helpful for healing. Always ask what the intensity level is of the PEMF system being marketed to. Always ask what the intensity level of the PEMF system is that you're being marketed. If the rep doesn't know, it's most likely too low. Also, there are many people who have high intensity systems that will not tell you what the intensity is because they don't know. It's too hard to find out and too hard to measure. The biggest problem comes in from the low intensity systems because the reps don't know and they don't really want to talk about it because it's less than 15 Gauss. So again, you may be very wary of a system that's going to be less than 15 Gauss. People with the best devices know their intensity levels and openly reveal them. I think that's critical. Again, as much as possible, try to find that out. That's not the only consideration, but that's one of the most important considerations is the intensity. So there's a huge amount of conflicting information and many confusing choices. Anybody who's looking at magnetic fields on the internet and all the recommendations being made, all the ideas that are being presented, there's a lot of conflicting information. And everybody says that their machine is the best, which is, again, relatively true, but not completely true. So it's not the end of the story for you. You have to find out what's going to work best for you. Remember, intensity matters. The other thing about purchasing a device is the value. The value basically is the cost of the system and the likely benefit you're going to get. So many people, unfortunately, make all their decisions around cost. They do not make their decision about the other factors that we're going to talk about in a second. So not only have to consider the cost, but also, again, relative to intensity, what is the benefit going to be and how long is it going to take to get the benefit? What you want to know as much as possible is that people have scientific evidence. There are very few manufacturers of PEMF systems that actually have evidence for their particular device. And if they have evidence, it's often very limited in what it actually tells you, whether it's going to be helpful for you or not. Now, there's lots of evidence about particular PEMF systems and magnetic field intensities. And in my book, Power Tools for Health, we go into this for a lot of different conditions. What studies have been done? What were the device signals that were used? Other people make a lot of claims about waveforms, and that a particular waveform is the most important. The only purpose of a waveform is to deliver the magnetic field intensity, the dB/dt that I already mentioned. So a waveform is less important than the dB/dt, or the actual intensity that you end up delivering. And then, as I mentioned, intensity matters. So practical considerations. Is the system that you want to, if you're considering portable? How much space is it going to take? Do you have, what kind of support are you going to get? Technical and professional support. If it's just a salesperson or it's just the engineer, that may not be enough to give you advice on what would be the best way to use your system. What kind of warranty service are you going to get? What kind of financing is available? What kind of customer service is available? If it's a person that's basically a single person selling this, and you can't find anybody to talk to after you made your purchase, then that's going to be a problem for you. You prefer to talk to somebody who has multiple device options. In other words, they're not going to just sell you a particular car, a particular model. You'd like to be able to talk to somebody who has multiple choices, multiple options. So they're not beholden to a particular system, trying to put square pegs in round holes. Do they offer training? What kind of training are they giving you? Are they only training you on their device, or are they giving you training more about practical considerations, including nutrition and supplements and other ways to improve your health to get you the farthest down the road in your healing? And then the credibility of the company, the credibility of the device, what's being said on the internet about it. So to consider a device, to think about a device or purchasing a device, consider intensity, the value, the size of the system, how long is it going to last? How established is the manufacturer? How easy is it to use? If it's really complicated, requires a computer and lots of programming, it's going to be difficult. Do they have adequate customer service? And do they provide adequate training and support? And then, as I said, clinical expertise, preferably somebody who has some clinical background in being able to advise you. So if you're buying a PEMF system, one of the things you could do for general advice, you can go to my website, drpawluk.com, and we have a buyer's guide. So it's buyer's guide, drpawluk.com/buyers-guide/PEMF machines, PEMF-machines. So you can come back to this slide to get this web address. And again, there's lots of discussion about how to pick up and consider machines and equipment. Now, one of the most important things for you to consider is, are you going to get a whole body system or a local system? For whole body systems, they typically have long and wide pad applicators that treat the whole body. Most of the time, whole body systems are used for health maintenance. Since the whole body needs health maintenance, all of us need whole body health maintenance every day. Or it can be used to treat several local areas of the body at the same time. This is done more easily than taking a small applicator and putting it into multiple areas for multiple periods of time every single day. Ultimately, it would save you time. Whole body magnetic systems are also especially important for things like chronic Lyme disease, chronic fatigue syndrome, osteoporosis or osteopenia, which is a whole skeleton problem, autoimmune disorders, vascular disorders, multiple skin disorders. All of this probably is done best with a whole body system. Again, intensity matters. And then if there's a need for nighttime use, some whole body magnetic systems allow you the ability to be able to run them all night long. But again, intensity matters. For local systems, you have little applicators that can be put on local areas. Same thing with a higher intensity system like the Tesla Fit Plus. The Flex Pulse, again, is a medium intensity system, and it can be used continuously for hours at a time or throughout the night, and that's local. So you could treat under the head, you could treat an elbow, a shoulder, a carpal tunnel, etc. Very useful system, which gives you the flexibility to use it for all sorts of things. Now that you could treat hands, knees, elbows, feet, shoulders, part of the back, prostate, etc. The intensity is reasonable. It's 200 Gauss to 300 Gauss, so it can penetrate reasonably deeply into the tissues. But again, to treat a liver or to treat a heart, it may be a bit more limited. A higher intensity local system is one like the Tesla Fit. There are others, but Tesla Fit is very useful because it reaches a maximum intensity of close to 4,000 Gauss. Now, many manufacturers of high-intensity systems have abandoned whole-body pads. So people are often disappointed. They want the higher intensity systems, but they don't have whole body. And there are logistical problems. There are engineering problems associated with this. So most manufacturers with high-intensity systems don't provide whole body. They provide half-body pads, which can be moved around, but that makes, again, the treatment time more complicated and less efficient. Now, to order a PEMF system, and I listed a few of them on the buyer's guide slide, to order a PEMF system or for device recommendations or for consultations, you can call 866-455-7688, or you can go online to drpawluk.com/store. And you can take a look at all the different devices, and we have a lot of specifications for the devices on that store. And again, you can, for people with complicated issues that don't really know what they want or what they should get to optimize the benefits, they could contact the 866 number or to set up a consultation. There are financing options. People have different possibilities. PayPal provides a PayPal credit and also payment plans. Professionals have the opportunity for leasing. If you have a license, if you're a licensed practitioner of any kind, then you can lease. You can always go to lendingtree.com. They provide terms for equipment. And some people do go out and find themselves interest-free credit cards. And those credit cards could be interest-free for 6 months or a year or even a year and a half. PayPal credit allows you to take 6 months to pay off your loan from PayPal. So that's very handy as well.
What are some of the resources for PEMF therapy? There are a couple of books. One is called Power Tools for Health, How Magnetic Fields PEMFs Help You. This book has 25 basic mechanisms of action, over 500 references, that has many basic concepts of PEMFs. It includes discussion of different devices that are available, how to look for PEMF therapy systems, et cetera. So this is a good, solid introductory book for PEMF therapies. And again, one of the most important aspects of this book is the fact that it has so many different scientific references to support PEMF therapy. A more recent book is called Supercharge Your Health with PEMF Therapy. This book is developed primarily to support the Power Tools for Health book by giving advice on how to treat over 80 different health conditions and about 11 or more pain conditions. It also talks about selecting the right device by condition. So for each of the conditions, that you'll be given recommendations for which devices would work best for those conditions. In addition, we have drpawluk.com, and my recommended sources on drpawluk.com are New to PEMF, Start Here, Intensity Matters, and this explains again the importance of intensity with PEMF therapy, and the primary value of PEMF therapy is the intensity. Setting a healing timeline, having an understanding of how the body works and functions and how it's going to respond to PEMF therapy based on your knowledge of what PEMF therapy does and how it works. And at PEMFs, how they heal, how PEMF therapy actually produces healing in the body. And then selecting a PEMF system, again, discussions about the different types of PEMF devices that are available and making a choice between local and whole body or combination. And critically, the discussion about adenosine receptors and the reduction of pain by reducing inflammation. So the adenosine receptor is critical to this. And we've had that discussion already about the necessity for the optimal magnetic field intensity of about 15 Gauss. And we also have the PEMF Training Academy, which is still in development to a great extent. There are some courses on there now. And the PEMF Training Academy is for those who want extra training in the use of PEMFs. Most of these are going to be professionals of different kinds. but including health coaches, massage therapists, clinicians of various kinds as well. And then we have the PEMF Healing Summit, which is where this presentation is. So this will include a lot of interviews with different people from different backgrounds and how PEMF therapy can be integrated into those therapies.
So thank you very much for watching the presentation. I hope you got a lot out of it, and it will have met your needs to understand more about magnetic field therapy. Enjoy the rest of your day, and I hope to be able to help you soon.
Before we start the next interview, who do you know who needs this information? By sharing the summit with others, you could change or even save someone's life. So please click the share button below the video to help us spread the word and empower your friends and loved ones with this health empowering information.
This is Dr. Pawluk, together today with Tom McCarthy. Our topic today is accessing your superconscious mind for healing. And Tom McCarthy is an expert at that. Tom is going to tell you about himself and his journey to getting us to this point.
So Bill, first of all, I just want to let everybody know I'm a huge fan of yours. And obviously we had you on my summit and I learned so much and got one of your machines and am just a huge fan of what you're doing. So it's really great to be on this summit. So a little bit about me. I grew up in an Army family. My dad was an Army officer, and he unfortunately was killed in Vietnam at a young age. And so when I was 3 years old, he was only 30 years old. And so my life got shaken up very early. And I didn't have the ordinary life that, up until probably age 3, I guess I thought I was going to have. And so I started looking at life differently. Like, when things happen, trauma happens at any stage, but particularly at an early stage, your life is not black and white anymore. It really is something that you start to question a lot of the different beliefs. And so I started doing that, probably not at 3, but as I was older, because I was struggling. My mom was struggling. She had not just me at 3 years old when my dad died. We had a 2-year-old brother. We had a 6-month-old little baby brother that was born when my dad was in Vietnam. And we struggled financially, but also really emotionally. And I was trying to figure out life, right? I was trying to figure out, like, how do I fit in? I felt so different and weird. And the thoughts I was having were different than other people's, right? Because I'm trying to figure things out at an early age. Now, there's lots of benefits in that. It made me more, I guess, open. It made me more entrepreneurial. I was starting businesses when I was like, 10, 11, and 12, but I was really struggling. And so later on, I learned that we don't have to struggle. We can choose to create breakthroughs. We can change our stories, the way that we view our life, even though maybe in the past we thought of it a certain way, like, oh, it's terrible. Why'd this happen to me? I'm a victim. We don't have to do that in the future. And so from those learnings, I was able to make huge leaps and start lots of different companies, be on boards of different companies, invest in some really great companies and make lots of money. And also not only that, but to have, great health, to have a beautiful wife for 30 years. I've been married to 2 children. With challenges along the way, but I wrote a book recently called The Breakthrough Code, and it's about how to live a life without limits. And so that's what I've been talking about lately is how can we break through where we're stuck? Now, in this situation, if we're stuck in a health issue, how can we break through? And there's lots of great technologies. PEMF is, to me, one of the greatest. And in addition to that, though, I think there's some things we can do internally within ourselves to accentuate the benefits of PEMF or diet or whatever else we're using to heal.
Well, we all have that, right? We all have that equipment. You don't have to buy anything.
Inside,
we learn that we have that equipment. We have it internally. And then how to use it. So that's what you're going to do is you're going to help us to figure out how do we access that. Now you call that the superconscious mind, right?
Well, and I use superconscious instead of subconscious. So most people know we've got two parts of our mind. We have the conscious mind, which is what Bill and I are talking with right now. We're consciously thinking and communicating and understanding things. So that's what most people think. Actually, most people think that is the only mind they have. And so they think that's their mind. Their mind is their thoughts, right? The things that they're thinking about. But that actually is the smallest part of your mind. It processes about 40 bits of information per second, which is pretty good, but it's responsible for about 5% of what you actually do in a day. Now, underneath that, and not necessarily underneath, but we're going to call it underneath, there's something that people have called the subconscious mind. It's below your consciousness. You're not aware of what's going on down there consciously. And that is responsible for 95% of what you do in a day. And it can process 40 million bits of information per second. So it's processing, like even right now, as I'm talking with Bill, my subconscious, what I call my superconscious mind, is picking up all sorts of other things, not bringing them to my conscious mind, but the weight of my shirt on my shoulder, right? My superconscious knows that, but consciously, I'm not aware of that right now. But there's also many other things down below that we're not aware of consciously, and their habits, their patterns, their beliefs, or what I call your story. When I was 3 years old, right, I told you my father passed away. Well, when you're 3 years old, you're like an open seed, right? You're taking in everything. And so my mother's grief, her pain, I took all that in, her belief systems about the world and how tough it was and maybe unfair. Those all came into me. That was down in my superconscious. And my superconscious was taking that information, which was not really helpful to me, but it wasn't judging. It was saying, all right, you believe this because you picked it up from your mom or wherever. We're going to make it true. And so I struggled.
No, I'm sorry. That was the subconscious. That was the subconscious, not the superconscious.
Well, the superconscious, I really call the subconscious, right? I just want to make people aware it is a superpower. That's why I call it the superconscious.
Okay, all right.
It's like a superpower that we have that we don't, because most people don't know how to program it correctly. Sometimes it works in a way, it's always just trying to please you, whatever you tell it. If you tell it life's tough, it's like, all right, make sure that we find ways to make this guy's life even tougher. You're like, why is my life so tough? Well, did you notice all the times you were saying life's tough, I can never get ahead, or even you probably didn't notice like patterns you inherited from your parents, belief systems. So there's all this stuff down there, some of it positive for us, some of it negative, but the superconscious doesn't judge. It's just like, hey, you put this down in here, we're going to act on it.
I like to think of the subconscious, superconscious as basically a hologram, right? It's not a thought.
Yeah.
Not one step at a time. It's like looking at an orange. How do you describe an orange to somebody?
Yeah.
Right? And how do you describe the taste of an orange to somebody? Never mind the appearance or the feel of it. So our sense of an orange, when we think of an orange, our sense of the orange is three-dimensional. It's holographic.
Yeah.
And the subconscious tends to, I think, subconscious tends to work holographically.
Yeah.
Rather than a thought at a time or A plus B equals C.
Yeah, no, it's all working together. I mean, one of the things I still remember back when I was young, I was the oldest, and I don't know what was going on in my head, but maybe I was thinking I wasn't getting enough attention. And so, I mean, this is crazy, right, to even do this, but I remember I was like, how do I get attention? Well, if, how did I get it? How have I gotten attention in the past? When I was a little sick, right? Then mom paid more attention to me, right? Or when I got hurt, then and my mom was a nurse, so she didn't pay a lot of attention. She's like, I remember one time I broke my ankle and it took her like 3 days to get me to the hospital. She's like, oh, you just have a sprained ankle, right? It was broken. I was hopping around for like 3 days around the house before she finally took me. But I remember I can't remember what age I was. Maybe I was 7 or maybe 8. And we were up at my grandfather's, and maybe I just felt like you know, she wasn't paying enough attention to me or whatever. And I remember like closing the car door, and probably not too hard, but closing it where my finger was, you know, still in there. I was like, oh, right. And getting attention. But see, that's the kind of thing that I had a pattern inside of my superconscious, a belief system that if I'm hurt or sick, I get attention. Well, guess what? I had lots of colds when I was growing up. I had lots of ear infections. Why was I struggling through all that? Because I had a belief in my superconscious that was probably making those things happen so that I would get more love from mom. So these patterns that are happening down below the conscious level, we have to dig down in there and get out what I call the old baggage in order to heal a lot of times. Because there's some people that honestly, like, you know, I was saying I had it as a kid, but there's some people that, and they don't notice it consciously, but they have a belief down below that I get attention from being sick, or they're just, you know, they have a belief system that I'm a person that's not that healthy. You can't heal if you've got a belief down there that you haven't addressed and removed. That belief will keep you in that place of being sick or not being able to fully heal.
And we even have those kinds of, instead of manifesting it as a cold,
yeah,
or manifesting it as an injury, whether you do it to yourself on purpose or subintentionally.
Yeah.
Right. There's intention, then there's subintention. So it's become subintention. You didn't really think to do it. It just happened. But those, we can also, kids do this as well. They will say they're sick.
Yeah.
They're not.
Yeah. Yeah.
They'll say it, right? That still gets attention, whether they are or they aren't.
Yeah. Yeah. And even the kind of, you know, labels that people give themselves with illnesses, like, you know, I have this disease, I have that disease. You have to be very careful, right? Because when you say you have it, right, the superconscious, okay, he wants us to have it, versus, you know, I don't even know the right way to say it. You probably know better, but there's a way to disassociate and just see it as something that happened in your life. It's not something you have. It's not something that you have to hold on to mentally forever.
Well, people do that often by having a projection. And a projection would be seeing the event that caused that problem as a movie. You play the movie, you're a viewer, you're watching it, an observer, right? You're not participating in it, but you're watching it. So it's detached, you become detached from it.
Yeah. I mean, I think if I ever had, you know, some dreadful disease, I would not say I have this, right? I would not label that on myself. And I had chronic fatigue back in 2015. And I remember one doctor or someone that I'd gone to see said that, hey, you know, a lot of times people don't ever get over this, right? Or it takes a lot of years. I'm like, I'm not taking that belief on. And I think what a lot of people do when they do get diagnosed with something, or even just they have symptoms, right? They rush to the internet, they type in symptoms or, you know, this disease, and then they basically see what's going to happen to the average person that has it. Don't do that. You're not the average person. Come on. When I had chronic fatigue, I went in and I said, all right, who had it and got over it really quick? Found the guy in London that had it when he was at Cambridge, I think. And he figured out how to get over it really, really quick. And I'm like, all right, what'd that guy do? Those are the people that you want to see, like the people like you. You know, you are you're a medical doctor, but you figured out how to use PEMF to help people heal much quicker and heal from some situations that they would not heal from without PEMF. And so you have to go and you have to find the people that have the belief systems that will allow you to heal. Don't go to the general public or to the, you know, the norm or the average. That's just going to keep you in a place that is either going to be much slower healing or in a place where you're going to claim that disease the rest of your life.
To your point, just the other day, I had this discussion with somebody about pain or sneezing or coughing.
Yeah.
So why do you sneeze? Your body's trying to get rid of something that's irritating your nose.
Yeah.
So the sneezing, even though we are sort of saying, well, why am I sneezing? This is a pain, right? I don't want to do this.
Yeah.
But you better do it because your body's trying to get rid of something.
Yeah. Yeah.
The same thing with a cough. You're getting rid of an irritant in your lungs. That's your body's function to get rid of it.
Yeah.
And pain is the same way. So we have pain for a reason. We have pain to tell us that there's a problem. And the people who have congenital absence of pain die young.
Yeah.
Because they don't have thermostats. They don't have a feedback system that tells them there's a problem here. Go fix this problem.
Right.
But we tend to think of pain then being a nuisance or a problem. So again, we could reframe the concept. Say, okay, here's my concept. I'm thinking of pain now as a nuisance or a problem. Reframe.
Yeah.
This pain has helped me to stay healthier and live longer.
Yeah, I love that. I love that. You know, the important thing I do want to say with the mind is that you have to work on it every day. Like every day, at least twice a day, I get myself into an alpha brainwave state, and I just start visualizing what I want my health to be like, what I want my work to be like, what I want my financial situation to be like. And the way you communicate, well, there's two things you have to do. You do have to clean out, like you've got to get rid of the junk that's been in there that's keeping you from healing or being financially successful, whatever it is. And a couple of things you can do. The mind likes pictures and feelings, right? And sounds. It doesn't just understand language like we think the conscious mind does, but the superconscious mind doesn't. So one of the things we show people how to do, and in the Breakthrough Code, the book, there's lots of great strategies, and it's a parable I wrote. So it's a cool little story that I hope everybody will enjoy. But one of the things that we share with people is imagine a mental shredder, like a paper shredder. And when a thought comes up or a belief comes up that you're like, oh, here it goes again. You know, I'll be sick forever, or I'm afraid of this situation I'm in. You got to stop. You got to call time out. That's your superconscious kind of showing you, hey, look, this is down here. You got to go down there. And then a simple exercise you can do, just a mental exercise. And it's going to seem silly. It's going to seem like a mind game, but it is. It's a mind game. Everything's a mind game. Life's a mind game. Is visualize a little shredder and imagine that, you know, that belief, that thought, that feeling, that past experience where you were afraid, whatever it is, imagine it just like going down a shredder, being shredded into a million pieces. And just see it and feel it, like feel what it would feel like to see that go through a shredder. And then the mind goes, oh, you don't want this anymore. It'll understand that. If you just go, stop thinking that, it'll go, what? It'll keep thinking it over and over again. But imagining something like a shredder, another way to do it is a thought comes up, an experience. Imagine, and again, this is all in your imagination, but imagine, and you can even do it with your hand. Imagine you've got a paintbrush in your hand and just put a big red X and then see it start fading away. So those are a couple little strategies that people can do. And the challenge is if you just try and put in more positive stuff, but it's on a shaky foundation of these disempowering beliefs, you're not building a house that can really stand. You've got to start eliminating some of your old patterns, figure out what those are, and then you can start putting in the new beliefs, the new experiences. You can even travel to the past in your mind and something that was traumatic, like if someone got a diagnosis that really scared the crap out of them, right? And they keep thinking about when that doctor told them that and how scary it was. I go back to before you even met with that doctor. And start to shred everything that happened in that meeting where, you look, I'm not saying be in denial, but don't have that traumatic event keep scaring the crap out of you while you're trying to heal. And so you can actually time travel, go to before when everything, hey, I'm doing pretty good, right? And then shred or put that big X, or you can, there's lots of other techniques that we can talk about, but you can literally, one thing I do sometimes is I just clip out, like mentally, right before something happened that I didn't like, I go back to before it. I'm feeling good. I do almost like a, Bill, you would remember this, but a lot of people don't remember back when, you know, the movies or tapes, we would like cut and we would splice. And I just splice out that part. And it's all fuzzy now. I don't need to keep energy tapped into that traumatic event.
That's critical, but how do you figure out, you have to, you said at one point, you have to analyze your thoughts. You have to be aware of your thoughts, right? You have to think about your thoughts.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, it's even more than your thoughts, like it's your belief system will pop up. And so generally the way I do it is like, if I'm not feeling good, like if I'm not feeling confident, or if I feel like, hey, man, I got a little fear going on here, or whatever else it might be, if I'm unhappy, then I'll sit in one of these chairs right behind me and I'll go, all right, what's going on underneath here? Why am I in fear? What is it? And then you have to kind of like, you got to relax a little bit. You have to go in basically inside yourself and ask the question, like, what's going on? Why am I afraid? Or what is it? And then try and figure out the belief system, or maybe you say, you know what, my mom was always like that, or my dad used to have that too. And then you can figure out what it really is. It's not just maybe one little thought. Typically it's like a belief system or a story that you bought into. And when I say story, at the end of the day, all we really are the stories we tell ourselves of who we are. And so somebody comes in and they're, well, even with PEMF, I think to the extent that you believe that PEMF will help you, you're aiding the PEMF and actually helping you. If you believe, this isn't going to work, number one, you won't do it long term. And number two, you're going to create some resistance to the goodness that it could be done, that it could be doing for you anyways. So it's those stories that we need to shift. One of the themes in the book is to upgrade your story, upgrade your life. How do you upgrade it? You get rid of the old stories that you're holding on to, the old baggage, and then you put in new stories. Like, it's hard for people when they're in pain and sick and not feeling well to go, to tell themselves literally with belief that I'm a healthy person, I'm vibrant, my body is coming back, my body's strong. But that's what you have to do. You've got to fight. Even I was telling you recently that, I picked up COVID and I've only had it like a couple of days, but I'm actually COVID free, right? Just in a couple of days. And what happened was I was talking to somebody, and I think it was yesterday. And I said, today was when I tested COVID free, and I tested Monday. So it's been like, 4 days or whatever. But I was telling them like, yeah, I'm feeling really good. And then the person said, well, that's interesting. Most people don't get better that quick. I said, hey, I'm not most people, right? Come on now. What are you saying that to me for? And so you have to have that kind of like badass belief in yourself and in your health and your immune system and all these other great things that we have. And we can really fire up the immune system, the ability of the body to heal when we have the right story we're telling ourselves, so our superconscious can really act on it.
You have to keep repeating this. It's a movie that you have to keep repeating over and over and over again. I heard of a hypnotist who would wake up every morning and basically give him a mantra, give himself a mantra. Yeah. I'm going to be better today in every way.
Yeah.
You can do that 2 or 3 times, and and you feel it. You don't just say it. You have to kind of
feel it is important. See it and feel it. Exactly. Yeah. That's why affirmations got like a really bad rap, because people would say things and then nothing would really happen in their life, but they didn't see it, they didn't feel it. And when I say see it and feel it, you got to see it as if you already are healthy. Like, what would it feel like to be healthy? And you go, well, I'm trying, but I can't get it yet. Well, keep carving away. And it's not like, here's what I say. I say you've got to focus in and then obsess, but it's not a conscious obsession. I'm not always seeing and feeling everything every minute of the day. I do it in the morning because when I wake up, I'm in a nice alpha state. I do it in the evening before I go to bed, and maybe one other time. The obsession doesn't have to be conscious obsession. The superconscious will work on whatever you give it, right? As long as there's not a bunch of stuff in the way, the baggage in the way, the superconscious can go crazy with, hey, we got to get them better, right? We got to make sure that, you know, the immune system's up and charged and ready to go. So yeah, it's kind of fun, right? Because you can use it for anything in life. You can use it for business. You can use it to improve your relationship. One thing, Bill, I always tell people is everything is created twice. First inside, then outside. Even PEMF, like how the heck did PEMF machines get built? Someone had to be thinking where, oh man, we could create something that could actually provide energy healing or you know, energy boost to people long term, but it got created in somebody's mind. And then now it's obviously created in the external world.
And manifest externally. Now there's a concept, I don't know if you know about the concept of alchemy.
Oh yeah, I love alchemy. I'm all about changing reality.
So alchemy, the way I'll define it, at least for this discussion, is that if you want to do something, you have a thought, right? You have the idea, you may conceptualize it in all of its ramifications and aspects. But that's all it is at that point. It's just a thought. Then the next thing you do, as you said, then is take that thought and you bring it into reality. You do something. So you think it, and then you do it.
Yeah.
And then you do it, and then, but doing it doesn't necessarily make it work really well. What makes it work really well when you're doing it? Passion. Fire. You got to fire it, right? You got to fire that idea that you think it, you do it, and you put everything you've got into doing it.
Yep.
Don't reserve yourself. You don't hold back. I'm going to do it.
That's really important too, what you just said, you don't hold back. Because I think a lot of people, particularly with health, they're tentative. They'll go, okay, I'll buy into this, I'll take these actions, but what if it doesn't work? Like, you don't let that go in. So it doesn't work, right? And by the way, not everything's going to work 100% of the time, but if you're
100% of the way you want it to.
Right. Yeah. Oh, that's right. That's the other part too. Expectations. They go, okay, I see it, I feel it, I believe it. And then they go, well, wait a minute. No, that's not supposed to happen. Well, maybe that is supposed to happen. I was listening to somebody yesterday that was a pretty amazing story. This person had, you know, just, I think, cancer all over their body or something like that. And they were doing all the right things and it was getting better. And then it came back and then they were thinking, oh, this isn't supposed to happen. And like, all right, maybe this is supposed to happen. Maybe I'm supposed to really, like, you know, amp it up and use this to really become cancer-free forever. And so they changed their story about it, and it didn't need to happen the exact way, right? You know, that they wanted to, even though it was kind of painful what they went through. Now they're way stronger. Now they're way more resilient because they've figured out a way to change no matter what happened. They can change their body, it can change their mind.
Yeah, you can't have, you're right. You have to fire it and you have to keep at it. Now, if it's only your process and you have a hammer and a nail, right, then you can, to a great extent, control what happens with that hammer and that nail.
Yeah.
But if you're relying on other people and other energies and other inputs, well, that's when it's more likely to become more fuzzy about whether what you wanted will actually happen, because now you're relying on a community or an environment to be part of your journey, part of your tasks.
Yeah, I don't need to know how it's going to happen, honestly. I just need to know what I want to have happen. So when I know that, like one example is, we started you were on our first summit, right? So, and our second summit, but I started last year, the Global Energy Healing Summit. And I didn't even know what a summit was, right? I had this other company, and this is, you know, I'm new to the health industry as of 2021. I was always interested in that and energy and alternative ways of healing because I'd used them, but it wasn't a business I had. So I came up with this vision to start a new business. We started the summit. It was very, very successful. I knew it was going to be successful, but I didn't know exactly how to do it, right? I just had to believe in the end, and then the right people showed up. I took the right actions, you know, met people like you, And it went awesome. You know, we had, you know, first time summit, we had 50,000 people. We reran it again, had 70,000. We're going to do it again in 2023. But I didn't know, I mean, lots of things happened that weren't exactly what I was expecting. Some of them positive, some of them not so positive, but I held true to the end result.
You know, I deal with a lot of cancer patients. And one of the things I found over time is that the biggest fear that people have is dying.
Mm-hmm.
Right. And so what I did a workshop, went to a workshop one time that we spent 4 days learning how to die.
Mm.
So part of the point that I'm making in terms of learning how to die is you face your fear.
Mm-hmm.
You face it, because it is just a fear after all. It's just an emotion after all. It's not a physical thing, maybe yet, or it may have been a physical thing, but now you have to change your mind. All you have to do is change your mind.
Yeah.
Rewrite the script. We do this with our dreams all the time. We're waking up and we don't like the dream, we change the script. We redo it, right?
Yeah.
Rewire it.
Yeah.
So the same thing with death and dying. If you rewire the expectation of what death means,
Yeah.
and that, you know, the way I tell people is that we're made perfect. You can have your own spiritual beliefs, but we're made perfect.
Yeah.
And then we mess it up.
Yeah.
Right.
Like,
so if we mess it up, then we can unmess it up too.
Yeah.
Because we're still perfect.
Yeah. I love that. Yeah. And you know, and I don't think we die. Our bodies at some point in time we're not going to be in, but
Exactly.
I used to have a huge fear of dying too, probably because my dad died right when I was young. And then when I got chronic fatigue, I thought I was dying. I mean, I could barely walk. I thought I was like 90 years old. And I had to go through a lot of those fears and get beyond that, where I still want to live a long time because I'm really enjoying being in this body with the people I'm around. And for some reason, I believe I'm going to live to 119 years old. I don't know why, but that's just number keeps popping up in my head. But at the same time, I'm not afraid of death, right? Because I used to be, but I've changed the story like you talked about.
And we're a spiritual being in a physical body. We're like a shoe. We wear it and wear it and wear it until finally we have to get rid of it, right?
Exactly.
We attach a meaning to this body, and we attach a meaning around us to all the other things that make us human, that make us be who we identify as being. Yeah. But at some point, like a shoe, we're going to cast off this story.
Yeah.
And then we're going to move to another story.
Yeah. And the important thing too to remember, and I love that you brought that up there, Bill, is the best way to go through life, I think, is with one foot, and it's difficult, right? With one foot kind of in the physical world where we are a body, and then one foot more in the mystical world where there's pure potential. If you're too firmly implanted in the physical world, then it's a lot harder to change health situations, because then you're just going by, okay, this is there, and so you can't change it. A lot of people say that. But in the non-physical world, anything can change, right? In your imagination, anything can change. And so I really love the physical world because it's fun, right? We get to go great places on earth. You get to enjoy friends. And I also really enjoy the non-physical, which is what I've really learned over the years through meditation and visualization and things like that. And I'm not perfectly, balanced. Sometimes I over-rotate one way, sometimes the other way. But knowing that if you get too caught, and by the way, if you get too caught up in the non-physical while you're in the physical world, then you might as well not even be in your body, because you're not experiencing any of the fun or joy that it is to have this body that we've been given for this time that we're here on the planet.
Actors. I think about actors.
Yeah.
You see really good actors take on roles.
Yeah.
And you can see there's a physical change in that person in that role.
They become the role, don't they?
They become the role. Their body, their psyche, their spirit, their energy, everything changes for that role.
Yeah.
And then they've done the role, and what happens?
Yeah.
They get rid of it and they move on to the next role.
Yeah, I love that.
We do the same thing. We just don't realize that we do that, and we don't realize that we have that level of control.
Yeah.
We think that we're reacting to everything else, but we don't have the control. That's not true, and that's what we're trying to do here. That's what you're trying to say. We have control.
Yeah. And using that analogy, like, you know, maybe a role that people have been playing is being the sick person, right? The person that's suffering and is, you know, doing a good job suffering and getting through it. Well, hey, change that role, right? You know, go into the non-physical and meditate and just, you know, visualize and see yourself now. Hey, now my role is the healthy guy, right? Or the healthy lady. And really play that role. And then your body will have to change, right? It'll have to change. I'm not saying, you know, everything will be perfect, but in some way, your body will change when you change that role. Just like you said, actors, they start looking like that. They start feeling like that, whatever role they're playing.
And that's all they do. They just change their minds.
Yeah.
That's all they have to do is change their minds, right?
Yeah, exactly.
They didn't take pills. They didn't necessarily take pills. Sometimes you do to build up your muscles, but most of the time they just change their minds, which is fantastic, which is phenomenal.
Yeah.
All right. What else do we want to say about this? Everybody can access their subconscious mind. Everybody can access their mind.
We can, like, well, first of all, everybody's subconscious mind, superconscious mind is always working for you. It's working 24/7. It's processing 40 million bits of information per second. If you don't like what's going on in your life, take responsibility. Don't be a victim. There's some program down in there that's giving you the crap that you're dealing with. But yes, you can access it. Now, to access your superconscious mind, you have to go into a meditative like state or a alpha brainwave state, which most of us, well, yeah, most of us are living in a, when we're conscious and talking, we're in a beta brainwave state. So our minds are, you know, boom, 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 boom. You need to get it down to boom, 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 boom. And then that's where you can almost open the trap door to the superconscious and start playing around with it, you know, feeding it good stuff, getting out the stuff that you don't want. And so a relaxed state is really important. The other thing with a relaxed state is your thoughts are more powerful. So when you get into a relaxed state, like a 10 cycles per second brainwave state, which is the middle of the alpha range, your thoughts are now more powerful. They're acting on you with way more power. So
and you're much more aware of them.
Yeah, you're more aware of them, but I think energetically they even have more power because when you're up here, right? There's, you know, energy, all your energy is going everywhere. When you get down here, like your thoughts have more energetic power. They actually have more impact on your body. They have more impact on, you know, your environment, people around you. Much more powerful.
It's focused.
It is. Yeah, it is.
Any further thoughts about this that people we want to give people? Well, actually, I have a further thought, if you don't mind, to give you a story, actually, of how powerful the mind is and how powerful the subconscious, superconscious is.
Yeah.
I heard a guy talking about communication and self-talk.
Yeah.
And so most people are not aware of their self-talk, and we have a lot of self-talk that's going on all the time.
Sure.
But one story that he gave was this guy that he was talking to, communicating with, and he would do like 4 hours of talking with people. Spend 4 hours just talking. And in that 4 hours, he would hear their self-talk. I mean, they're outwardly now talking what their belief systems are, what their thoughts are. And what this one guy was saying over and over again, he was going through a divorce, and his wife was divorcing him. And he kept saying to himself, I can't stand this, I can't stand this, I can't stand this. So like he was really obsessing about it. He walked off a curb and shattered his ankle.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right. So literally the subconscious manifested for him what he was saying, that he couldn't stand it.
I think that's true with many accidents, that it literally is your subconscious, like just trying to give you like, almost like a message, like, hey, like, you know, you keep thinking this way, right? You know, we got to pull you out of that. So it creates an accident that kind of shocks you. And then it's trying to get you to start thinking differently. But a story that I could tell you, my son, who's 26 now, he was a college basketball player and he played at Harvard. And one year he had a concussion that was a pretty bad concussion. So he ended up redshirting, sitting out that entire year. So he had a fifth year, and he played his fifth year at a university called Rice University in Houston. And what happened was he showed up, he was having issues with his hip and his knee, and they were doing all the treatment, they're doing everything, ultrasound, whatever that, they could do. And it was not really doing anything, right? And then he was in practice one day when he could finally practice a little bit, and his back went out and he couldn't even walk. And he's like 22, 23 years old, right? Young guy. And so they take him into one of the hospitals there in Houston. They do an MRI, and he comes out of it, and the doctor, the orthopedic surgeon, said, look, you've got one of the largest herniated discs we've ever seen in a young guy your age, or maybe the largest. I can't even remember what he told him. And he said, we're going to have to bring you in and shoot you up with some cortisone or whatever, steroids or whatever it was, and let's see how that works. Now, my son was there on his own, and I wasn't there, right? So he's like, okay. So they put him under, they inject him, he gets out. It felt a little bit better, right? But then it was like even worse. And I said, look, sometimes there's acute pain and you really need to get it treated. But sometimes with chronic pain, and I'm not saying all chronic pain, but with some chronic pain, sometimes it's mind body, right? Sometimes it's just, it's your mind is acting out. And he listened to a book by John Sarno called The Mind Body Prescription. He just listened to it. It's all he did was listen to this book 3 times in a row, and his pain went away. He's never had pain since. He probably still has a herniated disc. They wanted him to go back in. He's like, I don't know, I'm not going to go back in. And so he probably still has a herniated disc, but he does not have any pain. And also he had skin like acne, even though into his 20s, and he was trying every diet, eating really clean. That cleared up once he understood the power of the mind and the body. Now, I think we also need additional tools to help the mind, like PEMF, which is why I have one. But the mind is really powerful. And when we tap into it, I remember one time I was out climbing mountains, hiking mountains, and this was in my 20s, and I was going down this mountain in Palm Springs, and I'm jumping on these boulders, and I hit one, and my ankle turned. It almost like ripped my foot off, and I was out in the middle of nowhere. I'm like, how the heck am I going to get back by myself? And I immediately said, nope, not going to go there in my mind. I saw my ankle healthy, strong, and I had bad turned ankles before as an athlete, but I just literally, I held it, and I was almost like my own PEMF machine, right? Because I was holding my hands over it, and I was just seeing energy going there, and that it was healthy and strong, and no pain. And I did it for about 10 or 15 minutes. And in my mind, a couple of times went, well, what if it doesn't work? No, don't do that. I just kept my belief. And literally no swelling, nothing. I was able to walk back and never had an issue with it. So the mind's really incredible. And most people are not using it to the extent that they really could to heal.
Well, we have the capacity from an electromagnetic field perspective. We certainly have the capacity to take the body's energy and move it to a certain place. So we got a lot of energy in our brains.
Yeah.
Large magnetic fields in our brains. So you take that energy. Qigong masters do this all the time. They'll take their energy, their body energy, they go into focus, they go into alpha, as you say, and they'll concentrate their energy, and they'll concentrate their energy on their hands. I used to do this exercise, in fact, where you have the ball in between your hands.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, and you feel, it feels like something
getting stronger, and then you feel it getting bigger and bigger and bigger. And what you're doing is you're projecting your energy into your hands. That energy then can be transferred to other parts of the body and be used by the body for healing purposes.
Yeah, and that's part of what I really love, because I do Qigong too. What I really love about, and I learned this from you, is as we wrap up here, but is that PEMF is energy that we can access whenever we need it. And so we can do Qigong, which I still do Qigong, but also every morning and in the evening, I'll do some PEMF. And it's the same, I look at it as the same kind of universal energy, powerful healing that I can generate with myself, but also I can lay there, and then I can, what I do is I visualize it coming into my body and just having a great reaction, and my body like going, yes, this is really awesome. And then also what I love that you just talked about earlier today, before we got on camera here, was because I look at it as a way to heal, but also I love what you talked about. It's a way just to, stay healthy, right? And generate more energy and just, do it for that reason too. Longevity, wellness, all this kind of great benefit that we get from it.
There was another summit that I did an ebook on PEMF therapy as energy medicine.
Yeah. Huh.
And I looked into this and I analyzed a lot of different energy medicine approaches.
Mm-hmm.
Like the Qigong master,
right?
Your own Qigong master, the balloon thing, is that we are relying on ourselves to do it.
Mm-hmm.
We have moods.
Yeah.
And we have periodicities in our cycles in terms of our energy levels.
Yeah.
And so Qigong masters that can generate 1,000 volts out of their hands on a voltage wall, Elmore Green studied that. He found that it was unreliable. That people could not consistently do that.
Yeah.
And so what happens with PEMF therapy, it basically removes the inconsistency. Yeah. You should still do what you should be doing because you have that available to you anytime. You don't have to plug it into a wall to do it.
Yeah.
But then if you want consistency, that's one of the benefits of PEMF therapy is the ability to be consistent.
Yeah, no, I love that. That's awesome.
Well, I thank you very much for today. Do you have any other last things to say?
No, I hope people read the book. I put my heart and soul into that, and it's on Amazon. It's called The Breakthrough Code, and I think you'll really enjoy it. It's getting lots of great reviews, and I think it'll really help people on their journey. It's a parable, a novel, right? So it's a story that gets you engaged and really shares a lot more of the habits that I think are critical for people to heal, for people to be successful financially, for people to have great relationships. And so I hope people will get that book. And if you do, let me know what you think about it.
Well, I really appreciate it. That's a great point to end on.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And also just say, and Bill, thank you for having me here, and really enjoy your wisdom and being able to be part of what you're doing. And I'm a huge believer in what you do and a huge fan of you.
Well, thank you very much, Tom, and likewise in return.
So there you have it. This wraps up today's segment of the Pulse Electromagnetic Field, or PEMF Healing Summit. I hope you've learned as much as I have. And make sure you tune in tomorrow, because we have another set of amazing speakers ready to share their expert insights and breakthroughs on healing, including PEMF therapies. If for any reason you feel you might miss any of these inspirational and potentially life-saving interviews during the summit, I do encourage you to secure lifetime access by purchasing a VIP all-access pass today. That way you won't miss anything, and you can watch and listen to these interviews again and again at your own pace. Simply click the button below to order your VIP all-access pass at a special limited time discount right now. And before we wrap up, please leave me your comments in the section below and let me know what inspired you the most about today's interviews. Thank you once again for joining us for the PEMF Summit. Now, please remember to share this information with friends and family so we can all work together to make each other and the world a healthier, happier place for all. Be well.